Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Afternoon all, hello, it's our turn. Hobby Maker, thank you to Jewellery Maker, thank you to Sewing Street. You now know what I have to put up with in my ear, don't you? You're wearing an earpiece for the first time today.
I am.
So she's doing that a bit later, she's doing what I do, turn it down. Yeah.
I'm trying something new.
Lovely Julie from our office is here, and we have got a brilliant launch and an exclusive die from Carnation coming up in a minute, which already 10% of the stock is sold out. You found it on the website, 10%'s gone. You can't get it anywhere else. That's our first show. But what else? What other treats have we got in store for Bank Holiday Monday? We've got a jam-packed afternoon, lots and lots of brilliant guests, great demos, amazing prices. So Hobby Maker exclusive from Carnation Crafts in a second. It's a nice surprise in more ways than one. Leona is here with Glitzcraft, the return, and we've got some brand new stencils, brand new interference pastes that we've been talking about, MDF nightlight kits, they're brilliant, and a brand new lantern you can put a battery-operated candle in, which looks fantastic. Nice crafting, yes, Nigel is back with the Heritage Outline Collection, which you can use your gouache paints on that we've got coming up at 4 o'clock. So those two shows side by side are a perfect marriage, they really are. 5 o'clock, we've got the Hobby Maker exclusive nice surprise die from Carnation again, if we have any stock, and I doubt that will be the case. So 5 o'clock's a bit of a question mark. Glitzcraft come back with Leona at 6, and then it's more from the masterclass with the lovely Sharon Curtis from Himi. More watercolours at 7. It's gouache for you at 4 this afternoon. That's what we have for Bank Holiday Monday. Hope you're well. Message into the show, get involved. You can do that via the website, you can do that via the app. The phone call is free to our UK call centre just above our heads, and also it's free to order on our website and on the app as well. Right, now, no one else in the world has what we're about to show you apart from us. Carnation are great for doing this for us, aren't they?
Yes, they are, because you won't be able to get it anywhere other than here.
Not even on their website. No. They are not releasing this anywhere apart from here. It's exclusive to us. We've got a limited quantity. 10% of the stock of that quantity has gone already before we come on air. Do you want to see it? It's a nice surprise. It's a nice surprise die, which is basically a bouquet of flowers on top of a present, so that could be any special occasion. It could be an anniversary, it could be a birthday, anything at all. And you've also got those beautiful corner frames that are featured in there as well. This is it. And yes, you have got artwork for it as well. Now, it will be on the Carnation Crafts website. If not today, it will be there. Obviously, it's Bank Holiday Monday. There's no one in the office at Carnation today. So the artwork and the vignettes for this, you can print off from their website. I'll give you more details about that, absolutely free of charge. And it is exclusive, just £17.99. And look, these are some of the cards that you've done, Julie, with this.
Yeah,
lovely. Huh?
Both myself and the design team. It's so pretty. I just love Carnation. The concept of, you know, being able to print off the vignettes and using them with the dies.
I know.
And again, you can snip away the bits you don't want, so you can just literally use it as a bouquet.
Double bouquet.
Yeah, you could use that for any occasion. You know, maybe it's a thank you, maybe it's a get well soon, just to say.
Just using the corners on their own, aren't they? So elegant.
They're so intricate, aren't they? They're lovely.
And think of all the other Carnation Crafts collections you bought in the past, all the florals. You could have the florals kind of weaving through that like a trellis. That would look lovely. 20% of the stock is gone. It's 4 minutes past the hour.
Yeah.
It's supposed to last 2 shows. This is all we've got. We can't ask for any more. They've manufactured for us, just us, an exclusive quantity, and when it's gone, that's it. It will never be available. You'll be in a very unique and exclusive club of ownership.
Exactly. And if you are somebody that's part of the Carnation army, you obviously want one of everything they launch, don't you? So
Absolutely.
this is something you want to add to your collection. I just think it's a really versatile die that you're going to use a lot of.
Sandra in Northampton, she's gone for 2. Why not, Sandra? 1 for you and 1 for your best friend, maybe?
Yeah.
You're only in a club of a few hundred people. That is all. That's how many have been issued, how many have been manufactured. There are no more. There will be no more. Nearly 30% of the stock is now gone, and it's 1:05. It's supposed to be here for this show and the later show. 5 o'clock will be a different show if it sells out in this hour, and I think that's a foregone conclusion. I love to buy things that I know no one else can get.
Yeah, exactly. It kind I mean, obviously I'm a crafter, but it kind of gives you an extra buzz if you know you've got something that somebody else hasn't, or you're going to be the first to get your hands on something that you can't get anywhere else.
I know.
You want it. That makes me want it even more.
But also, this die and the design of it is appropriate for absolutely every occasion. It could be a sympathy card with those roses.
Yeah.
It could be a get well soon. It could be a happy anniversary, happy birthday. Full screen of names on the phones. Everybody's coming in for this. The dies you're paying for at just $17.99. The artwork is free. And if it's not on Carnation's website now, it will be tomorrow when they get back into the office. And here you've got your double-sided vignettes. So you've got a front and a back. Fold it on the black line, you'll get a perfect back and front
Love
of
that.
the artwork.
So if you're going to be popping it onto sort of like acetate or things like that, you know that your back is going to be as pretty as the front design.
Or if it's a pop-up card, it's going to be seen from the side or the
or,
back.
you know, sometimes if you want it to sort of twizzle on with in your aperture.
Yep.
It's just a really clever way. You only need to pass it through your die cutting machine once.
Yep.
But it cuts it perfect front and back.
Beautiful. And if you just want single-sided, then there you go. You've got 4 on one sheet of A4 that you can print off. If you're going to stick it right down and no one's going to see the back of it, then why waste your ink and print front and back? So you've got the option. And then you've also got these beautiful background papers. Now, they're very, very subtle, but you've got little musical notes dancing around in the background of that.
I love that. Really pretty.
So you can print those off as well, absolutely free of charge. Now, to get the vignettes, just go to carnationcrafts.co.uk. You buy the die and the deal from us. If you go to their website and click on downloads and free downloads, and then you'll find that nice surprise will be there. If not today, tomorrow, when they're back in the office, they'll activate that for you, and it will be absolutely free. It's NQ9CO1. If it's your first ever purchase, what a way to come in and join Hobbymaker. Dial the free phone number. The call centre will basically process your order and give you an account free of charge. Nearly half the stock has gone in 7 minutes.
That just, it speaks for itself, that does, doesn't it? If you're somebody that already likes Carnation crafts, you're obviously going to want to add this to what you've got already.
Do you know
what?
what?
Again, if you're somebody that's a new crafter, I'd said to you just before, you can't make a bad card with Carnation.
I know, you can't.
Because they've done all that artwork for you.
I'm going back a couple of years when I first came here to Hobbymaker. I was so flattered to get a phone call from the guys at Carnation saying we'd like you to represent us on our own channel and things like that, which was the highest accolade as far as I was concerned. It was my favourite crafting brand.
Yep.
And it is still my favourite crafting brand. And it is for so many of you as well watching at home. But you've got the bouquet of flowers, you've got snippability, you can separate that from the actual present as well. So you can just have the present on its own, the flowers on their own, or the two together. Loads of brand new crafters coming through. Is it your first ever Carnation die? What a great way to become a Carnation fan.
Exactly. And this one, like, it's exclusive, but also it's so versatile. I just love the fact it's not just for a birthday card. You could use it on a wedding card, a thank you, like I say, get well soon. It would take you through a number of different occasions.
I mean, literally, there's a few hundred in the world. It's not going to be on their website. No. It's not going to be in any stores or anything like that. Is it going to sell out? Yes. Do you want to do a demo with it before it sells out?
Yeah, of course. Right? Yeah, of course.
If it does sell out, Julie's got the afternoon off.
Yeah. I'm going to make this one.
Oh, okay.
So I've already sort of like pre-cut stuff because I was thinking saves me a bit of time.
What's in the present? Is it something to wear? Is it something to eat? It could be absolutely anything. But this is the card that Julie's going to make, okay?
Yep. So I'm just going to
there we go.
Those
Isn't that lovely?
Side.
I do love that mesh and the fact that it's completely separate. So you can use it totally independently. I mean, I love, sometimes less is more. I do love that card.
Yeah.
Just the corners. I mean, you can join them up, make them into a frame. You could use them on DL cards to great effect. You can snip them if you want them slightly shorter. You can put vines and foliage and flowers through them. Could be like a garden trellis.
Right.
Actually, you could put them side by side and have a nice long rectangle. Yeah. I mean, that's what Carnation do. They make sure that the dies they give you have got so many different versatile uses. That's the card we're going to make.
Yep. So all I've done is got some cardstock, and I've cut this, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, 5.5 by 11.
Okay.
And then I've scored it at 2, 4, 7.5 inches, that is. And then I'm just going to fold it just to create a stepper card.
I like your nails, by the way.
Thank you.
A bit different.
They are. So that's going to just create that sort of shape. But then we have got in this hour some nesting dies.
We have.
Which again, I love Carnation.
On a 5 for 4.
Yeah.
They cut so well, don't they?
So what I'm going to do then is I've cut 2 of the rectangle nesting die. So I'm just going to score myself.
We'll get to the 5 for 4 deal a bit later on when this sells out, because it is going to be a sellout in this show.
That's it. So I'm just going to score myself about 3/4 of an inch from the top, just to create a band then that enables me to create an actual card blank with it. Okay. That's what I love about the dies with Carnation. You can make all kinds of different shapes.
And nesting dies are so versatile.
They are.
Apertures, card blanks, frames, you name it, you can do it with them.
So I've already cut myself 2 strips of the backing papers that you can download from the Carnation website.
Yep.
And I'm just going to take my tape off.
And to give the artwork for free, I mean, Nick and his talented artists up at Carnation.
I know.
I just think it's so generous.
It is generous.
They spend days and days and days on the artwork.
Yeah.
And then they say, yeah, you can use it, print it off for free.
It is, and it's something, you know, that they could quite easily charge for. But
Well,
they don't.
Some artwork there is a charge for, but the ones that relate to the actual die releases when you buy collections and stuff, they always give you free.
That's it, you know. So to be able to get, you know, the artwork, the itself that you use with the die, I think is incredible because, you know, if you'd got to die cut it and then decorate it yourself, you're never going to get a beautiful bouquet of flowers to look like that unless you're an artist. Yeah. So, you know, they do such beautiful designs, don't they?
And they make sure that all the colours work, everything you know, coordinates so well.
That's it. Right, so I'm just going to pop myself those 2 pieces on there of the backing papers. And then with this one now, I am going to just get myself a bit of red liner tape. And I tend to use this when I'm making a card blank, just because it's that little bit stronger, so I know it's not going to sort of like pop open.
The thing is, it's only people in the whole world that are watching this show right now, 1 o'clock on Bank Holiday Monday, that will ever have the chance to own this die. It's not going to be anywhere else.
No.
That's special.
So, I mean, you could use that just on its own as your card blank if you wanted to. I've just made a 10th fold card. But what I'm going to actually do is pop myself some tape on the bottom of each of these and then attach it up. I mean, yeah, to be able to get this and nobody else can get it.
I know.
I mean, if you've gone out today for the bank holiday, which most of us do, I'd be gutted if I'd come back and then have missed.
Yeah, I don't know if the show's going to be repeated. I dare say if it sells out, it probably won't. It will be on demand, though, and if you're watching this a bit later in the day, probably the stock's gone. All I can do is apologise. Yeah. Live at 13 minutes past 1, it's available, but the screen is full of names. I can't give you all the name credit. I wish I could. There's too many.
So I'm just going to pop that onto the back there, and then I'm going to do the same on the front. Yeah, I mean, if you know somebody, if you've got a friend that you know likes Carnation and you're buying one, I'd be buying one for them as well, just in case you can't get it later on.
And it's an affordable, giftable price, isn't it? $17.99, you pay that for a box of chocolates.
That's it. So that's just created my card shape. Yep. How quick and easy was that?
Love that. A bit different.
Yeah. And again, I think with the colours that you've got in this vignette, you could match it to most tones of cardstock. So again, I've just cut myself a plain white rectangle, which I'm going to pop as my mat.
Nearly 60% of the stock now gone.
So let me
just looking on the back here. Yeah, I don't know if down on our director, can you just zoom in? Can you see they give you all these cut lines? So if you wanted to make the flowers dimensional, you could use a ball tool. But these cut lines here at the top, where the present becomes the flower, you can just snip there, and there, and you completely separated the bouquet away from the present.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Right, so I've also then, another great thing about the nesting dies is you can be able to cut yourself frames and know that they're going to be perfect.
Yeah.
So easy to do. So this I'm going to raise up because I want to add a bit of dimension to my actual card.
Perfect and even and not wonky.
No, that's it. Just get precision every time with the nesting dies. And I love the fact you get so many of them as well. So you can create a really thin border like this, or you could do quite a deep one if you wanted to, depending. So I'm just going to pop that down.
You're very good to give up your bank holiday Monday to come in. I hope they appreciate you upstairs.
Wow, I'm sure they do. I'd like to think they do. But yeah, I mean, being able to craft on a bank holiday Monday isn't a chore for me.
No, true. Would you be doing that at home if you
Probably,
weren't here?
yes, okay. I probably would be. So again, I've just cut myself some of the backing paper. I love this one because it looks like it's got almost like a torn edge, so it gives it kind of a distressed feel. So I'm just going to pop that in. And I've just cut that a little bit shorter, so I've still got a white outline. So I'm just going to bring in now my foam pad and my shaping tools.
Okay.
Because I do like to add a little bit of dimension to my vignettes.
Now, if I just again show you where the flowers are, if you look there, and also where the actual wrapped flowers are, all those cut lines are there not just for effect, they're there so that you can actually curve and shape the paper without the paper crinkling or creasing. So all of those cut lines have got a purpose, and that's how you can separate the bouquet from the present. So lots of ways of using it.
So somewhere I've got my little dauber stick, so I'm just going to now shape them. And they're so easy to do, because if you've got some ball tools and one of these foam mats, it makes life much easier.
And that's a Carnation product as well, which will be on our website. The brand page on our website will give you all of the tools if you want to have a look.
So I don't want to shape the actual lattice at the back. I just want to shape the bouquet and the present. Okay. So all I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to take I'm going to take this side, and I'm just going to gently, in circular motions then.
You can see where the cut lines are. It's making the paper lift a bit.
It does, and because it puts all those intricate lines in, it makes it super easy to shape something.
It's amazing the difference it makes.
It does, just by rolling it across. And again, I don't necessarily want where the flowers are tied to pop, so I'm just going to then skip that bit and just do the bottom bit where the branches are. A little bit on my bow, and then I'm just going to then just roll again on the present at the bottom just to add a bit of dimension to that. And you can see straight away how that's... So what I want to do then, because I want this bit to stick flat, I'm going to just use some of the everyday glue on the bottom of the lattice, because I want that bit to stick flat.
And of course the everyday glue is 7 bottles, that's why they call it the everyday glue, and the glue applicators get 100 in a pack. They're on the website as well.
And then I'm going to then bring in some of my 3D gel and just pop that. Squeeze if it'll come out, which it doesn't want to.
Oh, you left the top off.
No, it's a new one. I've literally just opened it. Okay, let me go for foam pads instead then.
Right.
I would normally use a bit of 3D, just because I like that it dries clear and you can't see. 'Cause sometimes with your foam pads, the more you sort of lather them up, you can sometimes see them.
And the 3D glue gel, obviously, it dries rock solid. It's like cement when it's...
You need to pop it to one side maybe for a little bit, but...
I leave it overnight.
Once it's cured, yeah, I do. I tend to leave it overnight. So again, it's personal choice. You might prefer foam pads. If you do, then do it this way. But again, I'm just popping some glue on this bit where I want it to stick flat. And then I'm just going to then pop my lattice down into the corner and press that down.
So your lattice is nice and flat, but you've still got the dimension on the bouquet.
So then what I would do next is then I want my bouquet to pop a bit more. So another good thing about Carnation, because you've got all these intricate, you can see where to snip bits out. And I wouldn't throw these little bits of lattice work away. I'd keep them because you might want to build a different design. Yeah. So, and again, if you're wanting to just do the bouquet. You can snip the present away. They make it really easy to be able to cut that down. So I'm just going to quickly shape that again.
Now, if you've just switched on this Bank Holiday Monday afternoon, this is the first time, even though I've been connected with Carnation for a very, very long time, this is the first time I've done a show whereby it's an exclusive die just for you and just for us. We've done it before, evidently. I didn't do the show. So this is not going to be and will not be anywhere else apart from here at Hobby Maker while the stocks last. When the stocks have sold out, we won't restock it. That's it. It's a one production run of this nice surprise, and that's it. There's a few hundred of them. When they've gone, never to be seen again.
Yeah. It's great to be part of an exclusive club, isn't it?
It is.
I like it. I like to be part of something, can have something that nobody else has got, or a brand new launch of something. So I'm sure.
Carnation has got the most incredible following of customers.
Yeah.
The design team are amazing. They put all of their efforts into the finished cards because they're passionate about it. They've got a real love for the brand.
That's it.
And that's unlike any other company, I think, that I've worked for. So
then all you need to do then is just line that up and press down, and then you can see where I didn't shape that bit. If I just gently pop a little bit of glue in the middle where the tie is, that will sort of sit flat, and your bouquet will sort of like pillow over.
Yep.
And again, you could do another layer. You can keep going with your layers as much as you want, but then because you've then got this really lovely lattice intricate corner, I'm going to pop that up there just to finish that off. So again, I'm just going to bring in my everyday glue, just pop a little bit on.
now, because I didn't do the show, I don't know what the last die that was exclusive to us was, but it did sell out on the show. This looks like it's going the same way. Yeah, you'll be one of literally a few hundred people in the world that can own this. Now, stock update for you. Over 60% of the stock has gone in less than 20 minutes. When you put the details up about 1:05.
Yeah, it's gone, hasn't it? I'm just going to pop myself a little bit more glue on.
Yeah. That's where these glue applicators really come
They do,
into
because you can
their
also
own.
then just pop it where you want it to hold as well. Because I don't want it all to stick flat. I want it to stick to the frame, so it sort of gives it a bit of dimension. So then, if you'll see with that one, the one that I did earlier, all I did then was just pop a sentiment onto it, few gems, and that's sort of like finished your design for you.
Love it. Okay, that's our first demo using the exclusive die Nice Surprise. Now, as I said to you before, the artwork, if it's not on Carnation's website right this second, it will be probably tomorrow morning, okay? The artwork you never have to pay for when you buy the dies. There are some variants that you can pay for on the website if you want different colorways and things like that. But this is the die that we're launching today for a brilliant price of $17.99. It's actually 4 dies in total. If you see, you've got the outline, you've got 3 dies, beg your pardon. You've got the outline, you've got the separate trellis, if I call it that, in the corner, which of course you can use both on the left-hand side and the right-hand side like that to great effect. Sometimes just a little bit like that is all you need. But that, if you join it together, it could be an archway, pagoda, it could be trellis that you could feed foliage through and flowers through as well. And you can, of course, use the bouquet completely separate if you want to, or keep it attached to the present, because there's a couple of pips that hold the present and the bouquet together, so you can easily, with a pair of scissors or a craft knife, cut those pips away and separate it into just a single bouquet. But all this artwork is free, absolutely free.
There's 3 there, Dave, that I've cut just to show how you can, if you want to just cut a piece of card as the backing,
Yep.
that's your 1 die.
Yep.
But then if you bring in your next die, that's then going to cut your flower and all your... So maybe you could make tags.
You could.
But
Actually,
then again,
you could write a message on the back of that.
You could.
Yeah.
But if you just wanted to use the vignette flat like that, you can just use the backing outline.
Yeah.
And use it like that. And then you could pop your, if you cut a couple out, you could decoupage on top of that. If you don't want it to be quite so intricate,
Sure.
depending on what you're popping it onto. There's lots of different ways. So even though you've only got a couple of dies in the packet, there's lots of different ways you can use all those elements.
And as I said before, if you look around the back, you can see all of those cut lines. Now, nearly 70% of the entire stock has gone. 10% went before we even came on air. You found it on our website. You were looking for it. I don't know whether Carnation have promoted it or not. I don't know. But it's just for us. If you go there to their website, yes, there'll be the artwork there for those of you that have bought this from us, but you won't be able to buy the die there. It's only available here today, and it's called A Nice Surprise. Wow, we are so busy. Let me show you a few more finished cards. Look at this one. I mean, I know so many people are a little bit scared of white space, but Tina in the design team has done this. And it's the simplest of cards, it really is. But sometimes you don't need any more than that.
You don't. And if you're somebody that's maybe just starting out card making, maybe you're, you know, not very confident, you're starting on your journey of this, this is a great way to get you into crafting, because look at the effects you get. It's so simple to use, but like I said, I don't think you can create a bad card with Carnation crafts.
Totally right.
They look top quality, and you know, you probably haven't done that much to create that effect. Like I say, it's just using the nesting dies, the vignettes, and the exclusive die we've got today, and look at what you can be creating.
I know. And we've got the nesting dies in the show. We'll come on to those a bit later on, 5 for 4. That's coming up. But while we still have the stock of Nice Surprise, please be quick. I've got to urge you, if you've got it in your basket, Irene in Kent, Melody in the Rhondda, Debbie in Greater Manchester, Margaret in Northumberland, Kathleen in Northamptonshire, Janet in Northamptonshire, Sandy in Florida, please check out your basket.
Yeah.
If you don't, I know what's going to happen. It's going to be a sellout. You'll have it in your basket, go to checkout and say, sorry, no longer available.
Yeah,
and that is so annoying.
It is, especially with something like this where there isn't going to be any more made.
No.
It's literally what we've got.
Now, if everyone checks out, over 80% of the stock has gone. It's not even 1:30, not even halfway through the first show. If we'd had double this stock, we'd probably sell it out before 2 o'clock. It is going to sell out early. There's no two ways about it. You won't get it anywhere else in the future. They will not reorder this, recommission it. It's a one-off. And we do these about once every 6-7 weeks. Something like that.
I think we did the last one for the birthday, which was March.
So it's a couple of months.
We've got this one, and I know there's another one coming up soon. So yes, it's just.
Now,
it says, I think, like the relationship we've got here with Carnation as well. The fact that they have designed something exclusively for us.
Well, it's all of us as well, which I think is great. Because I mean, Carla, the relationship she has with us at Hobby Maker, the relationship we've got with her, I've got with her, and the team at Carnation. It's 4 dies. Beg your pardon, not 3, 4. Yeah. So you're going to get this outline die for your trellis. Oh, there we go. So you get that. So you can have a mat behind the detail of the trellis. So that's that one. Then you're going to get the outline die that obviously Julie showed you a few minutes ago, cut in the rose gold. And then you get the detail as well. So 4 dies in this set, and they're not tiny dies either, are they?
No, they're a good size die. I mean, you don't need anything else on your card. They're perfect size for the focal point on your designs.
Yeah.
Which is what you want, really. All you literally need to do is cut them out and stick them on.
And another little point, which I sometimes forget to mention, is that all of Carnation's dies, no matter what you buy, whether it's a full collection, a single die, they always come in wallets.
Love that.
So never, ever worry about packaging, because you don't throw this away. You keep it as a storage wallet. Everything stays in one place.
They're not bulky.
Nope.
You know, you could have these on your bookcase, maybe in a storage box, but it keeps them well protected and clean and tidy.
Now, if you can't find the artwork on Carnation's website yet, it will be there tomorrow. It's not currently live. It's Bank Holiday Monday. The office at Carnation doesn't open until tomorrow. So order your dies today, and then from tomorrow you can go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, click on downloads, free downloads, and then the artwork will be there. Just look for Nice Surprise or type that in the search bar, and then the artwork for this, in other words this, will be there. You can print off the double-sided vignettes, you can print off the background papers that have been made to complement it, and you can print off the single-sided vignettes. So you actually get 4 designs on one A4 sheet. So it's very kind of paper friendly as well.
It is, that's right. And you've got everything there you need. You could just create 4 flat cards, or you've got your bits that then you could cut out to create. You're going to do your decoupage out of one sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. How quick, economical and easy is that?
Okay, if everyone checks out their baskets, wait for this. There are 3 left. But all is not lost. If you want it, you can call the call centre quickly, 0800 001 4433. Say, I want NQ9C01. The operator will put it in your basket for you and check you out. If you're doing it yourself on the website or on the app, you've got to physically check out for it to be yours. If it's in your basket, it's not yours until you do check out. Someone else can beat you to it. I know it sounds a little bit kind of cutthroat, but that's the way it is when we've only got a small quantity available. We're talking a few hundred in the world.
Yeah, and that's it.
And that's it.
It's not going to be made again.
So if anyone else is not, anyone else that's not watching this show will never have the chance of owning this die. Will never have the chance of absolutely getting this today. So you're one of a very, very few exclusive people who will own this die, and you can use it on all occasions, like I said before. It's so versatile,
It is. Like I say, it's just one of those designs that, like I say, you could use it, just birthday card, thinking of you, just to say. The bouquet on its own, you could make a lovely wedding card with that. Get well soon, you know. Can't take bouquets into a hospital, but you could be giving someone a bouquet on the front of a card.
Sue Dalrymple from the design team's done this. Look at that. Using the outline die to cut an aperture, then putting the trellis corner inside it. That's really cool.
It is. There's just, like I say, I know there's only like 4 dies, but there's so many different things you can create with them.
Yeah, and just put a few little gems
in different clever ways, in
there as well.
That's it.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, so it's nice to actually have it sat in inverted rather than decoupaged up, isn't it?
Yeah, and using the corner 4 times.
Yeah.
We've now got more people with this wanting it than we actually have stock. So all of you that have got it in your basket, Mary, Claire, Michelle, Karen, Pam, Anne, Joyce, Karen, Elaine, Melody, check that basket out. Otherwise, if it says sold out, all I can do is apologise. Please, I did warn you. I mean, it was a foregone conclusion. To schedule 2 shows for this, probably, we're being optimistic that it would last, but it's not even going to last probably until 1:45 the way we're going at the moment. So get your debit and credit card handy, check out your baskets on the website, call the call centre, say I'm desperate for NQ9CO1. They can, of course, put it into your basket and check out for you. Okay, now, we talked about the nesting dies. I'll keep my eye on the one-off, and we'll let you know when it sells out, because it's about to. Ooh, I'm excited for you. Now, this is a 5 for 4. 5 for 4. Now, this is going out to all of you that want to have an instant nesting die collection. Now, it may well be that you've got standard circles and squares and rectangles already. You've had those for a long time. Well, they're in here, but also we've got the kind of designer edges, like deckled edges and all sorts of things, dots and dashes, like faux stitching, all that. So they're £24.99 each. If you want to buy 1, you can do. But if you want 5, you'll only be charged for 4. You'll save basically £24.99. Yeah. So I'll run through them quickly. There are a lot. There's 28 or 29, I think, in total. So we've got your hexagons, and look how many you've got.
Love it. Yeah, these, I've brought lots of dies over the years, lots of nesting dies. The thing I love about the Carnation ones is the size.
Yeah.
And the amount you get. Because sometimes you get nesting dies and they're only big enough to sort of like create a nest mat and layer on the front. These are big enough to actually make your card shapes out of.
I've quickly counted them. I may have missed 1 or 2, but about 26 dies you've got in there. Wow.
So you can be making, like I say, you can be making your card blanks out of these, but then they go so small that then you can be creating your shape to put your your sentiments on.
Yeah, now this is 1 item number for this offer, okay? If you just want 1, if you go to the website, you'll see them all individually available as separate item numbers. But if you want the 5 for 4 offer, it's a little drop down where you select what you want. So this one is hexagons, pretty straightforward. The next one is the slate edge hexagons. Now that is really, really different. I don't know if I've got a card here that's got that design on it. This is the rectangle version, but it shows you the same sort of effect. So that's the effect of the edge, but it's in hexagons, okay? So chances are you probably haven't got that in your collection.
Yeah.
Slate edge hexagons. Then we've got your square labels.
Love that one.
Really lovely.
Love it.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Loads of dies in there. I'm not going to count them all for you, don't worry, but there's loads in there. From the largest right the way through to the smallest. Again, apertures, frames, card blanks. You can do so much with nesting dies. That's your square labels. This one is called your rectangular label. So the label design is like you've got that little kind of point in the middle and on the corners.
I cut that out and made it almost like a little book.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
If that's missing for your collection, you want to ask for, or make sure you've got rectangle labels.
But the size of it, I mean, like I say, that's a good size card if you're just making a card blank out of that.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Then we've got the dots and dashes, which is basically your eyelet and ring square. Okay, so eyelet and ring. Have I got one of those to show you? Maybe, maybe not. No. There's one somewhere, I think, but I can't find it. Anyway, you get the idea. You've got like a dash and a dash and a dot.
Like almost like a faux stitch, doesn't it?
Yeah. And that's on the. You get one plain, and then you get a dot and dash. If I turn it around and we're getting close, you can see. So you've got a plain square on the out, and then the next layer is the dot and the dash.
Yeah.
Really cool. So that's in there.
I just can't believe the amount of dies you get in these nesting dies. It's incredible.
It's fully loaded.
Yeah.
So if you put 5 in your basket, it should be $124.95. You'll only be charged $99.96 because you're only paying for 4 of them. There you go. AN9C90. That's the code you need. There's the dot and the dash in the ovals. We've got the scalloped oval as well. I'll run through these quite quickly now because there's loads.
Yeah.
Again, look at the quantity. There we go. You've got your slate edge ovals. I've got that here somewhere. Oh no, that's a different design. But you get the idea. That's the slate edge ovals. So basically, we've got the different effects in all the different shapes. That's your standard oval.
Yeah.
I know
they're huge designs,
Enormous.
aren't they? But I like the fact that they all map together as well. So you might want your scalloped or your fancy edge one for your outside of your card blank, but then you've got your plain ones then to be able to put your mats and layers in.
I love this one. Look at this.
I really
Scallop
love that
edge
one.
Diamond.
Love it.
It makes it look like a time tunnel, doesn't it?
It does.
Brilliant.
I think it's got a bit of an Art Deco feel as well, because I've used that one and made like an easel card, so the diamond stands up. It's very Art Deco-y, I think.
Now you can layer up so it goes to like a pyramid, or you can use the apertures that you cut out and it goes like an inverted.
Yeah.
So loads of ways of using them.
Yeah.
And also you can maybe make them into mobiles, make them into bunting. If you fold that over a bit of twine, you've then got like triangular bunting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's that one's called Scallop Edge Diamond. Then we got the same, but this time in the eyelet and ring. So we got, what did we show you? We showed you the circle, we showed you the square and the oval, I think, in the eyelet ring. So they're all $24.99 each. If you just want one, that's fine. You don't have to buy 5, but if you buy 5, you'll get 1 free. Hexagon is limited stock. Did I come to that?
Yeah, we've done that.
Have I been there? I've lost track of what I've done, what I
did.
haven't. Okay, eyelet and ring rectangle. Again, you've got one straight rectangular die, then you've got the dash and dot.
But if you turn it around, Dave, the size of these ones for your card blanks, it's amazing. And I like the fact you could have tent fold, you could have it landscape.
Portrait.
Yeah.
You name it. Then we've got the same, but this time with the scalloped edge, giving it slightly makes it softer, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It depends, it depends on the fit. I would probably use the one that we just had previously, the eyelet and ring, maybe on a man's card. This is kind of softer if you've got like a floral design, maybe.
Then you've got the straight.
Yeah,
but
those are a must, I think. If you've got your scallop, I would get the straight edges to go with them.
Even if you've got rectangular nesting dies already, I bet you haven't got some that are so comprehensive as this.
And if you look at the smallest one on that, if you've just got a sentiment that you just want to do a happy birthday or something, stamp it. Look how small you can go on your sentiments with them.
Exactly. Love it, absolutely love it.
I love it, yeah.
There's your slate edged rectangle. It's so unusual and
Yeah.
different, isn't it? The slate edge is really, really lovely. And it's this effect. This is the rectangle. There we go. So it's that effect you can get. I don't know how close we can get in because it looks a little bit like torn.
It's sort of like distressed, but you've also sort of got like a faux stitch in it as well.
Yeah, all the way around it.
But it just adds an extra bit of interest to your card, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also, maybe if you're making journals, that sort of thing, journal pages, you want to have a bit of character on them. You just don't want them straight edged. This will be a good option to go for. And so many of you nowadays are making like journals and jotters and planners.
For your books and things.
Dots and dashes, the eyelet and ring it's called, in the circles. There's your circles. Again, loads for your money. They're $24.99 each, but you'll get 1 free if you buy 5. So if you've got a budget of £100, maybe for a birthday present or something, Jill's in Wrexham, Phyllis in Bristol, David in Essex has gone for 2. That's fine, David. Janice in West Yorkshire, Angela in West Midlands has gone for 5. So that's circles, the plain edge circles. Then we've got the scallop circles.
Love them. These are great for your rocker cards as well, if you like to make rocker cards. They're really good for that.
Yeah, really good idea. Fold them in half and then you've got like an arc sort of effect.
An instant rocker card.
Slate edged again in the circles.
Yeah, that's really nice. Love the slate edge one.
Do you like your DLs? DL cards?
I love DL. I love a DL shaped card.
Is DL still one of the most popular shapes?
Yeah, I think so. And I think they've kind of made a little bit of a comeback this year. I think I've been making more than I perhaps did the last couple of
Yeah.
years. But yeah, I love the scalloped one, and then I love this one then that you can put your mats and layers in.
What I love today is the ideal opportunity. If you haven't got any nesting dies, but you know you need them, and you think, right, I definitely need the rectangles, I definitely need the circles, I need the squares, I need the diamond shape. We've got them all today, where you're getting one of them free if you buy 5. So instant collection. This one is your slate edge DL.
I think there's something you need as well as a crafter.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be without nesting dies because I just think they make life so much easier when I'm making my cards.
Definitely. And remember, they make apertures, they make card blanks, they make frames.
Yeah.
You can do inverted, you can do pyramid style. They've got about at least half a dozen, maybe even more uses. Yeah. And if you want a thin frame, you've got that opportunity because the dies just go down in equal increments. But if you want a really chunky frame, just use one of the smaller dies.
Count how many you want. Yeah, that's it.
That one's your scalloped edge square.
But you know you're going to get that perfect cut every time with them.
Because if you try and do it with a ruler and a craft knife, one of them is going to go a bit wonky. You'll get the angle slightly wrong, get a bit too thin in one part. But these are going to give you accuracy all the way. There's your straight square.
And sometimes if you have to do it with a paper trimmer, then you've got to remember, oh, what did I do? Then I've got to come down 1/4 of an inch. With this, it's just, you just run them through.
Absolutely.
Do the
Slate
next
edge
one
square.
down.
Now, we haven't done a heart yet. We've got the slate edged heart here. Look at that. And that's unusual. You've got a different shape to the heart. It goes down from that shape to a slightly fuller shape in the centre. Really lovely. Look at that.
Perfect for sort of like wedding, anniversary cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the bigger heart is big enough to maybe use on like the top table at a wedding or silver partnership.
That's it. Or even, like I say, you could make a heart-shaped card.
Now, this one's the eyelet and ring accessory strips. So basically, these are little strips that you could use to do all sorts with, really. Sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking, if you use the heart one and cut 2 out and then put yourself a piece to join them, you could use these as your handles, make a little gift bag, things like that.
Absolutely. It could be a handle for a bag or something like that. Absolutely right.
Just some little decorative strips to add to your designs that match.
Okay, so let's just say at random, I want that one, I want that one, I want that one, this one, and this one. Okay, I've made my selection of 5. I'm going to be buying my diamond, the scallop edge oval, the slate edge circle, the slate edge square, and the hexagon. Free of charge. You're paying for those 4, you get that one for nothing. You're saving £25 by buying 5 today. I mean, some of you are going for 2s and 3s and 1s, that's fine. But if you want to get the one for nothing, saving 25 quid, how do you save 25 quid these days?
You can't very often, can you?
Not easily.
No.
This is
And
the
I
instant
think,
way.
you know, the amount you're getting as well in each one, it's incredible for the money.
You said something to me earlier on in the office before we came down that you've been really impressed by Carnation dies. What was it that impressed you most? Because you've used dies from loads of companies.
Oh, yeah, I have. From all kinds of companies. Yeah, I've been buying them for years. I just like the fact, with the exclusive that we've got today, the fact that you get the artwork is a genius concept to me, because sometimes you buy a die, but then you've got to think what to do with it. You don't need to. They've took all the hard work away, so you literally just cut it out, stick it on.
But don't the dies cut brilliantly?
Yeah, but with the nesting dies, like I say, I've got so many where I've perhaps got 3 or 4, 5, possibly 6 maximum, and they're literally only big enough to be able to pop onto a front of a card.
Yeah.
I just love with these, I can actually make my card blanks with them. So if you're somebody that makes to sell, and you want your cards to stand out on a stall, because you can create different shapes with these nesting dies, they are going to make, automatically, people's eyes are going to be drawn to a diamond-shaped card, say, than a basic square or a basic rectangle.
I may have got this wrong, but I've just counted 24 dies there. 24 dies,
And
that's
one
a pound
packet.
a die.
Yeah.
But
Where would
if
you get that?
I know, but if you buy 5, you get 1 absolutely free. 5 for the price of 4. Thanks, Carnation. You've done it again.
Bye.
Let me try this one, the oval scallop. How many's there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 oval scallop dies in there. See?
But it's just the fact, like I say, you can make your card blank, but then if you then want to put a sentiment onto that design, they go down small enough then that you can be popping. If I show you on this one, see, those scalloped ones go down small enough then that you can be cutting your sentiments
Absolutely.
and add to your
Yeah.
designs.
So it's not just your card blanks.
No.
It's
So
for-
if you look at that one, Dave, so that the pink card there,
Yeah.
that's the largest one that I've made a card with. But then if you look at this, these are the smaller ones then that you can match up.
And then the rose gold is a good, what, inch smaller than the actual
that's it.
outside edge. But if you wanted to, that could have been like just a millimetre.
Yeah, it could. But I quite like to put a scallop one, a straight one, a scallop one, a straight one. But you can go for you can just do all scallops, all straight, whatever you want.
We haven't got a die machine here, have we?
We haven't. But
never mind.
I can make a card using the hexagons.
Oh,
so I've
great.
got everything
Okay,
cut
let's do it.
ready. So if I've
Have we still got stock of our exclusive? There are 2 left that haven't checked out. When that checks out, those 2, that's it, sold out. So the next 2 of you to check out your baskets on the exclusive, one off. Good luck.
right, so we'll make something like that with the hexagons. I've
Okay.
got everything cut ready.
Didn't know you had another demo. That's
I've
it
got
already.
about 5 over here, Dave. So we're good to go. Because obviously I was prepped for 2 hours.
I thought we were going to have to do a tap dance for the last
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
But no.
So, like I said before, the thing I love about these nesting dies is the fact that I can make my own cards with them.
Yes.
Because sometimes I don't want to do just, I buy pre-made card blanks like everybody does, but they're always square.
Well, if you don't
there's never
buy-
anything different, is there?
If you don't buy pre-made card blanks anymore, you'll save yourself some
Yeah.
money by buying these dies. They pay for themselves over and over
That's
again.
it. So this is the largest of the dies. So if you've never seen Carla do this before, because I know she does, all you need to do if you want to make a card blank is cut 2 out. You're one of them, you just need to score yourself. If you just butt it up to your cutting line, I would say perhaps sort of like 3/4 of an inch, give yourself enough. If you just score yourself a line there,
Yeah.
and then pop yourself some red liner tape. And again, I always use this when I'm making a card blank, just because it's got that extra little bit of strength to it. So I
Super duper
know,
strong.
yeah, I know my card's not going to fall apart. So if we just sort of like fold that back.
These nesting dies, by the way, are flying. I don't remember ever doing an offer like this where you buy 5 sets. Normally you see them individually and that's it. It's a staple must-have in anyone's craft room, but 5 for the price of 4.
So if you tap them together just to get it straight and then just press that down, that then has created us a tenfold, but you can, do it whichever way you want to. So then I've then just cut myself then. I think I went every other die because I wanted a thicker.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
so
can
I missed
choose.
one out. Yeah, you can do it as much as you want. So I'm just going to pop these down.
And don't forget, every single die set from Carnation comes in its own storage wallet. Don't throw the packaging away.
No. I mean, how much do you pay for storage? That's it. Yeah, free storage you don't get very often, do you?
Free storage, free artwork.
And I love the fact it's not bulky packaging either.
No.
Sometimes you get things and they're in sort of like, the plastic that you have to cut to get into. And then it leaves it all jagged in.
No,
it's
these are
bulky.
a little flap. You
Yeah.
just basically lift up the flap like an envelope. And it's got a little locking
Yeah.
disc there that you just kind of...
Yeah,
see.
they're flat enough that you could store them on a bookshelf if you wanted to.
So you just pop that through, that bit there, pop that through the opening
Yeah.
so it kind of relocks itself.
Yeah. And they've got sort of like a tacky surface on the inside, so they hold the dies back in place once you've finished using them.
I mean, that might wear off with time. If you want to put a little sheet of, magnet
You
sheet in
could
there.
slip a piece of magnetic sheet into them, couldn't you? So,
Okay, our exclusive die set has officially sold out. Julie, go home, Liam says. But not until
thanks,
2.
Liam. No, not until 2, but I will.
Don't
Thank
leave
you.
me.
Yeah, no. I did say I would have stayed if he'd have needed me to, but he was like, no, if we do another show, it'll be
We'll
something
do, yeah,
completely
we'll do something different at
so,
5.
Yeah.
Not sure what, but we'll
No.
do something different.
Join us. That'll be a bank holiday bonanza surprise.
Right, for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Just struggling to get that a bit right. Okay.
What are you doing this afternoon, Barbie?
No, I had a barbecue on Saturday actually. I
I've
don't know.
not christened my new barbecue yet. I've not been
Haven't
home.
you?
No.
Oh, you definitely need to do that. Right. So you can just see how quick and easy that's just created that card.
Love
just
it.
with, you can be mixing and matching your colours. So then with the exclusive, I'm sorry, I know it's gone. I then just cut myself a piece of matching with just the back of the dies. So I'm going to actually pop some foam because I want to now create a bit of dimension on my card. So I'm just going to do that with my foam tape. but I would normally, like I say, I tend to use silicone, just because the other thing with silicone is you've got a bit of movability. You can sort of like, if you want to kind of move it a little bit, if it's not quite where you want it, you have that freedom with silicone. But
by the way, if you are going to carnationcrafts.co.uk to get the vignettes and the downloadable art, it probably won't be there until tomorrow because the guys aren't in the office until tomorrow. So don't think, oh, where is it? It will be there tomorrow. That's probably the first thing they'll do when they come in the office tomorrow. So
yeah, it's a bank holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's nobody here. We said, didn't we?
Car park was empty
It was, yeah. We didn't have to struggle for a car park space today, did we?
at last.
Right. So I'm just.
Oh, now hang on. Now, one of the rectangles has gone. Which one's gone? The slated edge rectangles. They're out of here. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, got to be quick on these now. Slated edge squares. We've only got one left. Can't find the rectangles. Okay. Okay. So we're limited on the diamonds, the square label, the scallop edge oval, the slate heart, slate edge rectangles gone. We've got 6 left of the scallop edge squares, 2 left of the slate edge circles, 5 of the rectangles, limited stock. Scallop edge circle is limited stock. They're all going quickly. There we go. That's the one that's sold out. Sorry, I'm showing you something you can't buy. That's gone. But we have got it still in the other options. Yeah, wow. I think a lot of people are looking for nesting dies today,
Yes.
which is good.
They're just a great stash. There's something you need in your craft stash. They're a stash builder. So if you can get them at an offer price where you're getting one free.
Yeah. Well, trends come and go
Yeah.
in anything, don't they? But nesting dies
No,
are
they don't.
always going to be used.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been using nesting dies probably for about 15 years and they've never gone out of fashion in all the time I've been using them.
Probably
They're
the most
just a
used dies you've got,
yeah.
aren't they?
They are, because they're your basics to your cards, aren't they? Whether you're making your card shapes out of them or whether you're just using them to create your mats and layers for whatever you're popping onto them.
I mean, this one you're using here, the hexagon, it's about £1 a die.
I
for a
know.
die that you'll use for decades and decades to come.
It's
because you get so
incredible
many of them.
the amount you get, isn't it?
Other companies might give you maybe half a dozen.
Yeah.
Here you've got about 23, 24 in there. Going
Like I
right
say,
down
I've
to the
bought
tiniest
dies
one.
before where you perhaps get 5, 6
Yeah.
in a packet and they're not nowhere near the size that we're getting here.
And again, with Carnation, you know the quality, the metal, cut, everything's going to be superb.
So then I would have then on that then just popped, I've just cut one of the scallops then to create something to put my sentiment onto, which you could just stick down. And then I've decorated it with a few gems. But just shows you how easy the nesting dies making your cards.
Yeah, totally.
You know, it's incredible. And you've got, like I say, hexagons. They're going to stand out on your if you have a craft stall, these are going to stand out, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. Now, everybody that's putting these in their baskets, I mean, it's varying. Some of you are going for 2. I know Dorothy in Belfast has gone for 2. Elaine in Greater Manchester has gone for 2. If you're just missing a couple in your collection or you want to try 2 new ones and new shapes, that's fine. That'll be just under £50. But for those of you that can run to it, if you pay $99.96, you'll get 5. So one of them at $24.99 is absolutely free. And that's what a lot of you are doing. I know Chrissy in Surrey's gone for 5. Test in Worcestershire's gone for 5. Lorraine in Merseyside's gone for 5. Loads of you, it's gone off the screen now, but loads and loads and loads of you are coming through. Do you want me to quickly flick through again, the ones that are still available? Okay. Okay, there are your straight hexagons. There is your slate edge squares. Slate edge rectangles sold out. Have we got any of the slate edge squares left? Just one left of the slate edge squares. This one is the slate edge circles. Then you've got your scalloped ovals. I'll go quick on this. Then your diamonds. Love that. Slate edged hexagons, square labels, rectangular labels. I love that little kind of point that you get.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very
Like
good.
I say, I made that one that made it look like a book. I think you can use that either way, landscape or portrait. It looks great.
Eyelet and ring square, very nice. Eyelet and ring oval. Are you getting all the same style or are you mixing it up a little bit? Slate edge ovals.
I just think if you've already got oval dies, why wouldn't you go for the slate edge? Because they're just something a little bit different.
And you can then use the straight and then the slate and alternate
that's
them.
it.
They all work together. There's your scallop edge diamonds. Maybe you want to go for all 3 effects in the diamonds.
Yeah, that's it. You could be having your scalloped edge one, then your eyelet and ring, and then a plain one.
Yeah, Absolutely. Mix the different styles.
That's it.
Sorry if that makes your eyes go a bit funny, but that's how many dies you've got. They're only about 1 millimetre apart, which is amazing. So you can have the finest frame.
I know. I mean, if you look how small the smallest circle is in that. It's tiny.
I know. Yeah, really cool. There's your straight circles.
And that one, that's got the smallest one in that you can use if you haven't got sort of like a hole punch.
Oh, for an eyelet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's look how tiny it is.
Huge and small. Then you've got the scallop circles. Then you've got the rectangle scallop edge DL. Remember, very, very popular. All of these work landscape and portrait. There's the straight edge one. There's your slate edge. Then you've got your eyelet and ring. Looking more like a stitch, like a machine stitch. Scallop edge square, straight square, nearly there. Slate edge hearts, that's the only heart we've got in the collection actually that's available. And then finally this one, which is your eyelet and ring accessory strips. Now, how long's a piece of string? You can use that for anything, absolutely anything.
Exactly.
You've got the straight and you've also got the patterned as well. All of these are $24.99 each. Hexagon, the straight hexagon.
Yeah, I think we only have a straight
hexagon, we've got one left. So all of these are getting quite low in stock. We're limited in the square label, scallop edge ovals, slate edge hearts, limited stock, slate edge rectangles, very limited stock. They're all limited stock actually, most of them. So if you want them AN9C90, if ordering them on the website or the app is, you know, you're thinking, oh, I can't really be bothered, I'd rather talk to someone, call the call centre. They're lovely. They're upstairs in the UK, just outside Birmingham, 0800 001 4433. Tell them the 3 or the 5 that you'd like, or the 2 that you'd like. Obviously 5, you get the 1 free. Yeah. Just call them and they'll go through all the options if you've missed out what they're called or whatever. Keep checking out though. We're going to go to another show in a second, and we've got, of course, Glitzcraft with the lovely Leona. Lots of new goodies for you in that show. And you've got an early bath.
Yeah, I can go home early. Yeah.
Happy bank holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. You're
Thank you for buying it, everybody.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, you've got something very special, and
yes, that's it.
no one else has got it if you've gone for that fantastic limited edition. Okay, Leona's waiting in the wings. She's ready, and we'll see you in about 2 minutes.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Tune in this Saturday for Debbie Moore's 15th anniversary shows, featuring new collections, a brand new magazine, free gifts and more. So tune in for Debbie Moore's 15th anniversary show this Saturday from 1 p.m.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Good afternoon, we're just playing with the lights here. Good afternoon, welcome to Hobbymaker. What a busy bank holiday Monday we are having, absolutely stonking. Thank you for spending the time with us. I know the weather's a little bit unpredictable around the country, so that's probably why you're watching TV. That's great news. Now, lovely Leona is with us, not for 2 shows, as was planned, but because of that last show that completely sold out, was supposed to be again at 5. You've got an extra show, Bug?
I do. So I'm back on at 5 and then again at 6.
Happy days.
So, yes, you've got 3 hours of me. I hope I don't make you turn off.
No, not at all, not at all. Now, I'm really excited about these. We're used to seeing MDF, but I think what Leona and Glitzcraft do with their MDFs are absolutely incredible. These are coming up soon. We'll get onto those in a second. They're brand new today. They're great bedside night lights, that sort of thing. Look at these. These are sculptures that you can put battery-operated lights in the centre of. These are magnificent. It's the sort of thing you'd see in an art gallery or a town centre sculpture or something.
I think the good thing about them is the fact that you can completely tailor it to your needs. So you can paint it to your spec. So, like, I've got one in the green room, actually, for the lovely Pauline Wheeler, who saw them the last show and was like, oh, I want one. So it's in the green room for her whenever she wants to pop in and get it.
Oh, she's just around the corner. She'll be here this afternoon.
I know. Well, she did say that she was going to pop in. But you can paint them any colour you want. So if I grab, excuse me while I vanish underneath.
That's right.
And grab. So this is how they come to you.
Right.
So it is a heavy parcel. There's actually 6 sheets of MDF in this. So 2 of each sheet will build each one. So, and they're all kind of engraved to say which is the small, which is the medium, and which is the large. And the easiest way to do it, you can build them in whichever way you want. So we've got them going kind of round in a spiral from smallest to largest.
That's the most effective, I think.
But you could do it any other way that you wanted. So if you wanted to alternate them and have a small, a big, a small, a big, a small, a big, that's completely up to you, because they all get built the same way.
They are brilliant, aren't they? Now, these did sell out last time. They sold out twice last time. We've got more stock for this afternoon's show. They're fun to put together. They're fun to paint, but they're magnificent to look at. Look at them as you see them all the way around, 360 degrees.
And you can put them whichever way you want to. So the good thing is they've got, these ones have got little battery-operated candles in them. I would definitely recommend some battery-operated ones, simply because it's wood, and we all know what happens with wood.
Yes.
And fires, and you know, we don't want any disasters in your house. So definitely stick with the battery-operated ones.
Do you know what? I only have battery-operated tea lights now.
Oh, I just think they do such a good job, and you don't have to replace them.
No.
So once they've melted, if you've got real candles, once they've melted, and they make such a mess.
I know.
You end up scraping wax off forever. But the good thing about these ones is you've got 4 little longer bits. So if you are going to do them in your own, your own shapes, your own design, that's fine. Just make sure that you try and space those 4 longer bits slightly differently.
Leona,
because
nearly half the stock's gone. We haven't even dropped the price yet. If you've checked out, don't worry. Everybody pays the final low price, £17.99. Cherie in Essex has gone for 2. She wants all 6 of them. You get all 3 for £17.99. You don't get the candles, obviously, and they don't come painted, but that's something the whole family can do. A great weekend project.
Absolutely. So like we said, this is how it comes to you. You've got the picture on the front. If I've got it upside down, I have. You've got a picture on the front. It tells you down the bottom how to paint them, which paints to do, which kind of glue to use. Pretty much any kind of PVA glue, any kind of white glue that dries clear. I prefer not to use like a silicone type adhesive simply because it can yellow over time. And if you see it, then it eventually goes yellow and it doesn't look very nice.
Right.
So any kind of white glue is ideal.
Okay, Leona, we've got more people want this than we actually have stock. We might be able to get some more on extended dispatch, possibly.
Yeah, we'll definitely get some more into the 5 o'clock show. So pop back for that one.
At the moment, if this sells out, it's sold out for now, but we might be able to get more back for the 5 o'clock show. We've got more people want it than we actually have stock. You can paint it whatever you wish, whatever colour you wish, but keep them together as a set of 3 or separate them in different rooms of the house. They look magnificent. VR 3675. VR 3675, just $17.99. That's those about to sell out. Okay. Now, the other ones, the straight ones we've got for you here, that's 2 of these. They're a similar concept, but they're straighter rather than
They are. They're
flame-like.
straight, exactly the same idea. So they go in a swirl. You do get 3 in your pack. I only have 2 samples. I forgot to send one of the samples to one of the designers to paint it for me, and I just haven't had time to get it. You will get 3. So you get a small, a medium, and a large.
So what have we got there, medium and large?
I think that's probably the medium and large, but don't take, don't take it as gospel because this is how it comes to you. So you get this big package coming to you. You've got your base, which is a solid piece, the solid circle down the bottom, and then you've got the other one. And if I steal this over...
Leona, let me ask you, do you paint it before you put it together?
Yeah, I would definitely paint it, because otherwise trying to get in to do little bits down in the bottom, in here is going to be really difficult, especially like down in this little bit. So definitely paint it first. It's one of those things that you don't have to particularly put tons and tons of glue on, because by the time you've put the paint on each of the pieces and then clipped it all in, it will kind of hold itself in place. So, and we've got another one, a new one that I'm going to show you later on how we can build that one, and it goes together really well.
They look great as a cluster on the floor, on a coffee table individually. They look amazing. In an office, they'd look great. I mean, I thought that price was for 2 because I saw 2 there, but you actually get 3. You get a smaller one as well as those 2 sizes. $17.99. Maybe you've gone for the first set and you'd like to go for these as well, or maybe you're buying them to make as gifts. Could people make them and sell them?
Absolutely, yes.
Wow.
Heck yes, why not? If you can make some money out of them, go for it. Absolutely, brilliant idea.
You could, if you painted that and actually included a battery-operated tea light or candle in there, I reckon you could get £25 each.
Oh, I reckon easily, yeah, easily. You could easily get that.
You're going to get all 3 for £17.99. And the one in the corner of the screen on the left is coming up in a minute. That's the brand new one. But if you want this, it's AI3623. AI3623. Loads of you coming in. Tyne Weir, hello to you. Julie in Surrey. Lynn in South Yorkshire's gone for 2 of these. Caroline in Worcestershire. Janet in Worcestershire. Brenda in South Yorkshire. Carol in Derbyshire. Beverly in Shropshire. Fill your boots. We've painted them in like a goldy colour and a purple.
Yeah, so we've got this. It's actually, this one's spray painted.
Right.
And it is, I believe, a colour, rose pink, I think it is.
Okay.
But it kind of, some lights it looks silvery and other lights it looks pink. It just depends on how it dries.
I think it would look quite cool just left as MDF as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
The
You can do anything with it. I mean, the one that I've done, the new one, I've painted all different colours.
Okay.
So there's 40 pieces in the new one, and I painted 5 different colours.
Right.
And then alternated.
So like a rainbow.
So that's another option that you can do. You can alternate your colours. So if you're thinking maybe in your garden and you've got kind of blues and whites and your cushion covers for your patio sets and things, and you want to do that. If you do want to take them outside, make sure that you do coat them with like a varnish or something, a sealant that's going to go outside.
Just take them in.
Or when
you go
exactly.
in.
Yeah. When you're clearing the barbecue plates away, just take them in with you.
Yeah, they look brilliant. If you're sitting out on the patio or on a balcony or something with your nice new table that you got for the spring and summer, they'd look great in the middle of that, and then just take them in and use them as indoor as well as outdoor. Nearly down to single-figure stock on these. These have a history of selling out. Same thing's going to happen again today. AI even 3623. AI 3623. Now, we have a brand new one that you've already seen a little bit of.
Yes.
This is it. Wow. You've made this one like a rainbow, haven't you?
I did. So this one is 5 different colours that I've painted it. So I've alternated. I'll just move it over. So we've got 5 different colours. And also, before I put in the last couple of pieces, I braided a bit of string. So this was like 6 pieces of string that I stretched out, twisted. If you twist one way, one side one direction, one side another direction, keep twisting it until it's really tight, grab it in the middle and put all the ends together, it will automatically braid itself. So I did actually mean to bring some string to show you, but I forgot. So, and what to do is that way, you can actually tie it around so that you can hang it.
I love that.
So if you want to actually put it onto a hook and hang it, then you've got that option.
In a department store, you pay a fortune for something like that.
You've got a solid base on it as well, so you're not going to worry about anything falling through. So if I pop that there, you can see you've got the solid base, and it is super, super simple to build.
It is only $16.99. You have the fun of building it. You have the fun of decorating it or painting it if you want to. You can leave it natural MDF colour if you choose. That would look good too. Use it outside, use it inside, but obviously don't leave it outside in the bad weather.
Yeah.
I love it.
And there's 40 individual pieces that go into this, plus your top and your bottom. So it will take a little while to paint. It did take me probably, my daughter and I painted it side by side. And it probably did take us about an hour and a half each.
That's good family time though, isn't it?
But it was really good, you know, and it's so much fun to do. And I've actually got one here that...
A third of the stock already gone, Leona, not surprised.
Show you. Right, if we open this one up. So it comes to you, you've got your picture on the front to show you how it comes, and then you've got little instructions down the bottom to show you, and then just open it up. Make sure when you open it that you don't lose any pieces.
Your laser must be working overtime.
It definitely has been working, yeah. I would say there's smoke coming out of it, but there's always kind of smoke coming out of it, so, you know. So you've got your base, and then you've got your other one that goes slightly further up. And then all of these pieces are exactly the same. So it doesn't matter. You don't have to find, you know, particular ones and do them in a particular way, anything like that. And
did you come up with the design of this?
No, this was actually a design I found online. We've got a few different designers that we buy files and things from.
Right.
So...
Could you put a vase in it, someone's asking? I suppose you could.
If you've got one thin enough that'll go in the top hole, absolutely. So what I'm doing is I'm not putting them in every one just because it's going to take a little bit of time. Now, when you've got these painted, I actually found that I didn't need a lot of glue to hold the pieces in because it does fit reasonably tightly once you've got paint on it.
Because there's so many arms, they kind of hold each other up, I suppose.
So basically you would put one in each little hole, each little slot, you would pop one into. So we don't, just for time's sake, I don't want to do one because we'll be here for like the whole show. And then this is your ring that goes in the top. And all we're doing is just sliding that one into place. Now, I would probably do the top and the bottom one at the same time because what I did is I got a bit ahead of myself when I was building mine. And I put all the pieces in thinking I was counting properly to leave spaces for like the yellow to go in. So I did all the blue, then I put in all the yellow, and then I put in all the green, blah, blah, blah. And then I got to the end and realised that it didn't line up properly.
Oh, okay.
So I had to kind of dig it apart again quickly before the glue set.
Maybe you've got a tree in the garden. You want to have 3 or 4 of them hanging from the branches of the tree. That would look lovely, wouldn't it?
But you can see just how easy it goes together. It literally just slides into place. Now, I'm not counting to see where I've probably not got it in the right positions, but
well, lots of you going for more than one.
So,
Julie and Surrey's gone for 2.
So on and
Nicholas
so on. So just
2.
keep adding all your little ones in between so that you've got one in every bit, and that is it. Now mine's is starting to go a bit squint because you can see that I've not got it in the right place. So that one should probably be about here.
And if you just stand back a little bit, you can see if it's straight or not, can't you?
Yes, but if you start at one side and just put one in, the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and just work your whole way around, then you'll have it all lined up perfectly. And then that way you can choose which colours and things you want to paint it. Continue till it's all done. If you want to put the string on the top like I did before, you put the last couple of pieces in opposite each other, tie your string in, and then just kind of move it in between the slots. And that way you can hang it. Because even just with those few pieces in it, you can see it is pretty sturdy just like that.
Well, so, floor standing, or you can hang them indoor, outdoor. Obviously, with outdoors, either treat it with an outdoor varnish or bring it in when you come in, if it's going to rain.
And then, obviously, to get your candle in and out, you just kind of got to tip it upside down.
Right.
Turn on your candle, and then just pop it back in again.
I love it. Brand new today, and it's flying, absolutely flying. FO3682, and it doesn't look like MDF. That's the thing. It just looks like a beautiful ornamental candle holder that you could spend a fortune for in a designer store.
Yeah, I reckon you would probably pay a good £30–40 for that in a shop.
Yeah.
So,
and it's got a real designer edge to it. It's got a designer look.
And the thing is that you can paint it to whichever colour scheme you want. So, you know, the fact is that you can customise it and make it. I mean, even as a gift, this would be a great idea.
Well, I was
to do
thinking
somebody
that.
For a gift, like a wedding gift or something.
Yeah, I'm struggling with gifts for a few people.
Yeah, so many people nowadays have got, they've already got houses, you know, if they're moving in, you know, they get married and they're moving in together and things. They've probably already lived together for the last 8 years, so they've got all the stuff that they want. So, you know, things like this, just an ideal way of doing it, and it's been personalised by you.
Perfect. If you've got a mobile home and you want to take it with you, if you're going out on the mobile home and you're eating outside under the stars, in the middle of a little kind of picnic table, they'd look fantastic as well. Half the stock of this brand new large one has now gone. For those of you that bought them last time, when we had the smaller ones that sold out, then treat yourself to this one. It's brand new. Go for a few. Some of you are going for 2s and 3s and so on. At $16.99, you can make and sell. Leona's more than happy for you to make and sell FO3682. Now, the night lights. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to choose between. We'll do the bendable one. Yes, bendable MDF. How does that work? We'll show you soon. We'll do that last. Let's do the dinosaur first of all. There he is. Look at this. Now, all you've got to do is put some tiny lights in there. I know Carnation do them.
So
We've probably got them on our website.
These ones, they actually come with the fairy lights.
Oh, they come with them?
Yep. So you get your fairy light with it as well.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
You've got...
Now, $11.99 is not the price. I didn't realise the lights came with it. I just thought you just got the MDF.
No, they
lights
all come with the lights. So they're all battery-operated little fairy lights that come with it. If I open this one up, because I actually can't remember how many layers there is to it, I think there's 6. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of MDF that go together to make your little dinosaur.
Is it only $11.99?
Yeah.
That's not the final price. It's going to be lower. And with these lights, by the way, there's a little box on the back of the MDF. You push the button and you can turn it off and on, or you can get it to flash. So if you want a happy dinosaur flashing merrily, or you can just have it on static like that. How cool is that? Love it.
So and each set that you get, whether it's the koala, there's a dinosaur, and there's an owl. So if you choose whichever set you get, you will get a picture. Now it may not be, the picture may not correlate exactly to the animal that you've got, but it does have pictures on the bottom of how to layer it up. Now obviously that's how it's designed. You are building it and you are painting it and you are decorating it, so you can do whatever you want with it. So if you don't want it in the particular order that we've suggested, then you can make it whichever order that you want it to be. You can split it apart and make 2 out of it if that's how you want to do it.
You could do your dinosaur in your favourite football colours.
You absolutely could, and I was so tempted to do that, but I couldn't think. I was like, I don't want to do white, because painting white on MDF is a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, so you can absolutely paint it whichever colours that you want to.
Now, it could be that it's going to be a Father's Day gift. Maybe Dad's obsessed with dinosaurs. I don't know many children that are not obsessed with dinosaurs. He's a happy little chappy as well. He's not at all scary. But isn't it brilliant? $8.99.
I know when my kids were growing up, they were obsessed with dinosaurs. Absolutely. Well, the 2 boys were. They were absolutely obsessed with anything to do with dinosaurs.
Can you see why I didn't think you'd get the lights with this? Because in the days when I went out to a supermarket to buy the rice lights that you're getting with this, they were like £5.
Yeah.
Just for a string of rice lights. You're getting that with the MDF for $8.99?
Yeah, so you've got your little nightlight, your little fairy lights that come like this. And then each one should have a little piece of card or a piece of plastic that just pops out, and that just separates it. And then you can have it flashing, or you can have it slower flashing, or you can have it solid, and then the next one should be off. So you can, and then you can actually unwind it, and I think there's about 2 meters of lights in this. So you can actually position it on the back so that it shines through the holes, and just put a bit of hot glue or something on the back to hold it in place.
Isn't that great? Well, the value is off the charts. And again, if you wanted to, maybe at a local fair or something like that, sell these, you could sell one of those for $19.99.
Yes. Yeah,
easily.
And
Double
then
your money.
if you want to, Laura's just asking, can you replace the batteries? Yes, you can, if I can get it open.
Are they the little
Pop
disc
that open
batteries?
and you've got your 3 little kind of watch batteries, I would say.
Right.
That you'll be able to get anywhere. any
Perfect.
shop, and it should tell you on there what the size.
Okay, so that's your dinosaur.
That's
OZ 3681. OZ 3681 is a product code if you want your dinosaur. Next one, the owl over there. Okay, now the owl again will come with rice lights. Let me just bring it around to the front. There we go. Look at him, he's adorable. Now, if you want him in green and purple, you can paint him whatever colour you wish. Again, there's multiple layers. If I turn it around, you can see the layers. And the lights just go on the back there. A little bit of hot glue will stick it in place. But look, you position it so cleverly, so all the lights are lined up with the holes in the MDF.
Yes, so Laura, who's actually just, Louise, has just come back from her honeymoon, and she's painted these before she went. And we've actually had these in the office for weeks and weeks. So she was super, super organised and got them done and painted and back to me within like 3 days. It was so quick. I've got a picture on the front that shows you 2 different variations. You will get 1 owl per pack. So if you order 2, you'll get 2. If you order 3, you'll get 3, blah, blah. But all we've done is I've given you both pictures on the front just to show you different variations of styles and designs to paint. Exactly the same as the dinosaur. You've got 6 layers. And again, on the back of this one, I've got the picture that shows you how to assemble the layers. Again, if you want to change that up and do it differently, they all will line up together. So however you want to position it is completely up to you.
I cannot get over the value. If it was £18.99, I think that would be good, but £8.99 with the lights included as well. That is GZ3624, but he's great, isn't he? He looks like he's at the fairground.
And you can also as well, so if you decide that you don't want the battery operated ones on it and you've got some, Christmas tree lights hanging around, you can put them in and then plug it in, and then that way you've got a permanent night light. It's completely up to you, obviously. If you don't want to put the lights in it, then don't put the lights in it and use them for something else.
In a nursery, or maybe as a little mascot.
Can you imagine on a little wall, on a little like bookshelf thing with a couple of children's books up there, and then a few little night lights beside it would just be so cute.
Okay, so many of you multi-buying. Remember, if you've already ordered something today, the phone call is free. There's no more P&P for you to pay. It's $3.95 capped for the whole day's orders from midnight last night to midnight tonight. So you could order away, not worrying about the delivery costs at all. GZ3624 if you want the owl. That's the second one. Then we've got the koala.
I think this one's my favourite. I think the koala's probably my favourite one.
He's asleep. He's absolutely adorable. Oh, wow.
But that's the thing. That one's painted grey. But you could paint it pinks and blues and purples and, to whatever to suit your child's room. Now, this one I'm going to show you. I've opened it up. And we've got all your pieces all kind of lined up here. So this part here I've left in situ. Simply so, you can pop that bit out and that becomes the face.
Right.
But the detail is in this section. So all of these little parts will just pop through. So if we pop that out, then use them on this part. So that you then add the nose and things so that the face is there. It's not, don't leave that bit. Well, if you want to leave that bit in, you can do. I just had a message from a customer who's just ordered trees that we've had on Hobbymaker quite a while ago, and she actually wants me to keep the inserts in it. She likes it with the insert in it.
Fair enough.
So if that's how you want to do it, absolutely, it's your item. Once you get it, you do what you want with it.
20% of this went in about 30 seconds of having it on the air, and loads more if you're putting it in your baskets. Just imagine a newborn. If you've got maybe a new baby in the family or a friend of yours that's expecting.
Imagine if you're doing like a little gift basket or something for a new baby. How cute would that be, having that in there?
Third gum?
Because we had gift baskets on the last show that did really, really well. And we had a little cot gift basket.
Yeah.
Yes, so that is still on the Hobbymaker website. So if you want to do, you can also go and get that and then put the koala in it.
Nearly
How
half
cute
the
would that
stock's
be?
gone. Susan in Devon's gone for 2. Lots of you are loving this. There he is, the fast asleep koala, $8.99. KI3601. Yeah, new baby gift, nursery gift. I remember when I was young, I hated the dark at night. I needed to have like the door slightly open or some sort of light in the room somewhere. This would be perfect. It's not a bright light, but it's just going to give you, and it kind of illuminates the character. You can see it.
Yeah, and it's not so bright that it's going to keep someone awake at night. And obviously, if you don't want it, you can change it for different lights. You can not put lights in it. It's completely up to you.
Okay, so that is our koala, $8.99. He's in the lead at the moment. He's probably going to be the first one to go. Single figure stock of the koala. We might be able to get more stock, but it will probably be on a delayed dispatch of maybe a week or something like that. And that will be in the later show, probably a bit at 5 o'clock. And we've got an extra show of Glitzcraft with Leona today because our first Carnation show completely went. So we've got 3 shows of Leona today. Next we've got, now this is not necessarily for the kids. This is perhaps maybe for an adult or a teenager to enjoy. This is your mountain nightlight. And again, you've got the wigwam in there, you've got the trees, you've got the deer and the stag there as well. You could actually make this into a Christmas ornament. If you
really could, yeah. I mean, the thing with this one is you could paint it in any kind of style. So if you usually have, like, I tend to rotate sometimes between my Christmas decorations. So sometimes it's like blue and silver, other times it's pink. I think my last lot was navy and gold.
Okay.
So
you're more contemporary Christmas.
Also kind of paint it then to suit whichever decorations and things that you're going to put out. But it looks like there's one thing I do want to point out with this one, because it's a little bit maybe confusing for some people. You might look at it and think, oh, okay, what have I got? And it's really, really simple to put together. It's so, so simple. So all these little pieces will all just either pop out, fall out whenever you get it. So if I just kind of tap it, you can see that there's your main, the front, the back.
Yeah.
These pieces become your sides. So if I turn that way, you can see these pieces become your sides. But once you've popped all those little pieces out, you're left, ignore these ones, those ones pop out and that's your sides as well.
Okay.
You're left, if your camera can zoom kind of in, you've got all these teeny tiny little triangles.
Are they trees?
No. If you glue them together like a stack, so you've got a whole stack of the triangles about yay size.
Right.
If you look, Dave, at the top of that one, you've got a channel on the top of each of the mountains.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
They glue in there.
Oh, right.
To finish it off.
Okay.
So Leslie, who painted this one, hasn't used them, but I just wanted to point out you have the option, yes.
They fit like the little V.
So you're basically making a little, imagine you've got like a stack of 2p pieces type thing.
Yeah.
So you're making a little stack of them, glue them all together, and they will just slot in and fill in that little triangle at the top so that you've not got a kind of divot type thing.
Okay.
So again, you can use them, you can choose not to use them, it's completely up to you. You can pop them aside and use them for something else if you want to, you know, whatever you want to do.
Under £10 for your mountain range nightlight. Amazing value for money. And remember, maybe you've gone for all the night lights, you've gone for the battery operated candle holders that we showed you at the start of the show. 1p&p to get all of that delivered. And MDF weighs a bit, just 1p&p of £3.95. That's the way we roll here at Hobby Maker every single day.
It definitely does weigh a bit. And I know that some of your parcels, when you get them, weigh a ton.
Do you ship to the US yet?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Ship to the US.
I wasn't sure.
Yes,
Glitzcraft will ship to America. So if you're watching us in the USA, your shipping and handling is just $12.95 from
And
midnight
believe me,
to
that
midnight.
is a huge bargain if you're getting MDF.
Absolutely.
Because I know there's been a few issues where we've had to ship outside of the courier because of a couple of issues, and it's cost me £30 odd to ship it, and the customers only paid 12. So it's a huge, huge value.
$12.95 if you're in the USA, and you can order as many things today as you like from Glitzcraft. Now, the one that's bendable, I had to ask you about this. When we had a little get-together upstairs, I thought, bendable MDF, how can a solid wood be bendable? This is the bendable one. Now, what if I just turn it, you can see on the corners, now it makes sense. There's tiny little cuts, but it's still attached. So that is what gives it its flexibility.
Yes, and I looking at that, I think it looks like one of those kind of retro old kind
radios.
of TV or radios that you used to get years and years ago. I, once upon a time, had one that was a radio like that, and it was one of those ones you had to turn on and wait for it to warm up before it started playing.
That'd be worth a fortune now. If you
do you know, I don't even know where it is. I'm sure it must be in one of my aunt's lofts somewhere. Right. So with this, again, you get the lights, but if we just want to show, this is the bendable MDF, right? So there's your straight piece of MDF, and it bends. It's so fun.
You think it will snap, but it doesn't.
No, it's really, really bendy.
Wow.
Obviously, you don't want to bend it and be really rough with it too hard, simply because I don't know how much bendability, if that is a word. Yeah. Don't like double it back on itself because it probably will snap. So basically, all you're doing is you're lining up your pieces. Now, this is another one that you can layer it whichever way you want.
Yeah.
So if you want to have the deer in behind the trees, if you want to have it like so, where you've got like that, You've got the mountains kind of poking
keep playing with it until you're happy with the way it looks.
So paint it up, whichever colours you want, and then you can layer it whichever way you want.
I like having a deer at the front, I must admit.
Once you've got all painted, then it is just, now this does take, let me get my glasses on so I can actually see what I'm doing. Yes, I did actually get halfway here and realise that I hadn't brought my glasses with me. So that was a quick trip down to Sainsbury's
to the supermarket
to get some to get some glasses so that I could actually see what I'm doing in the show. Otherwise, I'd be half blind. So all we're doing now, the two pieces that you get with this that have the bendable part are exactly the same. So it doesn't matter which way you put them. And again, with the layers, it doesn't matter which way you put that either. So if I won't build the whole thing because I'm pretty sure you get the idea, but let's just get a couple in place. So what I would probably do is, where's my other one? The two pieces here join together. Let's get them the right way around so that you've got one big long piece, right? Once you've got that, then we can start doing your layers.
It's like a theatre.
It's just, I know, it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
The thing is, and it's got the holes as well for you to pop the fairy lights through.
Yeah.
So if you decide that you want to put, and the fairy lights do come with it, so it's another one that's included in the fairy lights. There we go. So we've got all the pieces there, and then we're just going to lift that up and then just kind of play around with it. It might take a little bit of a wiggle. Let's go sideways so I can actually see. This is the problem when you're only 5 foot and trying to look over the top. Right, so we're just, right, and then the top fits in. I've not got it all the way in, but
we get the idea.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
That bit will come over and it all just wraps. And
That's
then
amazing.
everything will just fit. You may have to just stretch it ever so slightly at the top, but just be gentle with it. Remember that it might snap if you stretch it too hard.
Now, it's an all-round scene. You can get a
you
wintry
can see mine's
scene.
is a bit wonky because I've not got it in place, but you get the idea.
I mean, that could be on the window ledge at Christmas time. It would look fantastic as a Christmas ornament, or you can make it more kind of summery if you want to. It's up to you how you paint it, what colours you use, but it's going to come with the little strip lights as well, the LED lights.
I just think it's so funny, the fact that you can just bend
Bendable,
it.
yeah, bendable MDF. Bend it like Leona.
Yeah, get it just so you can see it, because it's one of those things that you don't see that often is wood that you can actually bend.
I know. £10.99 is your price for this. Size-wise, it's got to be about, what, about 7 inches square?
Yeah, I would say probably about 7 inches. I don't have a
Half-stock gone.
ruler with me, but yeah, probably around that.
Many of you going for 2, actually. Kim in Cornwall's gone for 2. So's Bob and Jacqueline. So's Crafter in Bristol. So
I'm going to say hi to Bob and Jacqueline. They're one of my very regular customers on Hobby Maker. They buy from my shows all the time. So
yeah, we see Bob and Jacqueline's names on our screens
Yes,
every day. Brilliant. Okay, so if you fancy making these to sell, you can do that. Making these for your own home, one for you.
I think as well, doing like different colours on them. So do like one that's like a blue and a silver kind of theme, and then one that's pink. I've actually loved doing pink and silver, pink and white kind of Christmas cards and things. So you could have a whole range of them. If you're doing a craft show, have a whole range of different colours of them, and then people can pick and choose which colours that they like.
And again, I reckon you could easily sell that once you've made it and decorated it, maybe for £25.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Maybe even more. So KP3606, it's only £10.99. The value is off the charts. Almost down now to single figure stock on this. If it's back at 5, it will be on extended dispatch, which means you have to wait a little bit of time to get it. If you order it right now, it will be dispatched straight away. They're already cut, ready to go.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a big boxes of them back at the office all waiting.
KP3606. Great fun. Now, we've got the Dragonfly. Let's do the mica paste first of all, because these are interference mica pastes. What does that mean? What's an interference mica paste? When you use it, the mica that's actually been put into this paste appears to be one colour, but when you put it down and you look at it in different light or walk past it at different angles, a different colour appears.
Yes.
How cool is this?
I know. And the thing was, when we got the mica paste, or we don't get the mica paste, we got the mica colours, the powder in, we actually didn't know it did this until we mixed it up. And I have to say that the one that looks kind of grey, silvery colour, when we made that, we were like, oh yeah, it's silver, until it dried. and then it looks gold.
Really?
Yes, so you've got some samples somewhere beside you, Dave, that should have a whole bunch of samples made with the pastes. I think maybe down the very end of,
These?
yes.
Okay.
So, and that should have some of the different colours on it.
Is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So that paste that you can see on the black one is white.
What?
When it's in the pot and when you put it onto white card, it's white. So if I'm going to walk over beside you for a second just to grab. Let's find one that's got the white on it, unless it's not here. Maybe it's not here. That kind of there.
Okay.
Is there should be another one, I think.
That's the white.
If not, I'll do a demo with it
in different
now.
light.
That is, and then you put it on the black, and it goes bright pink.
Wow. I mean, I can see pink now.
You can see a bit of a shade of pink to it.
Yeah, there it is.
So obviously that's got the mixture of the glitter paste and some of the mica paste. The top part you can see is kind of...
There's the grey.
Yeah.
As you said, goes
and then
gold.
it looks silver, but then you turn it one way to the light and all of a sudden it changes and becomes a totally different colour.
Wow.
So yeah, it was kind of fun when we got these and we were like, oh,
now you're going to get four. You're going to get 4 different colourways. You're going to get your mint green, you're going to get your pale blue, you're going to get your white, and you're going to get your grey. But they all change colour depending on what type of cardstock or surface you put them on, and in different light.
Yes. So like I said, the silver is... My silver actually doesn't have a label on the top because mine was like the very first one that was made. Yours will all have, they will all have labels on the top that tell you, and it will say gold, silver. Now the reason it says gold, silver is because it looks silver in the pot, but it will, in light, different lights look gold. So I've got one of the stencils here.
I've got the stencils coming up next, by the way, as well. So
yes. So this is the white. If you can see it, doesn't really look very, just looks like a kind of white with a slightly pinky tinge to it.
Yeah.
So if I take a scoop of that and you apply it exactly the same way you would apply my glitter pastes, and it dries exactly the same way. All you're doing is just spreading it across the top and filling it in. So I won't do the whole thing, but I'll just give you, oh, hang on, as I throw the spatula around the place. So I won't do the whole thing because I really want you to see it on a different colour. Right, so lift that one off. And then if I can see, and it's difficult to see because it's white on white. You can kind of just make out.
I can see it with I can see the pink.
Can you see pink off it?
Yeah,
can you? So it's got a kind of white with a tiny little bit of pink, but wait till you see it. So different stencil, but the exact same paste. Yep. There we go. Pop that down. Now, I'm going to be slightly off the page, so that's fine. We'll just try not to get it all over the desk. Otherwise, I'll be covering everything in
Half the stock on this bundle is gone. You're loving it.
So, and I'm also, because it's on the front of a notebook, this one, I actually did go to a place yesterday to go and get some black cards and then left them in the boot of the car. So they're out in the car park.
Okay.
But at least we've got this to show you. So again, exactly the same colour. You ready?
Yeah.
Can you,
you can see
it?
the pink already. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me just spread that over the top.
So if you did it on craft card, would it look different again?
It will probably look different again. Same if you do it on like navy cards. So it's going to have varying degrees depending on what you do it onto.
And these pastes are super smooth as well. There's no grit in them. Or
yeah,
there's
no grit. And I also would say with these pastes, unlike the glitter pastes, I would potentially not heat dry it. Simply because when I tried it in the office and I heat dried it, it kind of bubbled a little bit. So I would be tempted just to let it dry.
Naturally.
Now, when that dries, we'll come back and show that in a minute, but I don't know whether you can catch. See, it's already going slightly purpley pink. Can you see it?
The more it dries, the more pinky it will
yes,
become.
When it dries fully, we'll come back and show you at the end.
Okay, well, we'll do that before 3 o'clock and show you exactly how good it is. But if you want all 4 of these, you've got the green, the blue, the white and the grey.
Now there's
3/4 gone now.
Here's an interesting thing I can show you on this one, right? So you can see inside the pot, if we can zoom in, you can see kind of dirty kind of grey colour, I would say. It's not the most appealing, I have to say. But if you can see where it's dried on the lid, can you see?
Gold.
It's gold. It's gold.
So it's grey and gold in different light.
So, yeah, it's just one of those weird things that we did not know was going to happen when we got the mica pastes in.
Well, the body on that dragonfly, look, you can see is grey at the moment, but then where's the gold come from?
See, it goes gold. So it just depends which way you look at it.
And that one up there is a hue of pink. It doesn't come across on camera that well, but when you're looking at it with your own eyes, you can really see it. And on black, that looks really, really purpley.
Yeah, so you should have, hopefully, beside you, you should have a sample of it on black. There you go.
There you go, look.
Because that's when it dries, that's what it's going to look like.
That's the white on black.
That is the exact same white that I've got on there. So if I bring that over, Dave, and then when that dries,
actually, you can
it's
see
going
it
to
now.
go.
It's as it's drying.
So there's nothing else that we've added to that. That is simply the paste been put down onto black.
So, brilliant.
And
Absolutely
I didn't actually
brilliant.
know this. I honestly didn't know this till I sent these out to the design team to make the samples. And they were like, what is purple?
I'll give that back to you. And then before 3, we'll show that to you dry and you'll see the
hopefully
difference.
once that dries, it will take a few minutes to dry because I don't want to heat dry it. I don't want it to bubble up.
Okay, we've got a couple of these left and that's it. Keep checking out for those. The Interference Micas are brand new. And the Dragonfly stencils that we used in that demonstration, these are brilliant and the price is incredible. The saving is amazing. Now, $19.99 for 4, so that's £5 per stencil is really, really good. But we're not asking for that this afternoon. CB3612, we're going to take it down to $10.99 for all 4 stencils. You've got the big dragonfly, you've got the beautiful floral, you've then also got your flitting dragonflies, and then down the bottom here, I love this, quite abstract.
Kind of an abstract one, yeah. So we've got a few samples beside you as well, Dave, if you want to flick through some cards that have got all the different samples and things. So you've got the orchid, you've got the abstract.
Hang on, is that one of the interference pastes?
Yes, so that's the abstract. That'll be the...
Is that the green?
The greeny one,
greeny
I think.
one.
Now, don't take that for gospel, because to be honest, I actually haven't even had time to play with these myself.
Okay. Look at these stencils. They are brilliant, aren't they? There's your big dragonfly. Oh, well, that's a really unusual technique. Very nice, very different. Using the abstract one as a background.
Yep, so remember with stencils, you don't have to use them just with other stencils. You can get your stamps and things out as well.
Now, this is again using the interference.
Again, that's your interference pastes.
Look at that.
So you just get totally different effects doing it onto different coloured cards.
This is brilliant. Now, a third of the stock on these stencils has gone. Everybody loves butterflies and dragonflies. You've got the large one, you've got the slightly smaller ones that are just kind of flitting here, there and everywhere.
And the good thing with the stencils is that you can make them suit whatever size card that you want to make. So that one is a 5x7 stencil, but you mat and layer it, put it onto a bigger one, and there you go.
And they're brilliant, actually. Those Interference Mica paints or pastes are brilliant for dragonflies because their wings very often change colour.
Absolutely,
anyway,
and the good thing with the pastes, the mica paste as well, is that if you are so inclined, you can paint with them. So put it onto a paintbrush. So say you're stamping an image and you want just maybe the outside wings, like you say a butterfly, something like that, and you just want maybe a little bit of the mica paste around the edge, then you can get your paintbrush out and just do a little bit of paint around the sides, and you will be able to get that glimmer and that kind of shimmer and the change in colour that even I don't know about yet.
Well, it's CB3612. If you want to get hold of the 4 stencils today, $10.99 for 4 is ridiculously good value for money. Free phone number if you want to call the call centre or order on our app that's free to download from your app provider, or order on our website as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, now we've got a craft kit in the show. Let's quickly show you this. Now, this is something that Leona's put together, and we don't do things like this very often. I think it's a really, really clever concept because it's like a beginner's kit or a starter kit with so much included. Talk us around this, Leona, if you could.
So on this one, it says you've got 100-piece rhinestones, which are already pre-glued, so they've already got the sticky on it. It's actually not. There's actually over 100 pieces. And just to show you what you can do with it is I took my plain old little glue bottle and put them all around my glue bottle. So now I've got a little...
Well, that could be on your mobile phone case, couldn't it?
Literally anything that you want, you can stick them on. So they come, let me just hold them, and then hang on, let me get glasses on so we can actually see what I'm doing
Are they
with
on
my fingers.
strips?
And then they are on strips.
So you could put them on a collar
Yes.
of a blouse or
so
a shirt
you
or something.
can literally just pull them off and stick them on. So here's like the little tag. Let's see if we can get it to go on. So it's not easy when you're doing this, holding it.
You
There
can put
we
it on your
go.
journals, put them on your journals.
Not quite straight, but you get the idea.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can put it onto anything. You could put them onto, you can also cut them apart. So if you wanted to, you could even take your candles and do one at the top of each side of the candles on the MDF. They are quite sticky, so they do stick really well to pretty much
I love the fact
anything.
they're in strips, or you can trim them down and just use them individually if you want to as
Exactly.
well. So you get over 100 of those just there. Then you've also got these pre-made flowers. Now, are these foam flowers?
They are foam flowers, so, and they're quite a good size. So you
get 50 of those?
you do. You get 50, and if I put them in the palm of my hand, you can see they are actually quite a good size. So imagine if you, again, if you want to, we could take the candle holder that we made earlier. Let me move that over, and you could make. Let me grab just a few. Get some glue on there. Put them around. You could put them around the bottoms. Also, these would be really good if you're making like little flowered headdresses and things. You know, the little hair bands for little kids. Stick them on because they're foam. They're so light. So you get 5 different colours. You get 10 of each. There's white, there's cream, there's blue, there's pink, and there is purple.
Okay.
So 50 of the foam flowers.
Then you get your finger daubers. Now you've
Yes.
got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of those. Yeah.
10 finger daubers. Now you may get slightly different colours. I've got 2 different colours going on. So there's yellow ones and there's pink ones. So it's just going to be jackpot,
Random.
potluck, whichever one you get. Probably 90% of you will get pink. And then a few will get the yellow ones.
Okay.
You also then get a 6-metre double-sided tape runner, which is that little mini tape runner.
That's so
So
cute.
it's a lovely little size.
Yeah, it is.
So I've got one here again, just to show you. It's just so cute, the size of it.
And it's got 6 metres of adhesive in it.
Yeah, I believe, let me just
Yeah, it
double
is.
check that, but I
Is it on
think
the
it
front?
does. Yeah, it
Yeah.
does, 6 metres. So it's 6 millimetres in width. And then all you do with this one is, it's got a little lid as well, so a little cover.
Yeah.
Pop that off, pop it down, run it back.
So it's like a Diddy version of the
And it's
larger ones
sticky.
that we used to see.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. So you get one of those.
Yeah.
You also get a white highlight pen, which is really good
Really
for anything. It literally will go on anything. So you can do MDF with it. So let's take.
I know lots of Santanglers use white gel pens all the time, so
Let me
really handy
pop
for that.
the inside of the little koala out. So, oh, hang on, let me get it running. There we go. So you can do, I know it's really difficult to see, but you can see it on the top.
And also with the gel pens, a top tip from my point of view is don't press too hard, just the lightest of movements with it. Otherwise you can actually kind of stop the ball from going round.
Yes, and
Yeah.
we can see on the notepad, we're getting pinker. Can we see? We're getting,
There we are.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
getting pinker. So you can then even just do some little dots and little dashes.
Leona, the
around the
mica
edges.
pastes have gone.
Have they?
Sold out. Congratulations if you got the Interference Mica pastes out of here.
Good news is, not for the next show, but for next month, I've got about another 8 new colours coming soon.
Oh, okay.
So we will have new colours as well as some of the old ones, hopefully, if we can get stock back of the pastes. So you get one of the white highlight pens
Yeah.
before we get sidetracked. You also, if you get these coloured pens in your pack, you'll see, now you might get slightly different colours. You might get a pink one and a blue one or a white one and a yellow one. These are actually glue pens.
Oh,
So, again, you can write, you can draw, you can do whatever you want. So if you want to write your name in it, let me just make sure that's running. The good thing about it is, I know it's really difficult to see on there, is it actually, if I do, can you see a dot? If I
Yeah.
do the dot, can you see that?
See it
How
in
it's
pink?
pink?
Yep.
That will dry white. So it will dry clear, which means that it's good for the fact that you can actually see where you're putting the glue. Because
Exactly.
there's nothing worse, and I do it when I'm doing demonstrations at like the NEC and things. I have a big double layer stencil that we've had on the show many, many times, and it's the deer with the tree. And I will go around the edge of it with my glue pen and then sprinkle a little bit of loose glitter around the edge. But the problem is, by the time you get halfway around it, you can't see it.
no, because the glue's gone
So
clear.
because the glue's dried. So at least this way, it's pink, or it's green, or it's blue, or whichever colour that you get.
So
And
not
it is,
only-
again, you get 2 of those.
Not only for glitter, but you could also use it for foiling as well.
Absolutely,
You could
anything
foil
like
your
that,
signature,
yeah.
something like that.
And
So-
then you get 2 of those. And then
That's
we're not done, you get 25 sheets of patterned cards.
Oh wow, that
which
comes with it too.
Stunning. It's very smooth, so it's got a really nice, smooth, glossy finish. You can see, so you've got your star background, so you've got 4 or 5 sheets of each one. So you can see how it's all different gradients of colour. Then we've got a kind of plain one. Then we've got your almost like a kind of mermaid kind of tail,
yeah.
kind of fish scales. Again, same thing, but different versions. Look at the colours.
And how many sheets of that do you get? 25?
25 sheets, as well as your finger daubers, your glue pens, your foam flowers, your rhinestones, your tape runner, and whatever else.
Okay, now that $29.42 is a blooming good price for that, but that is not your price. If you fancy going for that with all of this, if you've got like a few people that craft together, this is going to be perfect because you can all share what's in here. $21.99 for the lot, the whole lot, all the flowers, the finger daubers, the gel pens, the glue pens, the cardstock, and the rhinestones, and the cutest tape pen I've ever seen. VB3620. VB3620 gets you the lot. And remember, you've already, I'm sure, bought something today from us from 1 o'clock because we've had such a busy afternoon already. No more P&P for you if you've already paid it. $3.95 for the whole day's orders, no matter how many things you've bought, and delivered to your door direct from Glitzcraft. What a deal. Free phone number if you want to call us. Also, you can order on the website as well. Loads of you coming through right now for it. Hello to John in Hampshire.
25 sheets, and it's not thin. It is not, you can hear, it is thick. It's a good, I would say, it's a good 220, 240 GSM.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It is a good weight to it. It's not
a coated
paper,
cardstock.
it is coated, it's smooth coated, so you can do all your inking and things on there as well. And like I said, 25 sheets of that card.
I mean, let's say you're paying, say, $12.99 for the cardstock, which would not be unrealistic, about 50p a sheet. You're only paying then about £9 for the rest of it.
Yeah, and
let's
say your white gel pens and your glue pens are they retail at £3 each.
Right.
So there's your cost for that right away.
Absolutely.
And then you've got your rhinestones, your tape runner, and your foam flowers, your finger daubers, all completely free.
And those foam flowers look so realistic. They look just like fantastic roses. So very, very special. I've not seen any flowers like that before.
No, they're really pretty, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
When they came through, I was like, ah. And the thing is, they're really light, which means that if you're going to a craft class, anything like that, they're not going to weigh you down. You don't need to, be dragging bags behind you for the next, week.
Now, nearly 20% of the entire stock has gone. Loads of you coming through and putting it in your baskets right now. We've had a really busy this hour, and we're going to have an even busier afternoon into the evening. I'm with you till 5. Nigel's here in the next hour, some nice crafting, and we're going to almost connect the next hour with the 4 o'clock show, which is, of course, the Himi gouache paints, because they're going to work together so well with what Nigel's got up his sleeve at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's in about 10 minutes. But if you want this collection today or anything else from Glitzcraft that hasn't sold out, have a look on the website. We've got another bundle to show you before we end the show.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah. And we've got the rose stencils, and it comes with a bundle of your glitter frosting paste in different colours. You've got a lilac, a magenta, and a light green, and you get these 3 stencils as well. Look at these. IE3618. And this glitter paste is really what you're most famous for.
It is, yes. If anybody knows Glitzcraft, you know that we are known for our glitter paste. It's chock full of glitter. It is a clear paste. It's a white paste in the jar, but when you use it, it will dry clear, so you're left only with the glitter. It spreads really, really easily. It dries super quick. It dries in about 4 minutes. You can also heat dry it with your heat gun or heat tool, so if you are in a rush and you want to make a card really quickly, then you can do that. I can do a demo if we've got time, or we can...
Yeah.
Right.
Got a good, 5 minutes or so?
The only thing is, I forgot to bring my glitter paste, so we're going to have to steal some from you, Dave.
Borrow mine. There you go.
I forgot to bring mine.
While you're getting ready, let me just show you some finished cards that I've got here as well. You can have the whole lot for $17.99. And look at that stencil and look at that amazing finished card. Isn't it beautiful? With your standard inks, or if you want to use your paste, of course, as well. That's what's been used on here, the glitter paste on that, congratulations. But you've got Thinking of You with the roses. You've got these beautiful rose bouquets or rose strip that you've got there as well. Those 3, plus the 3 glitter pastes for just £17.99. That's a discount of around about a £5 off, which is more than paid for your P&P for the whole day as well. IE3618. Okay, over to you.
So, with your stencil. You want to get it taped all the way around. So all 4 sides taped. And then we can take, you can see how glittery it is, and you need about a pea-size amount, I would say. Now, if you want to do your leaves one colour, your flowers a different colour, so on and so on, that's perfectly fine. I'm going to go kind of rainbow today. And all I'm going to do is just spread that over the top, pop the extra back in, and then we'll move on.
And as that dries, it gets even more vibrant, doesn't it?
It does, it does. It goes ever so slightly darker, and it also will go much, much, much more glittery than what you're seeing here. So the good thing with the glitter paste, super quick drying. It can go on pretty much any surface. So you can put it onto wood, plastic, metal, mirror, glass, leather, slate, pretty much anything that you can think of. So just spread that over the top. So my talkback mic has just gone. So if anybody needs to speak to me, you'll just have to shout, Dave, sorry.
Mine's gone too, don't worry about it. I think we've been turned off.
There we go. There we are. And then flip that back, and we can just keep spreading over the top. And then when you're done, how quick and easy was that? Is pull that off, and that's it done.
Look at that.
How quick was that?
Isn't that brilliant?
So when that dries, it's going to get even more glittery, even more sparkly. I haven't brought my heat gun today.
Now 20% of this kit has gone as well. I mean, to get 3 tubs and a large tub of the, is it magenta?
Yes,
Yeah.
we've got magenta, we've got lilac, and we've got light green.
And you get the 3 stencils as well.
On that one again, we're back to show you how that
That's now dry.
We haven't done it yet. So that's it now, completely dry. So about 5-10 minutes maybe. I don't even think it's as long as 10 minutes.
No.
About 5 minutes probably to dry, but you can see how it totally changes colour.
That was the Interferance Micas. We will get that
yes.
back next time that Leona's here. Now, we've got literally about 5 minutes left on the show. Now, we have got the stamp and stencil sets for you available as well. We've got 2. We've got the flower faces and the window flowers. Okay, so we've got those 2 to show you first of all. Now, these are genius because you're actually going to get, as you see here, stamps and stencils. Now the stencil's going to allow you to actually accent and highlight different parts of what you stamped. So for example here on this one it shows you, you can stamp the flower but then you can put the stencil over the top of it and then use your glitter paste to actually highlight the tips of the petals. So that's what those stencils do. It gives you, there we go, if I just hold the stencils up, I mean there they are, stencils are in there. So there's the stamps. There's the stencils, and you've got little cutaway detail in the stencils that will allow you then to add the flecking around the tops of the petals, all that sort of thing. So you get all of that in there, stamps and stencils combined. So you've got loads. You get 24 stamps in total, and you get the 2 stencils as well. So you can, with the stencils, you can accent the butterflies and that sort of thing, can't you?
Yes, so they all come in different stamps, and obviously with stamps and things, the good thing about them is you can mix and match them. So you don't have to just stick with one set. If you're getting both sets anyway, so you can pull a butterfly from one, a flower from another, and just make your card that way.
I mean, look, so the stencil's giving you all that detail around the edge of the tips of the petals. Now this is a great price to get the 2 stencils and to get the 2 stamp sets. Great price at £15 each, £29.99. Look at what we can do today if you're quick. Get both for £16.99, £8.50 each, and you've got some lovely verses and sentiments in there. You've got best wishes, never forget how beautiful you are. We're limited stock if you want those. Stencils and stamps, all included. And you don't have to use the glitter paste with the stencils. You can use
No, that's
inks,
it.
that
I mean,
sort of thing.
the thing is, you can use the stencil and just do little bits of highlights here and there. You can colour them. So if you want to, you can stamp it, colour it, then put your stencil down, or just leave it black. You know, if you want to stamp it in black or stamp it in blue, stamp it in red, whatever you want to do,
Half stock
stamp
gone.
it. Then you can put your highlight stencil over the top and just highlight various bits and pieces. You don't have to use the glitter pastes. If you want to just colour it or stamp it, you know, just get your pro markers or your tri-blends, all that kind of pens and things out. That's fine if that's how you want to do it. You don't have to use the stencil at all. You can just put it away and leave it and just use the stamps. Completely up to you.
Before we end the show, I've got to show you the other 2 as well, because if you love those first 2, you're going to love them. So these are the Fuchsia Bell and the Japanese Garden. And again, you've got all of your stamps and you've got your stencils there as well. But look at the sort of thing you can do. Look at those bluebells So you've got the stamp to stamp out the bluebells and the stalks and everything and all the foliage, but then you've got the stencil that will allow you to put your glitter paste through just to colour the bluebells. Brilliant.
And the good thing with the fuchsia and the bell one is they don't come as one big piece. They come as separate pieces. So you can actually build your own fuchsia. So if you want to have, it wider instead of taller, you can do that. You don't have to just stick with one flower and that's it. You've got various little bits and pieces. You've got various little leaves and things that you can actually build and stack to make your own.
Look at that one. Look at that. So all the fuchsias have been accented because you've got the stencil that puts all the paste in exactly the right place.
If I'm not mistaken, that one's got the mica paste on it as well.
Okay. So look, there you go. Stamps and stencils will match the price that we did the earlier set for as well a couple of minutes ago. £16.99. It's £8.50 per stamp and stencil set, which is ridiculous. GP3638. GP3638 is the product code to give you all of that. Now, everything that we've done in this hour is on the website. Things that have sold out, obviously, will tell you it's sold out. But if you go to the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, have a little look there. You can see what we've just shown you. You can also watch the TV that way as well if you're going out and about and you want to take us with you. You can see the sellouts that we've had already today. It's been a crazy afternoon, so busy. And everything that's still there, you can order after the show's ended, okay? GP3638, £16.99 for your stamps and your stencils. How about that? You can still get some of those fantastic night lights as well, the owl, the sleeping koala, those lanterns, that big, huge candle holder that's brand new today. I think we've still got stock of that. Have we still got stock of the straight-sided 3 candles? Curved ones have gone down the bottom, but the ones just up there at £17.99, the straight ones, they've still got stock at the moment. Leona, what busy show? Back at 5 and 6?
I am back at 5. We'll see what we can restock between now and 5.
Okay, well, still to come, we've got nice crafting on the way and also gouache paints from Himi, all between now and 5. But then, of course, we're here till 8 o'clock. Stick around.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? And Bank Holiday Monday continues. We are having such a busy afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. Maybe you don't watch us during the week normally because you have to work Monday to Friday or whatever, and you're tuning in this afternoon thinking, oh, I'm going to watch this Hobby Maker, see what it's all about. Let me introduce you to Nigel from Nice Crafting.
Hello,
You all right, mate?
hello, Dave. Yeah.
Welcome back. Now, Nigel brings us some amazing stamps, some amazing images, but he also not only brings us stamps, but he also brings us artwork that we can colour in ourselves. Now, we've had something similar to this from Nigel, and whenever he's bought these in the past, they've absolutely flown because the picture this is something that you're very well known for, the buildings and all that sort of thing, telling stories.
Indeed. Yeah, a range of stamps evolved around the common theme of being able to make scene building, street scenes, quirky villages, quirky houses, canals and stuff like that, really.
Yeah, it's telling a story, but we've got the stamps in the show, which we'll get onto a bit later on. But what Nigel has very cleverly done is he's actually printed off onto watercolour card and smooth card images using those stamps. So you've got instant scenes, whether it's a street scene, whether it's a sea scene, whatever it might be. Now, if you go for what's on the screen right now, you're going to get basically 20 sheets, 10 sheets on watercolour card and 10 sheets on smooth cardstock. But these are all brilliant, quirky houses. You've got tugboats, you've got trains, all that sort of thing, of course, as well. But how brilliant are these? So if you want to colour, and in the next show, we've got Himi paints with gouache, with Sharon. This is going to work brilliantly with those paints as well. And I think speaking personally, if I bought paints, watercolour paints, gouache paints, whatever, I tend to think, okay, I've got the paints, but I don't know what to paint now.
What am I going to do? How do I get started?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, these are the perfect way to get started because this is what Sharon and Nigel have done in between shows using what's coming up in the 4 o'clock show. So you've got the outline on gorgeous quality smooth and watercolour card. You can use the gouache that's coming up at 4 o'clock in these, on both types of paper, both types of cardstock, but these are pre-printed on premium quality watercolour card and smooth card, but using the gouache paints Sharon has coloured in this scene. So how beautiful do the two go together?
They do. We've done, I mean, gouache, you'll be able to work on the smooth card equally as well. You could also use alcohol marker if you wanted. This particular set, Dave, I've got a bit of a confession to make because for a little while I've brought the outlines and there have been street scenes and quirky houses. And then when I was going through the computer, I suddenly realised I got an unopened file. When I opened the file, I thought, I remember doing these, and yet we'd done nothing with them. So this is the first outing with Hobby Maker.
Have you got them there that I can
Yes,
flip
I
through?
have, yes,
Okay.
please.
So you're going to get basically 2 of each scene, one on watercolour and one on smooth cardstock. But just look at these scenes, and it's basically like you've taken loads and loads of your stamp sets and created this dockyard scene, this kind of sea scene with the lighthouse in the background there as well. But if you've been looking for something that, rather than a colouring book, which very often is aimed at like the youngsters, if you don't necessarily want to invest in the stamps and colour, these scenes are already done for you and you can have the fun of colouring them in however you wish. You could use your pencils, you could use your alcohol markers, you could use your watercolours, but we deliberately set about using the gouache that's coming up in the 4 o'clock show to show you how beautiful your pictures can be when you're using them. I love these scenes. I love these scenes.
The thing is, I think with the picture of this stamp collections, that it fills in a lot of the gaps. So many times you can buy something that is a steam engine or a boat, but actually all those little bits of architecture, of street furniture, of things that build the scene and finish it, that is where these come into their own.
Absolutely. And I mean, that could be, where's it making you think? I'm thinking of Winchester, maybe York, those sort of historic places.
Yes.
Maybe Chester, that's coming to mind maybe as well. But all this artwork is there for you to colour in however you wish. So it's kind of colouring in for the grown-ups, really.
It's colouring in for the grown-ups. I mean that's very lovely. I mean, again, on there you've got, and it's a point to mention really that when I do events and people come along and they see the big artworks and they say, well, that's really lovely, I'd love to be able to create that. How many stamps have I got to buy to do that? And I said, well, there's actually 4 different stamp sets. So this is how these came about, because it gave people a ready-made solution just to have something to dip their toe in, and then if they really like one or two, they can buy those.
It's brilliant that we've got these two shows back to back, because one complements the other. So you can go for your pre-printed A4 watercolour and smooth card images, and then join us in the 4 o'clock show when Sharon's here to show you how to use the gouache paints from Himi. And later on, I've got another Himi show, which is watercolour, which is going to be in the evening with Hayley and Sharon. But this is beautiful, and the fact it's all done for you, but you have the fun then of colouring it in and painting it. If you're looking at a plain A4 sheet of watercolour card or smooth card, it's daunting. You've got nothing there to get you started, whereas this is giving you the outline, all the perspective is perfect, everything else.
Absolutely. And again, with that one there, you see you've got a cutting line, so there's 2 images on that page.
Yeah. So with your trimmer, easily separate that. And again, when you finish colouring them in, I'm sure you're going to be absolutely delighted with them. Put them in frames, put them on the wall. It's your artwork. You've done it. You've coloured it. Now, already 20% of the stock has gone. You can buy 10 sheets of watercolour on its own. You can buy 10 sheets of smooth on its own. What we've got for you, though, is this one, which is on the screen, which is giving you 20 sheets in total. 10 watercolour, 10 smooth, and you get basically 10 images, but 1 on each type of card.
Yes.
Fantastic. That reminds me of where I come from, like down on the south coast, a pool in Dorset.
Yes.
Down by the quay. It's not, I know, but it looks a bit like it.
And again, this is kind of why I came up with the name, the heritage outlines, because this does reflect fishing and narrowboating and railways and kind of all our heritage, really, that we see. I love all these programs that you see people living on narrowboats, and some great stuff about our country. And
I mean, if you were to buy the stamps to do this, you'd have to first of all buy the cardstock. You'd then have to buy maybe 4 or 5 different stamp sets, probably in total, probably 10 stamp sets. Then you've got to buy the ink to stamp it with, and then the acrylic block. You've got to buy all these things. Now, I know lots of you watching have got all that, but for those of you that haven't, and you want to not necessarily make cards, but you want to do art and you want to colour in and have something that doesn't look kind of cartoony that a kid would do or child would do, but you want something that you could maybe put on the conservatory wall or on the dining room wall or something. These are those sort of images.
The quality of the print is there, the base material is right for it. And again, this is the sort of thing that you could just put in your suitcase and take away on holiday with you quite happily.
And whether you're using gouache, whether you're using watercolour, whether you're using pens, pencils, acrylics, whatever you want to do, this cardstock, the watercolour and the smooth card, is perfect to take all of those mediums perfectly. But you're going to lose yourself in this. You
yes,
really are.
yes.
More and more of you are deciding, yeah, this is something I want to do. This is the sort of art I've been looking for, or the craft I've been wanting to take up. Not necessarily getting colouring books and doing that, because how do you then put that into a frame and enjoy it? It goes in the book and stays in the book. Whereas this is top quality watercolour and smooth card. And then if you use the gouache, this is what Sharon has done in between shows. I only said to her, could you maybe paint a house? She's done the whole, she's done the whole thing. She started and done the whole thing. But look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? Really, really lovely. So that's an idea as to what you can do if you've got the paints that are coming up in the 4 o'clock show this afternoon. YM6731, and it's $15.99 for 20 sheets, actually. 20 sheets, great, great quality. Now, we have also got, if you are a stamper, we've got the masking paper back in the show today, which I know you've got over here.
Yes.
Now, masking paper, I'm sure many of you know, is a wonderful way of making things appear to be in front of something else, or make something appear to be behind something else. How many sheets do we get?
50 sheets.
Wow.
50 sheet pack, big pack.
Now, this has been a bestseller, hasn't it?
I started doing this really more by accident than by anything else. And I thought, well, 50 sheets is a nice pack for someone to have, because everybody's got loads. They last a while, but obviously it's a consumable item as well, and I was able to get it at a price which I think people like.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. So whenever Nigel says it's one of the things that really flies out the door every single time. So masking paper basically has got a low tack to it, which means it's reusable again and again and again. The idea is you've got a building, let's just say it's a building, and you stamp the building on the masking sheet. Once you stamp it then onto your project, onto your card, you've then got the masking sheet to put over the top of it, and you can stamp something over it that then appears to be behind the building.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know if we've got anything to kind of demonstrate.
I haven't got my little bit that I thought I'd got, but typically something that has been masked. Well, if we take if we take this example here, very simple. So the fellow standing in front of this rather nice car, you would stamp him, make a mask, and cover him.
Yep.
And you could then stamp the car behind. He would be a right mess because obviously the mask on top would be all squished where you place the car. And then when you remove the mask from the little fellow,
He's then in front of the car.
He's in front of the car.
So it can be used for people, it can be used for buildings, it can be used for all sorts of things, foliage and trees. So the idea is you've got 50 sheets here, and it should be $39.99, LC6738. We're going to get a clock on for this. This is the sort of thing very often it's sold in packs of 5, maybe packs of 10, maybe even single sheets. And depending on the size of your stamps, you can probably get an awful lot out of one sheet and keep a selection of masks. When you want to make things appear in front of something else or behind something else, masking it off is key. So in less than 15 seconds, we're going to give you a deal on this. 50 sheets of masking paper. Remember, the one side has got the low tack.
Repositionable.
And you can easily remove the back. Look, it's actually got a little cutaway section on the back, which is really handy. So you can easily see there's the adhesive side, okay? So you stamp your stamp on there, cut it out, you've then got an instant mask, and there's 50 sheets of this for £19.99.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Half price deal for 50 sheets of masking paper. LC6738. I don't know anybody else that does this at 39 pence per sheet, and you can use them again and again and again.
You will get certainly a number of shots at it. Obviously, it's repositionable, so over time it will go. But you're going to get you're not going to be disappointed.
No.
And since I've been coming to Hobby Maker, we've been bringing this on pretty much every show where we've done stamping. And I've had no issues with anybody.
No. Well, I've got a friend actually that whenever she buys a stamp, she automatically at the same time when it arrives makes a mask straight away for it. Even if she doesn't use it straight away, to have the mask and the stamp in the packet together is always a handy thing when you want to have that impression of something in front of something else. 10% of the stock has already gone. 50 sheets for under £20, 36 pence a sheet. And, you know, let's say you've got a stamp, let's just say this truck here, for example, which is coming up in the show, or those two trucks. You'd stamp that on the masking paper, you cut it out, and then you've then got a mask. So if I just turn it that way around, you can see. So if you wanted that truck behind that one, but sticking out a bit, you put a mask down and then stamp over the top of it. One would appear in front of the other. Very clever, isn't it?
It is. It's a technique which works. I'm just seeing what. There's another example.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
The truck in front of the...
So that truck we just showed you, stamped the hut and the fence, but you stamped the truck first, so you then put the mask over the top of the truck, stamp the fence, and then it appears to be at the back. So it stops basically the image that you stamped first being stamped over. That's what it's doing. And same with the people. A little mask for each of the people there, put the mask over the top, then stamp the background, and there you go. I mean, if you stamp the background first, that wouldn't work, would it? No.
You've got to be in the foreground first.
Yeah, exactly.
Start at the front, work
back. But
yeah.
using the mask to give that impression of depth and third dimension. Really good. $19.99 is not surprisingly flying out the door. If you want yours, that should last you hopefully a long, long time. LC6738. Now, a thing that, again, Nigel is known for are these really cute decoupage scissors. This is all the stock we have at the moment. We are limited. Nigel's waiting for more to come in, but they're stuck on a boat somewhere, as so many things are these days. So here you go, a pair of these decoupage scissors. They're really, really accurate and very, very pointed tips. So you can really, when you're cutting masks or you're cutting anything or decoupaging anything, these are going to be your new best friend. Just for your decoupage, these. You're going to get both for £5.99, £3 a pair.
Yep.
Okay, now these are really, really popular. They're a bestseller. And, you know, if you're using your scissors that you maybe keep in the kitchen or that you normally use for other things, maybe your fabrics and that sort of thing, just have these really fine, very, very pointed scissors for your decoupage. And they're easy to spot because they've got the orange handles, so you won't lose them.
Yep, they're nice little fussy cutting scissors.
They're incredibly sharp as well.
They are very sharp, yes, yes.
So 2 pairs with a protective guard on the top as well. £3 a pair. And if you decoupage, maybe you decoupage together. Maybe there's a couple of you that kind of craft together at the same time. Oh, could I borrow your scissors, please? Have a pair for you, a pair for the other person. Maybe go for a couple of pairs.
Cheers.
Yeah, and for the price, you cannot go wrong. You really can't. And they're literally to the tip. And that's what you need when you're cutting out decoupage, you're doing detail work.
Yes.
That's what's so important, isn't
Move the paper around the...
Yeah, move the paper,
blade.
not the scissors.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. So they're just £5.99 or £3 a pair if you want them today. We're down to single figure stock now, and that's all the stock that we've got until it comes in, which won't be maybe for a week or two. Or
I would think so, yes.
Or a little
yes.
while.
A little while, yes. It's in hand.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, if we do sell out the pair, we might be able to offer them to you individually. But the best value is going for the pair today for £3 each. TS6745. Let's do the individuals too. If you just want one, maybe you've never tried them before, you're thinking, okay, I'll give that a go, but I don't want 2 pairs, I only want 1 pair. Okay, £3.49. The best value is to buy 2 because you get an extra £1 off. But if you just want 1 pair, we can do that for you today for £3.49. And that's just one of those instant decisions. If you've paid your P&P already with something else, maybe from Leona or in the first show, that's a delivered price for you, £3.49 for decoupage scissors. Because I didn't realise that decoupage scissors were a thing. I thought, just any old scissor would do, but these are precise. And
precise. When you think of the detail of some of the imagery we're going to, you imagine stamping that there and wanting to cut around and build that up and these sort of things. You need something that's going to give you that real fine cut.
And if you're investing in the masking sheets, obviously you will need to kind of cut out quite intricate details with those. So that's where these come into their own.
Thing to buy alongside, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And at £3.49, you can't really say fairer than that. And you don't want to use maybe your dressmaking scissors for doing paper. You want to keep, those scissors completely separate. That's what these are for decoupage or other things. But I've got quite big fingers too, and I don't struggle with getting my fingers in there.
No, they're good. I can use them.
Good. Excellent. Okay, 1 pair for £3.49 if you want the 2 pairs. Have we still got stock of the duo? Okay, single figure stock now if you want the duo. The single one is JA6735. If you want the duo, have a look online, you'll see it. Now, this is really something that only Nigel does, and I think it's a great, great offer. All the stamps we've got on the show will be on the website for you. If they're not there now, they will be on the website soon. We will be getting to those. But this is basically a bundle where the contents will vary. You're going to get 5 stamp sets at random. There'll be no duplicates. You'll get 5 completely different stamps, and none of the stamps will be the other stamps that are in the show. They won't be included in this Lucky Dip. These are the ones that will be included in the Lucky Dip. So you've got here the boy characters and the little girl characters as well. So this is bits of kids. So you've got children on go-karts and that sort of thing as well. So that's one of the ones that you might be getting. So you get 5. You've got this one, which is the practice. So that's from the Picture This collection. Really lovely architectural drawings, these, and stamps. Beautiful. So again, you can use your masking sheets to make maybe another house be behind this one or whatever. Next one. This one is your There's Posh. So you've actually got very kind of Downton Abbey-esque.
Yes.
You've got the vintage cars, you've got the swirls and the flourishes there as well. So that will be one of them. The Artful Archer, he's a great character.
Yeah.
Love him. Then you've got the cute cameo. So you've got the cameo without anything in it, and you've got the cameo with a couple in it as well. Then we go on to the cute couples. Beautiful artwork, wonderfully done in stamps. Then you've got the cute cars. So you've got the open top vintage car, you've got is that the Fiat 500 it seems?
It's very in the style of, definitely.
And then you've got the very vintage cars again as well.
Yes.
Beautiful. Then more of the character buildings. The Watchtower. Look at that, the art of that is amazing.
Yeah, I've actually got here, Dave, if you look just there, that's the Watchtower coloured in. I found that.
There we go.
Just now.
So that's the Watchtower. But can you see how by using the masking sheets, that would have been stamped first, masked over, and then the next one stamped to make it look like it's behind that, and then the Watchtower behind that, and so on. So that's what the masking sheets can do for you. So this is one of the ones that you're going to be getting. It's 5 in total, but the deal that we can do you on this is pretty incredible. So this one...
That's a duplication. We've just done that.
Oh, done that one, the practice.
Right, yep.
Okay.
Aviator.
There's the Aviator. Chocks away. Then this one is 2 Teds. So a little bit of cute cartoon character there, with the bubbles and the balloons, really cute.
2 separate stamps, one sitting on a bench and one in a sort of party mood.
The Green Man. Hey, look at him.
Yeah.
Isn't he great? Look at him winking at you. That's brilliant. The detail in it, again.
Corners are all separate stamps as well on that
Yeah.
one.
Then you've got your trysting place. So that, as you can see, is like the top of a castle.
Top of a castle, it's a bridge, so if you were using the narrow boats or something where you wanted to create a wall, that's a good one to use for that.
Excellent. Then you've got the assorted ice creams, so the vintage ice cream trucks, love it, absolutely love it, with a cone on the roof.
Yeah.
And then Art Deco, the Diva Drive #1 is this one, so very kind of Miami.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Or a bit cruise liner-ish as well.
Could be, yeah, could be on a cruise ship. Yeah, different decks on a cruise ship. So all of those are in the bundle, okay? Now, it's a lucky dip. You're going to get 5 at random, no duplicates. You'll get 5 from that selection at random, and if you buy 2 sets, you'll not get any duplicates at all. Nigel will make sure of that.
And also, just to add, you will get one building, something with people, something with vehicles, so it won't all be
Right.
all people,
Right.
or all, but it'll be a nice mixture.
It'll be a great variety.
Yeah.
Okay, so you should be paying for 5 stamp sets $54.95. So basically about $9.99
Yep.
each.
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, just over.
Yep.
Oh, $10.99 each.
$10.99.
$10.99 each. Okay, 3, 2, 1. We can let you have 5 stamp sets for half that price, better than half that price. $24.99, you get £30 off, and you'll get 5 stamp sets, different stamp sets, selected by Nigel for you. You'll get a lovely variety. You'll certainly get 1 building, you'll get 1 character, you'll get 1 car or something like that, but you'll have 5 different stamp sets for a £5 each, which is below half price. We've done this before, and it was really, really popular and really successful, and it will not include any of the stamps we've got individually in the show. They're completely separate. So if you want to go for any of those a bit later on, don't think you'll get that in the bundle like this. You won't. You'll just get 1 of, 5 of the stamps that I showed you in the last few seconds in that bundle, okay? UJ6791, $54.95's worth of stamps down to £24.99, and it will be 5 of those. How many did I show then?
15, I think.
15, 5 of 15. You get a random 5 of 15 and no duplicates in there at all. So a £5 price per stamp set when they should be $10.99.
Yep. And if you buy 2 in the one go, I will make sure that, again,
10
you
different.
don't 10 different.
Okay, fantastic. So that will be less than £50, and then you'll have 10 stamp sets, all different, UJ6791, if you fancy going for that offer today. Okay, now, we have some last of stock offers now for you on the other stamp sets. Now, any of these stamps that we show you, you've got to be in quick. Now, ye old cars, first of all. Now, these are separate. So this one is, do you want the vans first or the cars first? Cars first, okay. Ye old cars. Maybe this takes you back to your first car or your mum or dad's car many, many years ago. We don't have many of these at all. And we've got some finished cars that Nigel's very kindly brought. It's a Hillman Imp, isn't it?
It is.
Wow. One of my mates' mums used to have one of those. That takes me back. Here's another one. The Austin.
I think it's a Austin or a Riley.
Wow. But again, you can, maybe this is taking you back to your childhood. Maybe someone in your family had one of these cars or one very similar to it. You can colour it in whatever colour is relevant. But someone that's massively into their cars, taking a trip down memory lane, ye old cars, $9.99 is your price for this. Is that the final price? That is your final price. LS6790, but all of these, we don't have many of these available. We're limited stock in them. Isn't it great? And the detail is phenomenal. I don't know anyone else that does stamps like this.
No, we were very much a one-off.
Yeah. Very unique, very different. And for someone that's into their cars like me, bit of a petrol head, someone will really appreciate that. So $9.99 for that one. That's ye old cards, LS6790. We've also got the vans as well, which I have also kind of flashed up and shown you for a second. So let me show you these. Now these are going back even more in time because look at these, ye old vans. Now, I don't know what they are. That's before my time, even. It reminds me a little bit of like in France, you see vans like that, possibly.
The Citroen, the Citroen one with the sort of corrugated sides, I think, but was it, the viewers will probably tell, was it AEC that comes to mind as a brand of van?
But if you love your trip down memory lane vehicles, then these are going to be absolutely brilliant. So both of these together again, VY6712 is the product code here. This is $9.99 for both of them. Really different, really kind of retro a little bit. And again, if you wanted to use the masking sheets to mark off one of these, you can make one van appear to be in front of the other, one behind the other, that sort of thing. $9.99 for both, so a £5 for each van, and they're big stamps.
They're big stamps. There we are on a card there.
Look at that. VY6712, £9.99. Colour them in whatever colour you wish, but they're really detailed stamps. And the artist behind this, very, very talented, really, really talented.
And this could be in front of one of the buildings. It could be a, moving house one.
There we go, look.
That could be a Royal Mail van.
It could be, yeah.
Back in the day.
Great character. £9.99 for both of those vans. I think probably, do you reckon they're both as old as each other? Or is one older than the other, do you think?
I would think the top one is slightly older.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Well, there you go. If you fancy that today, £9.99, VY6712 will get you ye old vans. Okay, so from that, we've got, you choose.
Right, let's do the canals, which is the narrowboat one.
That one?
Yep.
Okay. So now this is the narrowboats 1, narrowboats 2, and Jean's Bridge. Okay, so this is a set of 3, yeah?
A set of 3, yep.
Okay, so let's have a little look at these. Now the narrowboat, look at that. A friend of mine actually lives on a narrowboat. Never actually been on one myself, but that kind of appeals. Can you link these together? Can you actually?
You can. They are designed so you can stretch them. I think, let me just have a look at that one, Dave. Yeah, so here you've got the tiller. So this one would make that longer.
Okay.
And you can also, on the day boat, do something there on the goods boat.
So this is the Canal Life, is it?
That's the canal, the first one, canal, yeah, it's all part of the Canal Life set.
So it's 3 sets. You get that one. You're also going to get this one, of course, as well. And you've also got, this featured actually on one of those pre-printed, if I can find it, one of those pre-printed, oh, here we go, look, that one there. So if you like the look of that, these stamps you can use to actually create this sort of scene as well on those pre-printed
Here is
ones.
a rendered, just the bridge by itself there.
Beautiful, isn't it? Again, the artwork's amazing.
And the thing with that bridge was, they were designed like that, so when the narrowboats were pulled by a horse, it would walk up one side of the bank and come over and down to the other.
Gotcha. Very clever. So you're going to get all of those stamps, all 3. Should be $32.99 because they're $10.99 each. You've got the characters there and the people there as well. You're going to get one of these completely free, but you can actually build your own scene, build your own narrowboat by just stamping these images and linking them together, so you can create your own narrowboat scene yourself for £21.99 for those 3, WE6729.
Here's another nice example of the lock gates. And
isn't that great? Maybe you know someone that goes on that sort of holiday. Maybe they booked one, or maybe someone that lives on a boat, lives on a barge. Or maybe it brings back memories of a childhood holiday with the family, that sort of thing. $21.99, but you've got the stamps there to create your own scene, which you can colour in however you wish.
and one.
There's another one with the lock and the people. And again, the masks, remember, they really come into their own. You put the lock down first of all, make a mask and then cover it, and then put the characters behind it. So
the trees, the people set behind.
It creates depth. That's what the masking sheets do. And we're very busy for those masking sheets, by the way. But if you want all 3 of these, if barges and that sort of thing are right up your street, make your own cards, make your own scenes, build your own pictures and colour them in. WE629, no, it's not. WE6729 for £21.99. That's an £11 saving. You get one of them absolutely free if you want to go for those 3. Okay, so that's the narrowboats. Next, we're going to go to the Lockkeeper's Cottage.
Yes, it's one of the ones on its own, so it's probably, excuse me, just...
It's down the end there, is it?
Down the end, there he is.
Okay, so this is the horses and the people and the cottage. Obviously, Nigel set this up before I came to do the show, so he knows where everything is. Okay, so there you are. You got your people, you got your horse, Oh, look at that. That's I'd love to live there too. Dan, our director, saying he wouldn't mind living in there.
That is a beautiful building. And also it's designed in such a way, I noticed last time I showed this, that you could actually just take that little section there as a little cottage by itself. But I've got a couple of finished samples here just using that stamp.
Right.
Which I think the viewers will love.
So cute. Oh, my word. It's picture perfect, isn't it? Absolutely picture perfect. And again here, building up, adding the fences and stuff like that. Do you get the fences with it as well?
The fence, I think there is a fence that came as part of that set. Let me just see if it's on there. Yes, the fence is there.
Okay. It's already attached to the stamp. There we go. So there's the fence, but you've got the horse. That could be the horse that's pulling the barge if you wanted to. If you went for the barge stamps a few minutes ago, that would be a good one to invest in as well. Again, you can mask him off to make sure he fits into the scene beautifully. And the little characters and the people that you've got there as well, and the flying birds in the sky, really lovely. It's only, that one, is that right? Lockkeeper's Cottage, $32.97?
No.
Okay, because they're $10.99 each.
$10.99, yeah, it's all right.
Okay.
No.
YZ6724.
It should be $10.99.
Okay, $21.99 for the Lockkeeper's Cottage. YZ6724 is the product code for that one. Okay, now next we've got, where do you want to go next, Laura? Essential accessories, the people in the streets.
You've got, just had your hand on it there.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's three stamp sets, yeah?
Three stamp sets.
Okay,
Yeah.
now this is everything you need to kind of build on a scene and build on characters and people and that sort of thing. So here you go. So here you've got people. You've got, the scooter one makes me hoot, absolutely makes me hoot. And then you've got, I think, is it a fisherman? Oh, there's that little chap with a cat.
Chap with a cat, a lady with a basket of goodies, courting couple, and a chap just wandering along by the look of it.
Absolutely. Then we've got, here we go, you've got your street furniture, so you've got all of your railings, you've got the post or phone box, the old-fashioned post box. That's an archway and a gate, isn't it? I thought it was a jukebox for a minute.
No,
it's not a jukebox.
You could use it as a jukebox.
You could, I suppose.
Actually.
Yeah. And you've got the old-fashioned lamps as well, the cars. Oh, a friend of mine used to have a car like that, the old Citroen.
Yeah.
Remember that? And the benches and stuff too. So that's, again, scene building. And then this one is another scene builder. But you've got another car in this one. So there's that kind of low-lying vintage car. Probably American, would you say that car was?
Oh, I would say so, yes. A couple of different examples of that just.
There we go. Look at that. Again, using the masks to mask him off so he appears to be in front of the car. Brilliant. Yeah, fun colouring that in. And all that foliage that you've got there as well. So all of this is additional characters and vehicles and that sort of thing in different sizes. So again, you can create that element of depth to whatever picture you're wanting to build up. $21.99 gets you all three. So you're saving basically the price of one. One of them is absolutely free. And that's WE6729. WE6729, less than £22, and you should be paying about about £33, £32.99. So you're getting three of them for the price of just two. WE6729 is the product code there. Okay, we're going to take a short break for a second or so, and then we'll be back with more from Picture This and more from Nigel, of course, as well. Don't forget those pre-printed A4 watercolour and smooth cards as well. 20 of them. They're going very quickly with the pre-printed scenes. Back with more from Nigel in a couple of ticks.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Welcome back on Bank Holiday Monday. It's Nigel here with Nice Crafting and myself, Dave, with you till 5. Hayley takes over then between 5 and 8, so we're live every day, 1 until 8 o'clock. Now, just a quick reminder of something we showed you at the beginning of the show. I love what you've done here with this, because we've been showing you some of the fantastic Nice Crafting stamps, the picture list stamps, which you can obviously buy the characters, you can buy the houses, you can buy the cars and the vehicles and build your own scenes. But what Nigel has done is put a lot of that scenery, like with the canal down here, as a printed either watercolour card sheet or a smooth card sheet. So there are basically 10 A4 watercolour card sheets that are printed and 10 smooth card sheets that are printed. Half the stock is gone and it's only $15.99. But the reason that we put this show next to the gouache show is that it's perfect to use with your gouache paints that are coming up from Himi at 4 o'clock with Sharon and myself. And this shows you how good those paints are when you're using them on scenes just like this. So if you're thinking, yeah, well, what do I use to colour them in with? Well, you can use anything: pencils, pens, watercolours, gouache, whatever you want. Acrylics, it's entirely up to you. But Sharon did that in between shows this afternoon, just to show you how these scenes can look. So you're going to get 20 A4 sheets. Some of them are kind of 2-in-1. So that you can obviously trim down to make the railway scene, and then there's the barge scene that we've shown you the stamps of earlier on. And you get 10 different, so you get 2 of each basically, one on watercolour and one on smooth card. That's the dock side. That could be down in the West Country, it could be South Coast, wherever. If it reminds you maybe of a family holiday, really lovely. But it's great to have all the detail there, just to get colouring with.
There's so many little subtle things added in these.
Love it. And again, it's grown-up colouring, isn't it? Which you can then put in frames and have on the wall and say, I did that. And you've printed it in such a way, it actually looks like pencil.
I've softened it, yes. I've done it not at full strength. I've taken it down because it would just be too strong otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like you've actually drawn it and sketched it with a pencil, because it's kind of a grayscale ink that's been used on there. But I love this. Is it the Shambles in York? Is that what it's called?
The Shambles in York, definitely, yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of that. Well, it could be the lanes in Brighton. It could be in many places around the country, couldn't it? Or even abroad. Beautiful. There you've got your trawler ships or your fishing ships. That could be Weymouth, it could be Poole, all sorts of different places. And there's that cottage we were talking about that Dan, my director, wants to move into right now, right on the edge of the canal. Perfect, absolutely perfect. So yeah, that's using lots of the stamps we showed you individually, but in one scene.
Yeah, the trees are another set there, and that one you have the railway accessories there, which we'll come to in a moment.
Okay, brilliant. And by the way, if you do want them as just 10 sheets of watercolour, you're not interested in the smooth or vice versa, they are available individually. So VD6712, unfortunate item number, but anyway, £8.49 gets you 10 sheets of the watercolour, okay, A4 watercolour, £8.49, that's 85p a sheet, and then you'll end up with something beautiful on the wall that will resemble and look possibly like this. If you're using gouache, that's what it will look like. If you're using pens or pencils or whatever, or alcohol pens, I mean, you can easily, in a gallery, you know, if it's a hand-painted picture like this, you could pay hundreds in a gallery for it.
Yes, it's completely down to yourselves, these things, you know. I mean, the watercolour imagery is so subtle to work with.
The thing is, if I was if I was faced with that, just a plain sheet of A4 watercolour card,
isn't it?
okay, you've got the stamps that you can rely on, but when it's actually got the picture already on it, you're more likely to pick up your pens or your brushes or whatever and just go for it.
Yes. And as you say, there's such quality artwork, quality imagery that it, you know, you want to engage with it.
Absolutely. Now that's the watercolour. So if you're using watercolour, and we've got the Himi watercolours coming up later on in the 4 o'clock show and also later in the evening with Sharon as well. If you want the smooth cardstock, which you can still put watercolour on if you want to, and you can use your pens of course as well, that's also £8.49. That's 10 sheets of what I've just shown you, every one different, CO6706. CO6706. Okay, let's go back to the stamps and let's carry on with Two Berry Right.
Yes, the top.
See, only Nigel knows where they are.
Top one at the end there.
That one?
There. Yeah, Trubbery Right.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Trubbery Right. Yeah. Okay, not Trueberry, Trubbery Right.
Trees and shrubbery. That's
trees and
how
shrubbery, shrubbery, right?
Yes,
Get you. Okay, so here's your trees and shrubbery. Okay, I think we spelt it wrong. Yeah, we put 1B, Trueberry. It's Trubbery, T-U-B-B. Yeah. Oh yeah, we missed an R as well. Missed an R and a B. Oh well. Trubbery is what you're looking at here. So you've got the lovely trees and you've got the fantastic, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, so on there, that is your tree there.
There you go. Makes more sense when you actually see it on a card.
Absolutely.
And coloured in beautifully too.
And some more of the...
There you go. That's cool, isn't it? Quite a quirky tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. So trees and shrubbery, in other words, trubbery. That is $9.99 for that. And again, you can incorporate that and use that. You can never have too many flowers or too many foliage stamps and that sort of thing too. So again, if you wanted to make it into like a forest, you could easily again stamp onto your masking sheets, cut those out.
Repeat randomly.
Put trees behind trees behind trees and make it
very forgiving as well, stamp to use like that.
Oh yeah, totally. And don't forget the masking sheets. If you haven't got those, how much have we got left of those now, Laura? The masking sheets, 50 sheets of the masking sheets. They're going very quickly. They always do. A third of the stock has checked out on those. And again, just for those of you that haven't seen it yet, it looks like white A4 cardstock, but in actual fact, it's got a removable back. And you make it easy to remove the back because there's actually a little line down the back there, which makes it simple to separate it. So that's your low tack adhesive on that side, and you've got your plain paper that side. So you stamp your stamp on there, cut it out, remove the backing, and you then just mask off what you've just stamped, and then things can appear behind things and in front of things. Loads of you. For 50 sheets. I mean, where do you get masking paper from anyway?
It's one of those things I think that I was just aware of, and I thought, oh, actually, we'll try it. And they've never looked back, really.
Yeah.
People have just...
Everyone loves them.
Yeah.
And it works out to about 36 pence per sheet, which is pretty amazing at $19.99 for 50. I mean, yeah, if you're paying £1 a sheet, if you went to a stationery store or a craft shop that sold this and you paid maybe, I don't know, 60, 70p a sheet, you think that was pretty good. But it's working out to 36 pence a sheet. And you can make a mask maybe for every stamp you own, because then you can always make things appear to be behind other things, which is, without that, you can't really do it, to be fair. LC6738 if you want the masking sheets. Okay, back to the stamps then. Where do we want to go next? Picture this Bella Villa.
Can't see, number 41.
I'll tell you what if I go through them and then we'll find them on the
Okay,
system.
so we've done that one.
Okay, so picture this, we've got little boats. Little boats. So here we go, picture this little boats. There you go. So you've got your sailing boat, you've got your dinghies and that sort of thing as well. Again, great for sea scenes, someone that you know is into fishing, that sort of thing, or even maybe yachting. Brilliant detail though in the stamps, isn't it? We've actually got some of the houses coming up soon as well, which I must admit are my personal favourites. So there is your...
These are great additions, and even if you were buying one of the outlines set and you just wanted to dabble, you see there we've used the rowing boat on the front of there.
Yeah.
There's opportunity to, you know, add extra things onto these images. I'm sure there's room to work. There's one couple for a little dinghy sailor on a birthday card.
There you go. Someone that's into the outdoor life, whether they're a fisherman, whether they're just a sailor for pleasure. Really cool. So that's your boats. Now, the houses we've got for you, some of the houses, look at these. These are my favourites from you. I love them. We've got the Customs House. We've got the Tudor Lodge, Tudor Hill. Look at these. So again, if you want to build up your own street scene, your own sort of town scene, isn't that amazing? Look at it. It's a huge stamp. But again, get your masking sheets. You can make houses in front of other houses. £10.99 for a stamp that's got so much going on.
Examples there, Dave.
Look at that. Again, they could be anywhere in the world, couldn't they? It could be America, could be this country, but really beautifully done. And you know, maybe you love the idea of making your own towns and villages, making your own street scenes. I mean, they really are quirky. So this one's £10.99, GB6742. That's the Customs House.
And a decoupage. So again, we were talking about fussy cutting.
Look at this. Decoupage beautifully. Look at the dimension on that. So you can make the porches stand out. You can make it a haunted house if you wanted to for Halloween.
Yes.
Whatever colour you want to make them, it's entirely up to you. Yeah, you can make them festive, put your Christmas decorations, Christmas trees outside, snow on the roof. 10% of the stock of this one has gone. I know lots of you have maybe collected these stamps over the years, actually. Let's take you to the Tudor Lodge next, because these, I think, you can really have a lot of fun with. There would not be an even floor on any of these flights in this house. It's quirky, it's rickety, it's got full of character.
Right, I'm trying to find that example, but I've got the Tudor Hill one, which is a sister one to it.
Okay, I'll show you that in a tick.
Yeah.
So this one is your Tudor Lodge. And we've also got the Tudor Hill. So if I put them side by side, can you see how wonderfully well they work together? You can put them side by side. You could put one behind the other if you wanted to. And this is the Tudor Hill. So they go together really, really well. So if you wanted both of those, that would be about £22, £21.98. There's the Tudor Hill look, surprisingly going up a hill. But that one is your lodge if you want that one. IB6785. The Tudor Hill then, side by side, they work together really, really nicely. Tudor Hill is £10.99 if you want that one today. And I'll show you that finished project.
Yeah.
There we go, look. So great. And again, the amount of fun you can have colouring them in with your pens, your paints, your gouaches, whatever you want to use.
Wintertime version of that as well, just to show.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's very kind of Dickensian, I think. Very Shakespeare possibly as well. Really great. So that reminds me, actually, my brother and sister-in-law got married last year. We went to the oldest restaurant, the oldest building in Winchester, which is a restaurant, and it's a bit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really steeped in character and history, lots of nooks and crannies. £10.99 is your price if you want the Tudor Hill. VB6709 is the item number there for that particular one. Moving along, we've then got, next one is the Ghost set. So, okay, this is going to get a little bit spooky, maybe Halloween-y if you wanted it to be. Again, it's up a hill, but it's a hill going the other way this time. And have you got any kind of ghosts and things like that?
No, it was called the Ghost set because it was the set that never was. It wasn't released for a long while after. There it is, just on a hillside. But again, that would sit nicely with, you know, the canal bank idea and.
I don't think we actually got this one available. This one's not in the show, I don't think, so apologies.
Which one? Is it not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
That was probably the one that, the one we were looking for that we couldn't find. I'll shut up because you'll.
Okay. Right, have we got the bits of that?
Yes.
Okay, bits of that. So this is, again, extra elements that you can add to make a scene and to tell the story. So bits of that is it that garden? Washing line?
What you've got there is two quite different ones. You've got the bit of coastline, which is basically that. Okay, so that makes you a nice sea view.
Over a bit.
Over a bit, me or him.
There you go.
There we are.
So that's the coastline.
That's the coastline.
White Cliffs of Dover,
Yeah,
maybe?
absolutely. And then your little shed stroke pigeon loft is the other stamp.
Oh, it's a pigeon loft, right,
Yeah.
I gotcha, okay. And there is a washing line there and a
Yep,
fence too.
yep.
So all these little additions you can add on to the sides of the buildings. You can, I mean, the whole website, or our website has got the whole show, and you'll see photographs of all these stamps on the website if you have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. UE6708 is for the bit set, the A6 stamp set. And what else haven't we done yet?
You've not done the pair with this one.
Okay.
These two are a pair together.
Okay, so railway cuttings and the bits of cuttings. Okay, we've not done those. Now this is again up a hill a little bit, so you could actually link that one into the other house that we did a little while ago that's going up the hill. So this is actually 3 semi-detached houses, isn't it?
It is, as a block, and there it is in
There you go. And again,
all
you can,
its glory.
look at that. It's great idea to add the extra little bits on.
The extra bits are on the other set, bits of cuttings, which is that one there, Dave.
Okay, so that's going to come with this. This will come together, which works really, really nicely, and that's 1999 RE6710. So again, you've got your lanterns, you've got your fence panels there as well.
There's a couple of scooters. There's
Yep.
a little conservatory to finish off the edge of the property, and a fence on the other side.
So if I just bring that in so you can see how it all comes together? All comes together really nicely. That's very San Francisco to me. That.
Yeah.
Yeah, streets of San Francisco. 1999 for both of those, and they go together really, really well. RE6710 for those. Fantastic.
We've done that one.
Okay. What haven't we done?
Oh, we've got the
2 Diva Drive
2
bundle.
Diva Drive bundle. Yeah, so just there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
One.
So this is 3 sets. Now this is unmistakably Miami, very, very Art Deco. Or it could be London or Brighton possibly as well. Lots of buildings like that down there. But certainly it kind of makes me think of Miami when I first see it. Very, very beautiful. And here's another one, another building, and that could be, is that upside down? Yeah.
Upside down, yeah.
There you go. So that could be the neighbour. Actually, down where I live, down the south coast, in kind of the pool area, the kind of sandbanks area, there's lots of very posh area down there. Not I live there, I don't live there. But yeah, some of the houses are very much like that. Modern, just built houses are this sort of design, this sort of shape. And then to round it off, the sort of character you might expect to come out from those houses, we've got, here we are, look. You've got the Society Cafe, you've got these wonderful images, these wonderful facial and portrait images of the characters. And those together should be $32.97.
Yep.
We've got a really good deal on these, and actually I'll show you some finished cards. You're going to get all 3 for $19.99, so you get one of them for nothing. There she is, look. There's one of those buildings stamped, and again you can colour it in. But the 2 together, she looks very,
Oh, yes.
very snooty.
Yeah.
A little bit of attitude. There we go, look.
A fading star.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Norma Desmond, maybe.
Norma Desmond, that's the lady.
Absolutely. But look at that. So again, if you're a fan of architecture, you love the kind of Art Deco. It could be a funky restaurant. It could be a really fancy house. If it's making you think of America and Miami and those sort of things, then all 3 together for £19.99, which is pretty amazing value for money. So we've had the pre-stamped or the pre-printed watercolour and the smooth card images, which you can colour in. They're still available. Remember, we did 20 sheets of that for $15.99. We've also got the masking sheets as well. And we've got another Diva Drive set as well.
Which is... Which one did we? Was it this one? Which we've done that one. That was there. It's that one. It's that one there.
Oh, this one here. Okay, cool, lovely. So this is the other Diva Drive. So here we go. I'll show you these buildings. There we go. Again, they work with the other buildings. Actually, they're the same size. So yeah, you could actually have a whole row of Art Deco buildings on Diva Drive. Do you know someone that would live on Diva Drive? I do. There we go. Someone just said every presenter here. I don't think there's a single diva in this building, I'll tell you. There we go. So there's that car that could be, again, you could mask the building, so the car could be in front of the building. That would be cool. And all that foliage. There we go. There's your palm trees. There's your palm trees. But if I just get the other Diva Drive, actually, and just show you how they're the same size. So they could be neighbours. They all kind of work together. You could have a whole line. Actually, that would look really cool, wouldn't it? A whole line of Art Deco buildings, coloured in with the gouache or coloured in with pencils. It's entirely up to you.
We've got a load of sample finished samples here.
Okay, let's have a look at these, just to give you some inspiration, some ideas. Yeah, love it. Oh, wow. Aren't they cool? Masking sheets, yeah, we'll remind you of those in a second. Oh, wow. $19.99 gets you those 3 stamp sets. Okie dokie. Oh, what about
Just
making
2
them?
more.
There we go. Wall art. Oh, that's superimposing the lady's portrait over the front of the building. That's really cool. I think they're going for a viewing.
Yes.
Yeah. Or going to see friends. There's another one. Again with the parked car outside. Very nice. $19.99 then gets you those 3 stamps. And if you've missed the item numbers of any of them, just go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Everything is there. Now, don't forget the bestseller always with the masking sheets. 50 masking sheets, adhesive one side, plain paper the other. The idea is that you stamp your stamp onto the masking sheet, cut it out with your decoupage scissors that have proved very popular, and then you've always then got a potential mask to put over what you've stamped. So if you want to make a building appear to be in front of another one, or a car, or a person in front of a car, or a building or whatever, you've got the potential to do that. I don't know how much masking sheets normally are. They should have been £40, so you should be looking at about 75p per sheet. I think that's what they would be if you bought them singularly. But we've got a half-price deal on this today. So you're getting them for 36p a sheet, $19.99, and many of you are going for multiples. Helen in Cornwall's gone for 2 sets, so you're going to be getting 100 sheets of this, Helen. That should last you a long time, because you can reuse them probably a good half dozen times.
Thank you, Helen.
Yeah, brilliant. And everyone else that's ordering,
Everyone
Barbara,
else.
Sylvia, Anita, Norma, Iris, Violet, Francis, Laura. And then the other thing we've got to remind you of, the outline bundle, which is basically all the stamps we've been showing you, but as printed scenes. So it's all there for you to colour in. If you colour in with the gouache paints, $15.99 gets you 10 sheets of the watercolour and 10 sheets of the super smooth. And 60% of the stock of this has gone. You can buy 10 sheets of the watercolour on its own, you can buy 10 sheets of the smooth on its own as well, but for $15.99 you're going to get 20 sheets of premium pre-printed card in this kind of grey, which you can then colour in whichever way you wish. But we've got Himi and gouache on the way, which is what Sharon did that with, and a brand new bank holiday deal that's going to blow your mind. Thank you, Nigel.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good to see you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, more gouache and more Himi then after a short break, and then Hayley takes over at 5. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with Split Pay.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
They're not wrong. Himi at 4 and 7. It's 4.
It's 4.
It's Himi. It's Sharon. We're in the right place at the right time. That makes a change.
That does make a change.
Sharon's here because Sharon loves Himi paints. And what we talked about, and actually in the last show when we were with Nigel talking about the gouache, his artwork, which I know you love, and we're going to be using it in the show. I mean, these paints are perfect to use with that, but
They are,
with all
yes,
sorts of things.
with all sorts of things. I think a lot of people, and I'm including myself in this actually, because before I did the Himi shows, I hadn't really used gouache before. I had a tube of white that I used to use for splatters, because it's nice and opaque, but it's not something I ever thought of using.
Well, I said to you earlier, the only person I knew that brought gouache to the channel was Sheena Douglas in little tubes of white, and she was the only person that told me about it. I knew nothing about gouache.
And I don't know why it isn't more of a thing, because it is such a perfect in-between.
In between
because
what?
we're used to watercolours,
Yeah.
and lots of us are used to acrylic paints. Gouache is in the middle, because with watercolours, they're very translucent.
Yeah.
You can't really layer them. You can make them lighter and darker by adding more water, but they're translucent. And they're water reactive, so you can kind of go back in, move the colour around however much you want to.
Yeah.
Acrylics at the other end of the spectrum are very opaque. Once they're on and dry, you can go in with water and they're not moving. Gouache is the perfect in the middle, because if you add lots of water to it, it can be translucent like a watercolour. So you can use them as you would your watercolours, and cost effectively, that is amazing, because you're going to use a tiny amount, because you're adding a lot of water to get the translucent. They're opaque if you want them to be. You can layer them, but you can go back in when they're dry and move the colour around. So they're the perfect in the middle.
Now, we've had the twin packs or the twin pots on once before. It's sold out completely.
Yes.
What we've got for you today is we've got it back, which is the good news, but we've got a special bundle. This is a special bank holiday bundle. Last time this was available, we gave it to you, the gouache paints, with the gouache pad, but we didn't give you the brushes. Today, we're keeping the price exactly the same as it was last time when it sold out. We're going to give you the pad for free. We're going to give you the brushes for free as well. 3 brushes, you're not paying anything for the pad, you're not paying anything for the brushes, and you're going to get your full 48 twin set colours. Now, these are the colours you're going to get here. They are magical. And of course, you can mix colours to make different colours.
You can, yes, of course you can. You know, if you look at those, if you are someone that likes to mix your own colours, you can instantly see you've got all your primaries there. You've got a warm and a cool tone of all the colours that you're going to want to mix from. So you pretty much can make any colour you want from that set.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. The deal we can give you for Bank Holiday Monday afternoon is crazy. Look at what this is going to be, $44.99 for 48 colours, the 3 brushes, the gouache pad that previously sold out, back in stock today, and it's just brilliant. The quality is superb. Loads of you coming through for this WMXC50, and if you've ever wanted to paint, I mean, I don't know why gouache isn't a bigger thing than it is.
No, I don't, because you have got the best of both
worlds. It seems to tick all the boxes.
It does, because you can go either way with it. You can get it translucent like a watercolour, or you can get it opaque if you want to. So it can be used for lots of techniques. And for those of us that are stampers, you know, Nigel's just had some lovely stamps on. They're a great colouring medium to use because they're very easy to use. They're water-based, so very, very simple to use.
And the presentation and the way this is all produced is second to none. The palette is fantastic. That's in there. You've got your colour swatch in there, of course, as well, telling you exactly what you've got. Every single pot is a twin pot, and each one is completely sealed. And presumably it's a good idea to fold the cover back on when you're not using it, or do you?
No,
you
take it off completely.
Okay.
The lids on these, you'll notice you've got this clip system, so they're quite airtight.
Right.
And one thing I will tell you is, if you don't use them for, say, a month, open them up and give them a spritz with water just to stop them drying out. If you left them for months and months and they dried out, you've only got to spritz them with water and leave them overnight, and they're back again.
Okay,
so,
that's good to know.
But in terms of, you know, the thing is, if you leave them to completely dry out, it's going to be when you want to use them that you get them out.
I know.
If you keep on top of just spritzing them once a month, then they're always going to be ready to use.
Already Beverly's in, Crafter in Bristol's in, Carol in Devon, Susan in Moratia, Diane in East Riding of Yorkshire. Lots of you missed out last time, I know. It did sell out very, very quickly. We've got it back for you today, but you've got an even bigger incentive to order it today because we're giving you the brushes as well, which we didn't do last time. You've got the gouache pad, which is the perfect, obviously, paper and pad to use with the paints. That's, I don't know how many sheets you get in there.
50.
50 sheets, and it's 7 by 10 inches. So that's a really good size. So if you're determined this year to do some painting, maybe in the garden, if you've got some nice outdoor furniture, you want to sit there and sketch and paint, take it on holiday with you. If you've bought any of Nigel's pre-printed artwork that you can paint with these, and we saw your colouring with the gouache.
And that was just while we were sitting in the green room this morning. So that was a really quick. But it just shows you how versatile they are.
Can you go and show us yours? Because if you're wondering what a twin pot is, I haven't obviously taken the lid off of any of those.
Yes, you need to see them open, don't you?
Let's see them open and see the consistency and everything.
Yeah, let's open them up. So you've got this nice clip, really solid click on this that's going to keep them airtight.
Yeah.
And the colours are beautiful.
Oh my word.
Aren't they stunning? Even my swatches don't do them justice, because when you see them in here, and if you look at this, you can straight away see the way it's been laid out. Look at your yellows. You've got they are in twins that work together. Yes. So you've got a lighter and a slightly darker shade.
So it's like neighbouring colours.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've got some really beautiful, what I would call sort of sorbet colours at the top here. Really good mix. Look at the reds. We've got a cool red and a warm red straight away. So if you want to mix further colours, you're covered. Same with the blues. You've got a really nice mix of neutrals. So for painting animals and things, you've got a good selection of sort of greys and browns. Look at how many greens you've got, because if you're like me and you like your florals and things, you could get away with not mixing any colours with this.
Sure.
You know, think of any sort of image you want to paint or colour, and you've got the colour here. You know, you want to paint oranges, you've got an orange. So if you're like me and you're averse to mixing colours, because I just can't be bothered, I would rather buy more paints so I've got more colours. Right. But, you know, you can get away with it. You've got a great selection here of colours.
20% of that restock stock has gone. Remember, last time you had it, when it sold out before, we gave you the gouache paints, we gave you the gouache pad. but you didn't get the brushes. Today you're getting the pad, you're getting the extra 3 brushes as well, and the paints for the same price. $44.99, WMXC50 is the product code, WMXC50. 30% now stock gone with everyone checking out their baskets. Come on to these and check your baskets out before it goes. Caroline in Hampshire, Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, all coming through. But I think painting is fast becoming, well, it's always been popular, but I think it's becoming even more so now. People want a bit of downtime, bit of kind of going into their own little zone and chilling out. And
I think so. And I have to say, I've been teaching myself online. I've been doing watercolour classes. This started last year. So when I got these, I was like, great, this gives me an excuse. Because for me, doing this as a job, if I'm doing anything crafting-wise that isn't for a show, I feel a bit guilty. So when I started doing the Himi shows, I was great, because I can practice my watercolouring, practice all my techniques, and justify the time. So, and I think these are great for a beginner. In terms of value for money, I think this is where Himi comes in, because there's a lot of paint in these
You've
pots.
got 48 different colours.
You've got all those colours. Compare this to you know, I will tell you, I looked online. Look online at gouache paint in tubes. You usually pay between £5 and £10 for an average tube.
For one colour?
For one colour.
Wow.
Yes.
You've got 48 colours here.
Yes. So if you times that even by £5, let alone most gouache, I'd say on average about £8 a tube. So
wow.
The value of these, and don't think that they're lesser quality, because they're not.
No, Himi's a great quality brand, isn't it?
Look on YouTube. I looked at quite a few. When I first started doing these shows, I wasn't that familiar with gouache. I went on YouTube, watched a load of tutorials, and a lot of the reviews on there are sort of saying these are artist quality, but at a fraction of the cost.
Absolutely. Well, today you're realising that I've got a screen full of names all over the country. You're purchasing this, going for this right now. 24 twin pots with 48 colours for £44.99 with the free brushes and the free gouache pad as well, WMXC50. Now, is there any top tips as to how to use the gouache, or?
Yes. Shall I give you some pointers? So the first thing I mentioned about maintenance, once a month or so, just give them a spritz with water to keep them moist. You'll notice actually when I leave mine a bit too long, it's the ones on the edges that you see just drying up a little.
Right.
You can get a cocktail stick and give them a bit of a stir if you feel you need to. I tend to just spritz them every time I get them out, and that keeps them nice and fresh. Then in terms of using them, I'm going to bring in my pad actually. So let's talk about when you're painting with them, because there are different sort of ways to use them. Now, every show I bring this out because this was my first attempt.
That's your first attempt?
My first attempt. I'm not actually that great at drawing and painting.
Well, I don't agree with you.
I looked at a YouTube tutorial where this girl had painted lemons, and she'd done it on craft cards, and something about it just really appealed to me. So I literally went out and bought this book. So
I love it on
I'm going to do
craft
craft. And they are really easy to use. They're actually, I would say they're easier to use than your watercolours, your alcohol pens, because generally when you're using other things like alcohol pens, if you think about your highlight, you're kind of always protecting that area with alcohol pens to keep it light.
It looks like it's going to be a dimensional paint.
It is, yeah, it can be. It can be, and it
So if you
depends
love
on
texture,
the layers.
yeah?
Yeah. So you're just going to go in. Let me flick through back to, this is an image I started the other day, because I thought rather than show you finished images, I want to show you the sort of stages. Because it's opaque, you can just do your background straight on. Again, you know, if you were doing any other sort of painting, you'd paint your image and then have to fit the background around it. Because these layer opaque, you can go straight over the top. And I've just gone in with a light green all over, just to block out the area. So you're blocking out areas, and then you add the detail layer by layer.
Right.
You have to wait for each layer to dry, which is why it's a bit tricky to demonstrate on TV.
And you can't do that with watercolour, can you?
No, because watercolour, you'd see the colour underneath.
Right.
You can't go on top.
No.
It just either mixes together or you see both colours. But because these are properly opaque. Now, in terms of layering and how to use them, if I was starting from scratch, let me show you another one. This is more lemons I was starting on. We did this on the last show. This was my inspiration. I had an iced tea drink, and I thought, I like those lemons on there, so I cut the label off.
Okay.
And I roughly used this as my inspiration.
They look so real.
Yeah, and this is only part way through. The good thing is as well, because you're layering, if you make a mistake, just let it dry and go over the top again.
Right.
If I really wasn't happy with this, I could literally go right back to the light yellow and block it all out again. So you're going to need different levels of consistency. So when you're starting an image, you're going to go on, we'll just do a lemon here.
Mm-hmm.
So the other thing I will mention is you get palettes in all of these. I'm a bit of a tidy person. I know when you look at most artists, watercolour artists, their paints are a mess and they're all mixed in together. I like to keep mine neat.
You would never ever have a messy palette. I've known you too long to know that.
No, I want this, this looks like I've only just got it when in fact I've had it a couple of months. So I do tend to take a bit of my paint out of here so I don't get it all messy, pop it on a palette. And with your first layer with the gouache, if I were doing a lemon, you can sketch it out with a pencil, but you're literally going on with barely anything, just to shape it out.
Okay.
It's very watery, just to give you a shape. And you're adding a lot of water. Then when that's dry, we'll move across now. So that's your first layer. Then the next layer, you're going to go in, do you know what, I'm going to give you a white pad to show you because it's hard. I started doing it on here. So that first layer that I've just put on, that's how watery it was. So
basically the gouache pad you get is acid-free, fine texture, and there's no curling during the painting like sometimes you get with watercolor cards. So
yeah. It's a lovely consistency. So the next layer, when that one was dry, which actually it doesn't take long to dry, you build it up. So you go in with just a little bit less water. So if I put a swatch on there, you can see that's a little bit stronger colour. You kind of increase that slowly, a little bit more colour in as many layers as you want to.
right.
Then your final layer, you're almost going on with the paint kind of as it is. Now, if you're using a lightish colour and it's still showing through the layers beneath, if you feel it's not as opaque as you want, I don't know how this works, but it does.
What would happen if you just put the paint neat onto the cardstock without diluting it first and doing all those different layers?
You can do that if you want to.
All right.
You'll just get more texture.
Right.
But if you start with lighter layers to give you an outline, it gives you a bit more freedom to sort of get the design how you want it.
Okay.
Because once you go in with solid block colour, you've kind of got to paint over that to cover it.
Right.
If you've gone in with just a light outline, you can change the shape slightly. I've done that by hand. If I sort of felt, my lemon's not quite fat enough, you can add a bit more. You can get away with covering it.
Okay, got it.
But if you're using any colour at all and you add even just a tiny bit of white, it makes it even more opaque. So I don't know why that works, but it does. So if you feel with the light colours you need it more opaque, you can just add a bit more white and that will instantly... That one above there was the same colour, but just a touch of white made that so much more opaque than the other pink. So that's how you use them when you're sort of painting. So for this picture that I've started, you can see the top lemon I've done a bit more layering to. I've put white in just so that in my head I know that's where my highlight's going to be, but I'm probably going to add more layers before I get to that. Mm-hmm. So I've gone in here with a very crude black line just in my head to make myself think shadow there, but it probably makes more sense to go in with a brown now.
So if you're starting a picture, can you get the picture done from start to finish in one evening, or is it best to do it over a number of evenings and let the layers dry bit by bit?
You do need to let it dry in between because all you're going to do is move it around.
Right.
So it's not a fast process, but in a way that's kind of quite nice.
Well, if you only want fast processes, don't take up art, really.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is when you're working with quite a large image like this, I've got 2 lemons, so I can go back and forth. So I can put in a bit more shadow there and I can leave that for a minute and I can go and perhaps think, right, well, while that's drying, I'm going to add a bit more colour onto my branches, because I've just done those, I've just shaped those out with a dark brown, but I can go in with a lighter brown and add just a bit more detail.
Now, confirmed and checked out, a third of our entire stock of this offer this Bank Holiday Monday's gone, and more of you have got it in your baskets right now. Remember, this deal is 24 twin pots. So you've got 48 colours, plus the 3 free brushes and the free gouache pad as well, for the same price that we did last time without the brushes. So you're getting the brushes and that extra free today for £44.99. I know so many of you missed out on it last time we had a Himi show. When was that, the last?
Month ago.
Month ago.
And yeah, a lot of people, and I got a lot of messages afterwards from people that were gutted they'd missed it. So
Yeah, well, we got it back today with an extra bonus, an extra bank holiday treat. You've got the 3 brushes as well.
now look at that lemon that we did a second ago. You'll see it's darker.
Yeah,
You could barely see that when it went on. So your light colours are going to dry darker.
yeah,
Your darker colours will dry lighter.
okay.
So if you bear that in mind as you're working. The other thing is you can always come back to it. Now that top lemon, I haven't touched that for a week, but I can go in now with a damp brush and I can blend those colours. If I feel the lines are a bit harsh,
Right.
see, that's moving the colour. I'm reactivating that colour that's been there a week. So you can keep kind of going back and forth, adding, layering up, adding more detail. You can add shade, then think, oh, I've gone too far. You can go in with water and dilute it down a bit to soften it. So they're very forgiving. And in that, I think they're ideal for a beginner. So where I've got this brown, I can soften that edge. And that's going to give me a nice shadow. I've gone in the other day with this brown line here. I can soften that out if I want to.
I love the consistency of them. They look incredibly rich and creamy, unlike, say,
They
a watercolour that's just a block of colour that's solid. It kind of makes you want to delve in and
Yeah, absolutely.
have a go.
And I love the idea of the realism you get. They've got a very artistic feel, and I am not. I don't have much experience with painting, and you can see the results that I'm getting just from as a beginner, basically.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love watercolour, and that's coming up later on with Sharon and
Yes,
Himi.
we've got another show later.
But watercolour is usually very, very soft and very, very pale.
Yes.
If you're using things like alcohol-based, like markers and things like that, that's usually over-vibrant for me. It's usually kind of boom. Whereas
Yes.
this seems to be real. It seems to be a real...
It does,
black
yes,
look
and
of
I
realism.
love the depth of colour you get. You
Yeah.
know, if we go back to that first painting I did, it has got that arty look, and you can go in quite loosely. You know, you can just go here and there, putting like suggestions of lines, and it works. So they're very easy to use, and I do love that about them. I think they're a fabulous thing, and I would recommend anyone to give them a try.
Well, we've got lots of you coming through for this fantastic offer that we're, remember, bringing back again. The difference between this offer and the last offer was we didn't give you the brushes last time. You had to get those separately yourself. So today you're going to get, if I just show you inside the box again, just so you can see what you're going to get. They all come sealed. And of course, as Sharon, I say of course, I thought maybe you kept the foil on the top and resealed it, but Sharon says, no, take them off. And it is an airtight lid that goes on the top of it. You've got the palette there as well. So you've got exactly the right storage to keep your paints in tip-top condition. And like Sharon said, if you do find they dry out, just spritz them with a little bit of water and that will bring them back to life again. But again, the presentation and the way everything is delivered to the artist or delivered to us is brilliant. So there is your 48 or 24 twin pots, 48 colours, 3 brushes and the gouache pad as well. All of those colours you're going to get are basically there on that swatch. Okay, lots of you coming through for it, WMXC50. Now we do have what I consider to be the ultimate collection of gouache. Now this is another very, very popular one. You're going to get full-size tubs, 56 colours. Now this is always a bestseller whenever we have it on. This is the business. You've got, of course, really well presented handles and style of this. If I open up and show you inside, look at this. Those are the colours you've got. I've got a swatch which I can show you. Look at that. They're all single colours, 56 individual pots.
Each pot is 30 millilitres as well, so
Wow.
there's a lot of, and if you look at tubes, they're less than that, so
Okay.
you're getting a lot in each
And you were
pot.
saying on average a tube of gouache is about £8?
Yep, yeah.
You get 56
Yep.
pots with more than what you get in a tube. And you get 3 brushes as well. They're included. There are the colours. Every colour you see there, you're getting in a full pot of gouache. TPXC47. You've got an absolute collection here of colours. Quality all the way. Every shade of blue you can think of, every shade of yellow, loads of shades of green in there as well. This has got to be the icing on the cake. This is the top of the tree, isn't it?
It is. Shall I open mine and show you the actual paints?
Go on.
It's a beauty. I mean,
What a fanfare, really.
yeah.
Oh.
That.
Oh.
Now you'll notice that I have left one unopened, and that's because you get 2 whites.
3, 2, 1, just to get the price in. Watch where we're going with this. Back to the paints in a second. Not 80 anything. 49.99. Wow. And you get 3 brushes. It is on split pay? Yeah, okay. It's on split pay too. So you can get all of this home for £24.99. It's how much per colour? It's 56 colours. For £49.99, it's about 80 pence a colour, and you get the 3 brushes included too. Wow, what about that for a deal? And it is on split pay as well, £24.99. Treat yourself to the ultimate today, 89 pence per colour. And you heard Sharon say that if you bought a tube of gouache, which is less than what's in one of these pots, you're looking at a roughly £8 price tag. So you've got them for pence. You've literally got them for such a great, great price. Wow.
There's a lot there, isn't there?
There's an awful lot there.
The value for money. And when you look at them, you can see with this set, you've got a nice mix as well, because you've got all the colours you're going to need. But they've also added in some neons, which are so bright, you can see. Now, don't think of neons as just being something for if you're doing something really sort of a bit crazy. They're great for highlights, even if you're doing something like a lemon. To go in with a bit of neon is really going to make your highlights pop. And then you've got some lovely sort of metallic and pearl along the bottom. I use these quite a lot when I'm doing like splatters on a card.
Okay.
Because I do like that look. And because they're gouache and they're a bit more opaque, they work so much better for that because you can see the colour much better.
You just want to dive in, don't you?
Now you can see actually mine, I haven't opened this for a little while. You can see in the corners they're looking a little bit drier than the rest. So all I do, spritz them. That's it. And then they're good to go. You can give them a stir with a cocktail stick if you need to, but I never do. This is exactly, you know, this is my set. I've had these since the beginning of the year.
Now you said that you're, learning about painting and using gouache. Oh, by the way, 20% of the stock of the big one has gone already in the last couple of minutes. For someone who's a novice, and I include myself in that, what would you recommend someone do as their first project?
Well, if you're a crafter, let's do a card because, you don't have to be interested in painting for these. These are going to work really well with your card making and your paper crafting.
Okay.
So let's stamp an image and we'll use this big set to colour it, shall we?
Okay.
So I've got some craft cards, and this is the other thing. I mean, Dave, you know I love my craft card and I use it a lot. But watercolour paint does not show on craft.
No.
This does.
Right.
So this is where these come in for me because I do like to stamp on watercolour card, a lot, on craft card a lot. So I've got a Sizzix stamp here. This is the 49er Market one we had on the other week.
Okay.
And there's this big, lovely, bold leaf stamp. So I'm going to pop that on there.
Big collection, a third of the stock's gone. You're loving it this afternoon?
And then let's have a look at what we've got here. So I want a nice green, really. So I do tend to use a palette, mainly just because I'm a bit neat and tidy, and I like to keep my paints kind of clean. So I tend to scoop out some paint on my brush and just pop it onto one of the palettes. All of the sets come with a palette. And then I'm going to water this down a fair bit, almost using it as a watercolour. And I can just go in. Now I tend to go in sort of in the centre of the leaf with the colour, already watered down a lot. I mean, you saw I had a tiny amount on my brush. Now I'm just coming in with a wet brush and just moving that around.
I say the coverage that you get with the colours is pretty impressive.
It is, and it dries beautifully. I mean, it will be quite a different colour when it dries. But in terms of, you know, value for money, if you're using them for stamping, you are using the tiniest amount. This set is going to last you years.
And like you said, you know, watercolour's lovely, but it doesn't really show up at all on craft card.
No.
And other types of card, whereas gouache will.
No, and because this layers as well, you know, if I were using watercolours here, I'd be colouring a part of the leaf, then going in with a different shade. Because these are going to layer, I can just go in with one colour and then add another colour directly on top.
And how much did we work out that each pot is costing? 89 pence. 89 pence for a pot, and each pot has got 30 ml in it, and a tube of gouache can be in the region of £7–8 with less in it than that. So yeah, for less than £1, you've got all of these wonderful colours and a great quality too.
Yeah, fantastic quality. Now, you can see the first ones are kind of already drying, so I can kind of come in with another colour. And
doesn't take long to dry, does it really?
No, not really. Particularly with your first layers where you're going in quite lightly. Obviously, when you're going in with thick layers, it takes longer.
Could you force dry it with an air gun or not really?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. I'm going to go in with a bit of a teal. And because you can move the colour around here, you're kind of reactivating. So you need to think about that, because if you're happy with your base colour and you don't want it to move, then when you're adding a layer on top, don't keep going back and forth scrubbing with your brush, because you're going to move the layer underneath.
Right.
For what I'm doing, I don't mind, because this is a very sketchy looking stamp. I'm kind of going for that loose watercolour look.
Half stock gone of the big set that's on the screen now. If you want it, be quick. TPX C47.
And unlike watercolours, I've gone in with a really dark colour there. With watercolours, if I went in with a light colour, you just wouldn't see it.
No.
But I can go in with a really light green now, and it's going to sit on top.
Oh, look at the difference.
So you can almost work in a reverse to how you would be used to doing with watercolours and things. So you can kind of add your highlights right at the end.
As far as objects go, like leaves and lemons, would you say that's a good place to start if you're...
I think so. And I think if you're going to get a reference photo, this is why I was drawn to the lemons, I think. Pick one where there's real shade and light. So pick a photo of lemons in bright sunlight, because the shadows will almost be black, and then you've got almost white with the light shining on the lemon, and you can really play around with the contrast then. But for a sketchy watercolour look, where I've literally used the tiniest little speck of paint there, and I've coloured those leaves. If you want to come in with a bit of blue or something, you could. You can mix the colours, obviously. I can mix blue with a bit of green there to give me another shade. And just here and there, give me that sketchy look I want. So that would be my design. And
I dare say there's probably an awful lot of tutorials on YouTube as well for painting. And
there are, yeah, and that's where I got the lemon idea from. I'd seen a girl do it on craft cards, and that instantly appealed to me because I love my craft. So we've got our image all done, and I quite often like to do my splatters. And we've got some beautiful, in this set, you've got your lovely golds.
of course, if you've painted something,
yes,
you've got to sign it.
Yes,
Or
that's
initial
true.
it.
That's true, yes, you could come in with the black. And then, yep.
Now the metallics, you've got, how many metallics in the 3? Oh no,
Well, you've got, the bottom rows all sort of either pearl or metallic, you could call them.
There's 8.
Going from like a lovely sort of champagne-y colour, silver, then you've got some colours. You've got green, pink, lilac and blue, and then you've got a sort of yellowy gold, and then almost like a bronzy gold. So I've got a bit of the bronzy gold, and I'm just going to add some water, and then that's going to give me...
This is a Sharon signature.
I do this a lot on my cards. And this just gives, when it dries, you'll have a lovely, lovely shimmer. And we can add a bit of, let's go with the yellow as well. So I can show you both, because if this is something you like to do, you're going to love these. So when you're doing for splatters, I would say the consistency you want is like a single cream. So not too watery, but because these are opaque, they're still going to show nicely when they dry. Whereas sometimes watercolour kind of disappears. So.
Well, for those of you that did invest in the last show in the picture this images that were on the watercolour card and the smooth card, this is the perfect show for you, because obviously you want to colour those in, that's why you bought them. And either of the gouache offers we've had today, the twin pots or indeed the super duper all singing or dancing 30ml pots with 56 colours will be perfect, absolutely perfect. And also I love the fact the way it's presented with the handles, so if you wanted to take that down to the riverbank with you,
Yes,
put it in the back of the car.
It's good, yeah, it's a good sturdy packaging, and with that one you've got 4 clips, so you've got a clip on each side, so it's very, very secure. It's got like a foam insert in the top as well.
It's got foam in the lid.
Keep it as airtight as it can be.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you just spritz it with water once a month, you're good to go. You can just pick it up with those handles.
Absolutely.
And off you go.
And just click it shut, and then you're ready to take it, put it in the back of the car. Nothing's going to accidentally spill over or anything like that.
No, exactly, because it's airtight. You know, even if you don't keep it upright, you're fine with it.
And I think we found Himi at the Frankfurt Craft Fair, didn't we?
I think so, yeah,
a year or
last
two ago.
year, yeah.
Yeah, because I know when Liam and Andy and Scott came back, they were kind of full of this Himi brand. Look at this, what do you think of these? And we all thought, wow, never seen anything quite like it. But like we said before, gouache is something that we've been talking more and more and more about on as a channel here. But in all the years I've been on Crafting TV, it's only since we've had these that I've known about it. As I say, Sheena, lovely Sheena Douglas, used to bring in a little tube of white gouache that we actually sold on the TV. But I didn't know much about it, and I asked her one day, you know, what's this gouache? What, I don't know anything about it. And she explained it to me. And since then, I mean, you've explained it brilliantly, Sharon, because this to me is the best of both worlds. It's in between acrylic and watercolour. It gives you the vibrancy and the layering potential, which you can't do with watercolour.
You can use it as a watercolour, or you can use it as a gouache. I don't really understand why we haven't all been using this for years instead of other things, to be honest.
Well, I think that's why most people now are thinking, do you know what, this makes absolute sense, I want to give this a go. And when you consider a tube of gouache can be about £8, you've got 56 colours here, and each pot is 30ml. I don't know how many mil you get in a tube.
No, I'm not sure, but...
Okay, so that's TPX C47, and it's on split pay as well. So $49.99, it's $24.99 your first payment of 2 if you want to spread the cost. Maybe you're buying this as a gift for someone. What an ultimate gift that would be. It's like a complete, well, art class in a box, isn't it, really? Brilliant. Okay, now we've got another one. I think it's this set here, isn't it? Yeah, so this is 24 colours. Now, you are going to get the gouache pad, and you're going to get your 3 brushes with this as well. Oh, you don't? Just the brushes. Okay, brushes, not pad. Right, okay. Okay, for free. Brushes for free. This is the 24 colour one. And I've got I haven't got a swatch for this one, don't I?
No, because I didn't have that one, so I haven't got an open one either to show you, I'm afraid.
Not to worry. Now, you've got 24 in here. Now, these are going to be your bright colours, okay? So you've got basically here loads and loads. I don't think I've got a swatch to show you at all. There's normally one inside the lid. But
is there not one in the packaging?
No. Oh, hang on, is it this one? That's 56. No, I haven't got the 24. But anyway, these are your brights, okay? So you get 24 in the container, and you get the palette, and you get your 3 brushes as a Himi gift, absolute free gift. We're going to get a little picture to show you the colours you're going to be getting in there. So again, completely safe, all non-toxic, water-based, but if you want a box of 24 to get started, should be £47.98. It's GLXC82. You can get the brushes for free, and you can have the 24 for £29.99. Another great reduction down from, well, it's about nearly £20 off, £18 off the price if you want the 24 bright colours. And again, of course, from those colours, you can mix them and make many, many more. So
yeah, you can. You absolutely can. And
they're the colours you're going to get. They're the 24 colours.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Beautiful.
They are bright, aren't they? So I like the fact that they've got such a mix across all the different sets. So you're not really duplicating too much if you get all of them.
No, exactly. And if you just want to kind of dip your toe in and try, this is a really good kind of entry-level price to get the free brushes as well. Again, airtight container to keep them in pristine condition. Like Sharon said, if they do dry out, just spritz them with water. That will kind of re-energise them and get them up to speed again. Specifically chosen as your brights, okay? So those are the brights, $29.99, and it's GLXC82. And we also have a set of 18. Now, I've actually got a swatch for these.
And I've got an open one.
Okay, so there's your swatch for your 18 gouache. Now, these are your essential colours, really, aren't they?
They are. This to me is what I would call a basic set of the sort of basic colours you're going to need, and that from these you can then kind of mix whatever you need to, really. Again, you've got 2 whites in here, which I love that they do that, because the white you are going to be using quite a lot, because you can make other colours even more opaque by adding just a drop of that. But also when you go in with your highlights, you're probably going to be using white. So I don't open one of them because there's no point opening 2. I wait till I've used one up before I open the other one. But they're big old pots. These are going to last you years before you're going to need to.
Like it says, silky and smooth and quick drying. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So 18 colours you're going to get. These are the colours. You saw, you can see them there actually in the palette. Probably easier than me showing you the swatch. But NJ8410 is the product code. NJ8410. This is a really great try me price as well. $24.99, and you get the brushes in there as well for free, just tucked inside there. Add a palette for mixing. This time it's a clear palette. So you get, a great way to maybe try it. And then if you love it, which I'm sure you will, and you'll love the quality of them, you can maybe then go for the big bundle in the future, or the twin pot version in the future too. But the quality is superb. And it's an adventure and a journey that you can, just go on and increase and find out more about painting and just...
Yeah, definitely. Go on YouTube, watch some tutorials. When I first got them, my first thought was, oh yeah, I can colour my stamped images. These are going to be lovely. And then I started watching tutorials and I saw that lemon and I thought, I'm going to have a go at that. And I have to say, I'm really chuffed with my first attempt, because for a first attempt, it was very easy. It was far easier than I thought. And I think, don't be scared of it. Give it a try. And because these are so economical, you can afford to give it a try, can't you?
Have you got the foldable paint palette there?
Yes, I do. I do.
Sharon's got it. I haven't got it here, but can I just take it from you for a second?
There you go. It's a bit dirty.
Here we go. So this is the foldable paint palette, which is also available in the show. Obviously, you're going to get your paint palettes in the boxes as well. But if that's not going to be enough and you want something slightly bigger, then here we go. Look at this. You've used this, obviously.
Yes, I have. It's great for on the go, though, because it clips together. It sort of clicks. So if you've got wet paint all over it, you're not going to get it anywhere.
Right.
And it's got a handy little ribbon to hold on to. So if you're taking it out and about with you.
That's cute.
Yeah, it's a nice, nifty little tool to have, because if you look, you've got sort of segments to put your paint in, but then you've got a whole great big area to mix your colours
What
together.
I would do is put the lid over the top. Don't bring the base up to the top, because
No.
otherwise all the paint will come out. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Do it that way around, and then it locks into place. Really clever idea, actually. So you're not going to get paint all over you or all over your car if you're going somewhere to do a bit of a painting exercise. £6.99. Buy it on its own if you want to. It's YG8459. And yeah, really clever idea. And the little gift, a little kind of ribbon tag to hold on to it as well. Like that. Very clever, very nifty, and a nice little gift for someone that's into art. Or maybe you're buying this as a gift for someone who's sat next to you watching TV at the moment, interested in art. Maybe someone that's having a bit more time that they can dedicate to their craft or their art. Someone that's retiring, going down part-time or something. You just want to take up some more interesting hobbies that you can really explore and develop. Because that's what painting is, isn't it? You're never thinking, oh, I've done that now, I'm a painter. You're always wanting to kind of better yourself and do more adventurous things with it, maybe?
Definitely. And I think if you are new to this, go on YouTube, have a look at tutorials, and look for something that you would want to have.
Yeah.
A finished painting you like. As I say, I was drawn to the lemons on craft for some reason. But there are other things I've seen. I saw one which was a doorway with wisteria around it. So that's the next thing I want to try.
Okay.
So look for something that appeals to you, then work out how to do it.
Sure.
There are so many tutorials on there. You've only got to watch a couple and you'll realise that actually it's very easy to do, because the way you can layer it, it's very forgiving. You haven't really got to think about leaving highlights clear.
Do you get to realise how the paint behaves quite quickly?
Very quickly,
right.
Very quickly. And particularly if you are someone that's already used watercolour paints.
Yeah.
They're just a creamier, thicker version of watercolours, really.
Right.
So yes, that side of it is almost instant.
Well, I just love everything about this. I really do. It's the gouache. Now, let's go back to the bundle that we started with. Now, this is our bank holiday special for you. We have had this before. It sold out completely last time. We've got it back today, and it's not far off selling out again. It's going very, very fast. You've actually got 24 twin pots in there. So there's 48 colours in total. And I've got the swatch, I think. Is it this one? Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. That's 48 colours. So basically there's two colours kind of similar to each other side by side. So you've got the two different shades of yellow there, two different slightly different shades of red, orange and so on. So twin pots, 48 colours in total, $44.99. Now when we did this last time, it sold out. We gave you the gouache pad and we gave you the box. We didn't give you the brushes. Today, we're giving you all three things for the same price when it sold out last time. So you've got your 48 colours, you've got your gouache pad, and you've got your three brushes in different sizes as well for the same price that we did just basically the paints and the pad last time. $44.99, and already over a third of the stock has gone on this particular collection. WMXC50 is the product code, and you get in total with the pad, you're going to get 50 sheets. And it's also the perfect cardstock to use with gouache. I mean, you can use watercolour cards. You can
Watercolour cards, yeah. You just basically you need a card that can take water, because you're going to be adding water to it. So the gouache pad that comes with the set is perfect. But yeah, any watercolour card really will do the trick.
Okay, fantastic. So go for that deal today. We've got it back for you by popular demand. And we're coming into spring and summer. The weather earlier on before I started the shows at 1 o'clock was rather nice. And maybe that's making you think about, I just want to sketch and maybe colour some of my flowers in my garden, my pet, going away maybe for a holiday, but I just can't sit in the sun all day long. I want to do something practical. Then painting, I mean, it's one of the best things to do, isn't it?
It's so relaxing. Actually, I'll show you what I started doing last week in the garden with a glass of wine, or a bottle of wine actually.
Like your style.
I've got some lovely peonies in my garden, and I took a photo of them, and then I sat, and I haven't, this is barely started because I decided to just drink the wine instead. But I made a start, and I needed to let that layer dry, so then I kind of didn't come back to it. But you can see all I've done here, particularly you can see here, because all I've done is there's a bud here. Now that is just a blob, because that is just my base layer. I then am going to come back in, and I've got the twins here. So what I would do is define that a little bit now.
I mean, you can also, of course, paint directly from a photograph. If you've got a photo that you've taken on your phone and you can transfer it onto your iPad or whatever tablet you've got, so it's nice and big, you can use that as the reference.
Yeah, that's what I did, because I took a photo of the flowers and then sat at our table where I could, I couldn't see them from there. So I worked off a photo on my phone. But you would just come in then and define it more. Add in layers. You can see I've sort of started here to add in some shade. And go back and forth, because you're waiting for layers to dry. Now the centre of this flower is probably going to be quite dark. So I've got a wet brush and I'm just picking up some of the paint. And the one thing to warn you about is when it's at the mid stage like this, it looks terrible before it gets better again.
Okay.
So you start off with your outline, then you hit a point where you think, oh, I've messed it up because this looks just like a car crash. But then it comes back again as you go in, And just tell yourself that, hey, if you absolutely completely messed it up, you could just cover that whole thing with light pink and start again. Yeah. So your time isn't wasted because you haven't got to throw it in the bin and start from scratch. You can just block out an area you're not happy with and go over it again. And
I'm really chuffed we're bringing gouache to everybody because
I am.
It seems to be, having talked to you off air earlier on, it's just one of those products that why didn't we know about it more before? It bridges the gap between acrylic and watercolour, but it does so much.
I think it's the name of it has made us all think it's for proper artists and not for us crafters. But actually, it's an easy product to use, and I would argue that it's probably easier to use than lots of other sort of colouring mediums we use all the time for crafting. So yeah, I would urge anyone to give it a go.
Is it very forgiving? If you make a mistake, you can rectify it.
Yeah, very, because you can just go over the top. Now this is a case of it looks bad before it looks worse, because this just looks a bit messy. But I'm just building, you're just thinking in blocks of colour. If you're working from a photo, you almost want to squint at your photo and then paint what you see, just in sort of blurry shapes, because the detail gets added sort of in the final layer, really. You're just blocking out where there's darker bits and lighter bits.
How many layers ideally would a picture need?
Really depends on how much sort of different shade there is. You know, if you think about a peony where it's closed, you get a lot of different shades within that. So you probably might want 5 or 6 layers. The lemons, I've probably done about the same, about 5 or 6. So
those lemons look really cool. I'm just stood here looking at them now.
I'll bring those back in, because I just think on the craft, the colour just pops, doesn't it?
I mean, that was your first attempt.
This one was my very first attempt. That one there. This other one I haven't quite finished yet. This is still a work in progress. But yeah, that was my very first attempt. It only took me, I'd say, about an hour, because I had to wait for layers to dry a little bit.
Right.
And I would recommend you do this as well when you're first sort of starting out. Swatch your colours as you do them, just to sort of help you remember what you used when you come back with the next layer. But yeah, I'll flick you through all of my little first attempts. So that was the very first thing I did.
I wonder if we sell craft art books, because I'm
sure
sure a lot of people are thinking,
someone
oh, I
does.
like the look of that on craft.
Someone does, yeah, I would have thought so. And I have to say, I bought this in a rush, because I'd seen this technique, wanted to try it. This isn't the best paper that I've used, because this isn't watercolour paper, but it is.
Right.
It's just about okay. So you know, if you've got some craft card, give it a try. So this was another attempt I had at just playing around with it. And this one really was about me practicing my brush strokes more than anything. And I would say, if you want to, if like me, you like your florals, the brushes that you get are perfect, because you've got a nice selection of brushes. With the brushes that you get with these sets, they give you a couple of flat, this one's a filbert, which means it's like rounded at the top. This is great for backgrounds, and then you've got a couple of the rounded brushes with a pointed end. Now, these are great for your techniques.
And they're not any old brush, they're actually produced by Himi, the same company that's producing the paint. So you know they're going to be perfect partners. And if you go for the one that's on the screen today, that's the one that's giving you the 24 twin pots. So 48 colours. You're going to get the 3 brushes as a free gift. You're going to get the gouache pad as a free gift as well. And it's WMXC50. WMXC50, the product code. You get the whole lot. So everything you need, apart from the water, to get started.
Yeah, and it's very simple. So for these flowers, this was just about me practicing a couple of techniques, which I'll show you quickly now. So to do a rose, you're just doing a load of C shapes, basically. So let's bring in a really bright pink. Let me grab a new palette, because I've completely covered that one now. So let's put some of this really bright sort of fuchsia pink on here, and some water. So I've got a nice runny consistency there. Now this brush has got a rounded tip. So if I start just touching the paper, press down and lift up. And that is really all a rose is.
Right.
It's that shape. You work your way around, just doing C shapes. And then as you get further out, you're going to press harder and make them bigger. And a rose in nature is never perfectly round, so just work quite loosely. But you just press, move it around and lift. And then I won't do a whole rose. Then for leaves, it's even easier. For leaves, let's grab a bit of green. Now these are sort of basic techniques that will work for watercolour paints, for gouache, whatever you're using really. But if you are into the sort of botanical, as I am, this is a great thing to practice. So for leaves, you start with the point, move it along, push, drag it along and lift, and you've got the perfect leaf. Now you can play with that. You can press it down, give it a little wiggle and lift, and that will give you a leaf with a sort of serrated edge.
Right.
And I would say, if you're going for the set where you get the gouache pad, take a page of that, spend a whole afternoon just practicing with the brushes to get a feel for them.
Now, before we say goodbye for this show, there is another show coming up later on with Sharon and Hayley. What time's that, 7?
7 o'clock, and we'll be looking at watercolours then.
Yeah, with Himi. But there is another product that we didn't actually have in the show, but we've been able to get into the show in the last few seconds. Now, this is actually a hydrating spray for bringing your gouache back to life. To stop
We've
it
got this already, have we?
Yeah, we've got it. Now, it was meant to be in the show. It is available. And the last couple of minutes on the show, we're going to do a special deal on it. So it should be £12.99. This is going to effectively moisturise your paints, and it's made by the manufacturer, so you know it's going to be the best thing for it. £6.99, £6 off today. If you've got any of the Himi gouache boxes today, of which actually all 4 of them have been flying, all 4 options that we've had for you in the show. They're kind of neck and neck in popularity, all of them. I mean, the big box with the 56 in there is absolutely flying as well. But yes, they will dry out if they're exposed to air. So if you want to keep your paints in pristine condition, £6.99 is the spray. It should be £6 more than that. So you've got a really good deal on that for £6.99. MI8450. MI8450 is the product code, and it just means that you're putting the right product onto the paints to keep them lasting longer and keep them, behaving themselves, basically.
Yeah, it's just a bit better than using water. The one thing with water is you could, if you put loads of water on and left them, you might get a bit of mildew. Yeah. So that's what that prevents. It's obviously got some sort of antibacterial thing in it. Sure. That keeps them
and it's
fresh.
the right product for the job.
It's nice to have something.
For the sake of £6.99, if you're spending £40 or £50 on some paints, you want to, for £6, keep them looking and keep them performing brilliantly. Here's your chance to get hold of it. Loads of you going for more than one of these, actually. Susan in Mauritius has gone for 2, so's Judy, so's Gillian in Yorkshire. And we're coming into the summer season. The temperatures are going to be going up, so if they are going to dry out, they'll dry out in the summer more than in the winter time. But that spray, of course, is going to keep them in pristine condition. Okay, a quick reminder of all 4 options. Should we do that? Okay, we're going to keep the details there of the moisturising spray on the screen, but the website has got all options for you. So 48 or 24 of the twin pots, so 48 colours, with the gouache pad and the 3 brushes. That's on the website right now for you. If you want to go for the 56 colours, which is the ultimate, that's the biggest bundle. There it is. This is such a beautiful thing. It is. But it's just so gorgeous. I mean, okay, with the lids on, you can't really see the colours and appreciate them, but you are going to get all of those colours, and when they're open, delve in. Just delve in and enjoy. Mix it with water, obviously, to make it the consistency that you really want. I mean, anybody that's wondering about going for gouache, what would you recommend? Go for one of the smaller ones, or go for the big one, or?
Personally, I'd just go for the big one.
Just the big one. I mean, it's the best value. It really is, the big one. And it's on split pay as well. So you get 56 of them. And I think you are going to get the brushes as well, aren't you? With the big one? Yeah.
Yeah, which we didn't offer before. It was just the big one on its own. So you're basically getting 3 brushes with it, which is a great starting point. Other than that, I would go for the twin pots, because I think the twin pot colours are very me. If you're like me and you like softer pastels, that's the set to go for.
Brilliant. Sharon, you're back with Hayley. Hayley's here in a few minutes to see you through until 8 o'clock. Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow at 1. Enjoy.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Welcome back for my first hour, but not the first hour of the day.
No, this is hour number 2 of 3. So yes, you've got me for the next 2. So
that is
I apologise.
Not at all, because we were phenomenally busy earlier.
We have been very busy
and
day.
People may well have missed out on the shows because obviously bank holiday, you're here, there, and everywhere.
Yes.
We know how it is. Well, good news for you. We've got a fabulous 2 hours ahead of us. We'll be revisiting some of the things that you may have missed out on earlier on, but we've got brand new items for this hour as well. So yeah, very much looking forward to it as well.
We do. We've got lots of new stuff.
We have, and we've got returning favourites. So maybe we should start with those, because it may be a case of that you missed out on this item the last time that it came to air. But thankfully, we have got more stock, and it's fabulous items to the side of us.
It is. So right in front of me. So it is the A-frame unit. And it sold out the last time, and I did say that I would bring it back next month. So true to my word, I've brought it back. So it is really simple to build. I've actually got one somewhere. Let me see where
I love it. It's like a little, I mean, there's lots of room between these shelves here. I suppose there's loads of different ways that you're going to be able to use this.
Oh, maybe I don't have an empty one. Anyway, it's very simple to build.
Okay.
So you've got your 2 edge pieces, which look like an A, which is hence the reason of an A-frame. And then it's simply three pieces for your shelf units that you just glue in place. And then you can paint it and decorate it. So this one we've actually stenciled. So Nanette has done this one for me, but you can do whatever you want with it. So last show I had it on, I had little cactus plants on it. Little MDF cactus plants, which I think are still on the website. So if you want those, you can go to Hobby Maker and you'll find those. But we came up with loads of suggestions of what to do with them last time. So spices, to put all your kitchen spices and things like that on, your salt and pepper, all those little bits and pieces.
Alex, our producer, has got a hankering for a little afternoon tea.
That would be lovely. I think that would be a great idea. I would be perfectly happy to have a little afternoon tea sitting on there on a bank holiday Monday. Wouldn't that be nice?
Absolutely, nice little idea.
Can't beat a scone.
Absolutely.
My favourite.
Now, I have to say, this is brilliant value for money because you've got so many different opportunities for how you can decorate this, but not only that, but also its uses as well. Good space between each of these. So if you're wanting to use it in a crafting environment, I guess you could
absolutely.
as well.
I mean, it will take, oh, that one's not glued in properly, as you can see.
Transportation.
It will take a decent amount of weight. You've just got to remember that it is 3mm MDF, so it's not going to take like a brick sitting on it.
Oh, no.
You know, but if you put like your pens and your stamps and all that kind of stuff on there, all that is going to be sitting on there perfectly. Obviously, you want to put a bit of glue in it so that it doesn't come apart like mine does.
Well, you've got flat pack.
To be fair, if I remember correctly, I glued this together with about 30 seconds before we went on air last month.
Oh, that might explain it.
Potentially that I didn't even glue that one because I literally was doing it. In fact, one of the Stone Street guys, I can't even remember, was doing, and he was like, "You're literally just gluing that together now," and I was like, "Yep, you're on air in 10 seconds." Like, yep.
Actually, things like your threads would be a good idea because there's not a lot of weight to them.
No,
so you could put them on
I mean
there
that's
as well.
it. The possibilities and you know what you can store on it are endless. Even if you don't want to put little, you know, individual pieces, you could put little baskets on it.
Nice,
to store anything in it. So, you know, afternoon teas and cream teas and all that kind of stuff is ideal. You can even do it for like weddings and have, you know, bits and pieces.
It's a nice idea.
If you're doing it for like a wedding table. I know my friend is getting married in September and you could put lots of little bits and pieces on there.
People do like the little photo booths, don't they? So you could have your camera on there, you could have your little refill cartridges.
You could even have like little sweet stations and things for kids at weddings and things. So yeah, endless possibilities.
Loads of possibilities. But that price of $11.99 is not the price you're going to be paying. So all those people that have got involved already are going to be very, very happy. Some of those people are going in multiples of these as well. And of course, it's a very popular item that has sold out prior to today, and it's heading in that direction again, especially when we bring that price to you, because as I say, that price is going down and it is coming down to below than a tenner, a lot lower than a tenner actually at $8.99. So it's definitely worth going for a couple of those. These are the kind of items that I think are what I call a just-in product. So it's a just in case you might need it in the future.
Yes.
Because I'm guessing when it comes to you, it doesn't take up a lot of space. You
no,
can keep
it comes all nice and flat pack. So, and you've literally got like 4 pieces to it. So there's, you know, it doesn't take up probably about that big.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to
not a lot of space at all, is
not
it?
a big. The bottom shelf is size that is going to come basically, and it's slightly longer for your side.
And I'm looking at that. It looks like a similar sort of size to my tablet.
Yeah,
you know, like your computer
so
tablet.
it's probably slightly bigger than an A5.
Yeah.
Slightly wider at least than an A5, but that kind of gives you an idea of what the bottom shelf.
Now, I will warn you that over a quarter of the stock has gone. So yes, if you like the idea of getting hold of that, you can do. If you're watching internationally as well, you probably noticed at the bottom of your screen there that you can shop from us here as well, and we will ship to you internationally. Same rules apply. 1 post and packing for the day covers all of your orders from Hobby Maker. So if you're already ordered today, all you're going to be paying is $8.99 to get this fabulous project on its way to you. Very, very popular item. May well revisit that a little bit later on. So if you fancy getting that one into your basket, might be a good idea to do so because it's going to get even busier when we start introducing brand new kits. Now, I'm sure you will have seen Glitzcrafts before. Information on the screen. We're not kind of. That's what we were meant to be. I've only just noticed.
Yes, so have I. We've got Carnation Crafts on there as well.
That's what we were meant to be, but we're not, because the lovely Leona has joined us for 2 hours. So not just this hour, but the next hour as well. But this hour we're dedicating, well, not dedicating, but we're focusing on some brand new items. So what we got first then?
So the next thing I think is the rotating picture frame, which is to my side. Now this is a bit of a beast. So that's it from the side profile, and then it literally,
look at this.
You can rotate. Now what I will say is mine are just a little on the stiff.
Okay.
They're not quite. What you can do is if you find once you've built it, you can add just a little bit of weight to the bottom of each one, just a little magnet or something on the back, which means when it rotates, they will flip to where you want them to. It's just that mine's been painted and it's just a little bit sticky still. So a little bit of wiggle and it probably will. Now, so you'll see that as
a bedding, don't
yeah, so this is, as you can see, the one at the top is myself and my son. And then they're all me because I literally had to go through my desk drawer and find pictures to put in it because I don't print pictures anymore. I don't know. So We've got me and my best friends, and then this is a really old one from. This was before my youngest son was born, and he's 16.
Oh my goodness!
So this was back when I lived in the States, but you get the idea. So the frames all rotate, they all pop in and out. It comes. Let me show you how it comes.
Brilliant!
It is quite a big project.
Okay.
So this is how it comes, like so. So you've got the picture on the front, which I know is kind of distracting because you've got the instructions in there as well. You've got your picture on the front, and it tells you there what kind of paints and glues and things to use on it. And then if we open it...
I love that almost like a rose gold finish that you created on yours.
So this one, and it comes with step-by-step instructions. So what happened was when we were doing it, I had my son build it, and as he was building it, I was doing instructions and photographs. So not only, if you're a visual person, you've got lots and lots of photographs all the way through to show you how to assemble it.
I love it.
So the best way to do it is separate it all into the picture frames, because once you've built one of the picture frames, it's just like repeat.
Oh, okay,
because obviously
makes
there's
sense.
5 picture frames, they're all the same, but there is loads and loads of pictures and step-by-step instructions to get you through building it.
So we're talking a weekend project maybe?
Yeah, I mean, we built that one and we built it and dictated the instructions in about 25 minutes. So it actually does go together really quite quickly. Yeah. So what you've got, let me take it all apart just to show you. So there is a lot of pieces in this one. So just
I'm thinking wedding.
Bear with. Right. So these are all the pieces that you get with it. All these little ones here pop out, and then you've got your frame. And then, so this is the back of your frame, which you can see, if I flip that round, you can see there.
It reminds me of the front of a camper van.
Right, so you've got, that's the back.
Split screen.
Now, the reason that you've got these kind of holes cut out of it is literally just to make it a little bit lighter, so that when it spins, it's weighted a bit more.
Some people might think, oh, I'll put an extra little photos in there, so maybe not.
It's best, I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine, but you just might need to add a little bit more weight. Okay. So what happens is this part goes on top, and then in the middle part that I popped out, you've got this little piece here, which basically is a weight, but it also holds the front, if I can get it to go through. There we go. So it holds the front and the back together, which means that if you're not gluing everything in place, you can then pop it out to change pictures. Nice. But that's why you've got these holes. So don't think we've made a mistake by cutting the holes out and that, you know, they're not meant to be there. They are, and it's simply to make it slightly lighter at the top and heavier at the bottom, so that when it rotates and it spins down to the bottom. If you find, like mine, it's maybe just a little bit sticky because of the paint that we've used, you can always add just a little bit of a magnet or something on the back that's got a little bit of weight to it that's just going to make it rotate and fold down. Failing that, the worst case scenario, you just flip it. I mean, it's not like it's rocket science.
It's like a 3-dimensional photo album.
You literally just, you know, turn it around. So once you've built one of these, make sure you've got all these little bits. Don't throw these little bits away, because the step-by-step instructions will show you what they do. And basically what they do is, if I turn this sideways, it holds and locks all the pieces together. Right? So if you throw away those little bits, this is what holds and rotates, because this all rotates, this all rotates.
Oh, you can see them turning.
Right, so you just want to make sure that you're not throwing anything away until the very end, and you've got it all built up so that you've got it the way it's supposed to be.
Very dramatic. When I came in earlier on today, I was like, wow.
No, I did try to send pictures through earlier so that the photography had them before I got here, but I was like, no, guys, I'm going to have to just bring it and do it on the day, because my little photo booth is like this big. So it didn't fit in it.
I love it.
And I had it pictured in front of a door, and it just didn't look very good. So anyway, so there is 4 step-by-step instructions. All of this bit at the bottom pops out. That becomes your base. And then
kind of looking A3 sort of size with that. So
and then
huge.
These parts here go in this way.
Okay.
And then you've got another kind of A-frame shaped one. And then your rotation bit goes kind of in between.
Oh, it's very logical, isn't it?
So
it is together.
It looks quite involved, but as long as you take it kind of step by step, you've got the photographs and you've got step-by-step instructions to show you exactly how to put it together.
I love it. There you
So
go.
it shouldn't be too difficult.
Fabulous, thank you for that
There
explanation.
we go.
Now let me explain the details to you on your screen because you've got the item number, which is very important. You've also got a starting price, and I say a starting price because that's not the price that you're going to be paying for this. Bringing it down, which makes it a very affordable project for all of those celebrations, anniversaries, birthdays, weddings, and when you're only paying £21.99, you might be in the market to go for several because you could have these on different settings and different tables. And
Yeah,
things,
again,
couldn't you?
I keep going to weddings for some
Yeah,
reason, but I mean, that
season,
at a
isn't it?
wedding would be really nice as well, with pictures of the bride and groom in it. So, or
Nice
pictures of
idea,
family, things like that.
yeah.
Each table could have different pictures for different things.
Absolutely, really
So-
good idea. It's a
Yeah.
brand new item as well, and it's proving to be very popular, as we've seen previously. Photographs from your memories, or photographs
so
that
you
are
can
just
actually
something
see
that
them. There we go.
you've just recently taken, and it's a nice kind of conversation starter, I think. As I said, when we came into the kind of the green room today, it was very dramatic seeing it just sitting there. I wasn't expecting to see it, and it's like, oh my goodness, looks amazing. So if you fancy getting involved, you've got the detail on your screen, but do make sure you're checking out your baskets because, as we mentioned, we've got lots more items to share with you. We're going to kind of whiz through as many as we can, and of course we are in the fortunate position that we've got a full 2 hours with Leona today as well. So we're taking a trip off to Dad's shed.
Yes.
Just to the side of me here. Father's Day coming up next month. So you've got those different projects. Now we've got 2 projects we're sharing with you. You'll see that there's a difference in words on these.
Yes, so you've got the option of either Dad's garage or Dad's shed. If neither of those options don't suit you, you need Grandad or anything like that, shoot me a message.
Ooh.
Buy one, shoot me a message, and we can fix it for you to say
But
something
people
different.
sometimes have got different stamps and things.
Yeah,
haven't
so
they? You can add to it,
you
or,
might
yeah.
decide that you want to get it and
Yeah.
then change it completely, because what happens is, if I grab this one, this is how it comes, and then pop it out. So if you don't want it to say Dad's whatever, or you don't want it to say Dad,
Signposts for all sorts of things.
you
actually.
can flip it around,
Oh, okay.
and then you've got the back side to
Got
do
you.
whatever you want with. So it's completely up to you. If you want, it is engraved to show you where all the pieces go, but if you don't want it to go that way, again, you can make your own words, you can do your own letters. There's all your bits and pieces that just pop out. So these all just pop straight out of here and then go straight onto your, if I can get it out.
This
there
is
we
a
go.
nice project for the kids to
So,
create,
yes.
isn't it? Yeah.
It's just one of those nice, and actually it doesn't look much like this, I have to say, but when you see it done, you're like, oh, that's really cute.
Reminds me kind of like
So,
those American signs.
yes.
Now, this one obviously says garage on it, but
Yes.
if you are using the details on the screen, you will get one similar to the one that we've got here in the studio where it says shed. Now, I will warn you that price is coming down. Coming down from £9.99. I mean, that's hard
we
to
go.
believe, really, isn't it? So if you're looking for a project either for yourself or maybe for the kids to get involved with, at £7.99, I think you'll realise that that is
And
a
then we've
brilliant
got the
project.
2 finished samples on the front there, and we've also got one down beside Hayley of a
love
different
that.
version again.
We have, yeah.
So
Isn't that fabulous?
So when you see it done, it kind of makes it look so much better than it does when it's just plain.
I think it's brilliant.
So, but like I said, if you don't want it to be Dad's garage and you want to buy this, go ahead and purchase it. Send me an email. It's Leona. It's nice and simple. Leona@glitzcraft.co.uk. Shoot me an email. Tell me what you want it to say, and I will make it specially for you.
I love it. If somebody wants to
So-
put like little cup hooks in there, because I'm
Yes.
thinking it's a good place for putting like the garage keys or the
Yep.
shed keys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can either glue them on if you get like one that doesn't screw through, or if you want to get the ones that like a screw, you might have to put like a little extra piece of MDF. Now the good thing about that is that when you pop out all the pieces from here, you will be left with
the
bits
little
and
bits,
pieces.
Yes.
Which, if you decide then, say that you want, you can, I won't snap it because I'll probably end up breaking
you've
my
got,
nail.
like, kind of
but
got
you
the
could
inner part of the
literally just
D,
get,
yeah.
the middle part of the D.
Put that on the
all
back.
put that on the back to screw right through. So then instead of going through just 3 mils, you're now going through 6
That
or
makes
even
sense,
9.
yeah.
Depending on which length of, screw, cup, hook thing is.
Now we've got
So-
people ordering multiples of these, and I've got an idea that people that have got craft stores might want to make these to sell.
Oh,
Is that
yes,
okay?
absolutely. Highly encourage it. If
Yeah.
you can make some money from the stuff that we make here, then absolutely go for it.
A few little design suggestions for you. We've got both garage and shed available for you, but the details on the screen are for Dad's garage now. So the word is where it's going to be changing. So similar sort of style for those. Obviously, you decorate them to whatever colourway you choose, and a brilliant project that is proven to be very popular once again. So there you go, Dad's Garage. Details on your screen. If you wanted to go down the shed route, then you'll find that one on the website. We need to give you a bit of an update. Yep. We have been very, very busy for the A-frame shelf unit as well. It's kind of a bit of a deja vu situation.
I've had a lot of that today, actually. Quite a few things that we brought back have sold out again and again. So, yeah, we're having a good day today.
And the thing is, you have to get involved early. As soon as you see that name featuring in our schedule, you need to be tuning in and placing your orders as soon as you can. Literally flying out. The details are on your screen. As we've mentioned before, the price has dropped down to unbelievable $8.99. To be able to make a project like this. I mean, we were talking a few moments about craft stores. Then again, this could be a nice little display unit.
Yeah, it'd be great. Imagine if you make jewellery and things.
Yes,
have that on display at your craft shows.
Nice
ideal.
Yeah,
ideal, because I know it's really difficult now to get like shelves and things, and especially if you're doing them out of acrylic and things. They cost an absolute fortune.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant idea. Yet again, loads of ideas for these, and I know they've always been popular. I've got a feeling that a lot of the people shopping today maybe have just tested the water and went for one previously.
Maybe, yeah.
And now they're realising what brilliant value for money it is and coming for many more of them as well. So if you like the idea of that, make sure you are checking
need to be
the
quick
out.
because it's selling fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get it quick.
Now we're looking again at projects that are going to be perfect as gifts for upcoming, we'll say Father's Day, but to be honest, any birthday, this is going to be a brilliant idea. Because you might buy somebody, I don't know, a few beers.
Yeah.
That literally is a gift.
I mean, last month when I was in, I had boxes and boxes of gift boxes, if everybody remembers, and they all came with bows and things, and they sold out so quickly. So this is
isn't it?
similar kind of idea.
I love this. And
so we've got two different kind of dad's beer crates. But again, if you don't want it to say that, flip the sign around to a blank sign, and then you can put whatever you want on it.
I love it. And this is brilliant because we've got a variety of different ways that you could be decorating these as well. So the start price is on your screen, and again, that price is going to drop down. I think already at $10.99, that is a brilliant price for this. You can see there's 6 bottles of beer.
Oh yeah, easily. And actually I believe, because the one beside it is also similar, and it's not got beer in it at all. It's got different bottles.
Well,
so you can fit like bottles of other things in there. It doesn't have to be beer.
And also things like car cleaning stuff.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah.
You could be having like your polish.
Your bottles of spray,
And
the thing to do the tyres, the wet, whatever it is.
You
that
know
makes
way
the wet
more
look.
than I do.
The wet look. I've got a 23-year-old son who's into cars.
Oh.
So you get the polish with the wet look and all that in it. So
and you could put a few little kind of microfiber cloths in some of those as well. So there's all sorts of different ways that you could literally be playing around with that. You've got some really good sizable kind of apertures in there. So plenty that you could do. I'm always thinking as well, you could put it out the front of the house for your milk bottles.
You could. I mean, even things like my son loves Coke, so even the Coke bottles, you know, the glass Coke bottles. Things
yeah.
And I know there's lots of people. My cousin one year did it and made pipe cleaners and made little reindeer that went around the bottle tops.
Oh.
So there's loads of different ideas and things that you could do to decorate all the different bottles and things.
Absolutely.
But like you say, it could be anything that goes in there. It might be spray paints and things, you know, if you're into doing all your crafts and things like that. It could be things like that.
Absolutely.
Pringle tubs, Alex
Snack
just said
pack.
Pringle tubs.
Yeah.
Literally anything you want. It is, and they are quite tall, so it doesn't have to be, you know, sort of short, like jam jar type size. It can be quite tall.
I like that. And they've got a different shape handle as well, haven't they?
Yes.
Each of those two. So
yes.
The one that we're chatting about at the moment is the one which has got your brown tone to it, the diamond, as you can see on the front there. So if you like the idea of going for that one, then you can
we show the sides and things of that one, Hayley?
Of course. Let me put it over.
It's been decoupaged and it's beautiful.
Oh,
so if I flip that round, you can see how it's all been decoupaged
lovely.
with different papers.
Oh, you could cover that with photos.
So you could put anything onto the sides of it and then paint it whichever colour schemes and things.
What about if you've got things like beer labels? Maybe you've soaked off the beer labels from a stash of beer bottles. You could be decoupaging those on.
kind of, the back one's kind of like a fishing scene. So there's no reason you couldn't put like real, what they call fishing line and all that kind of stuff. Fishing lures and things in there as well. So it's literally one of those things. And like we said, if you don't want it to be that, just paint over that.
Do you need to consider the weight of what you're putting in here? I mean, it's pretty sturdy.
It is pretty sturdy, but again, it is made from 3mm MDF. It's not going to, you know, hold bricks.
Yeah.
What it actually will, as long as you're holding it from the bottom.
Oh, perfect.
But obviously, if you're holding it from the top, then you've just got that one little bit that you're holding it. So it's going to...
Brilliant idea.
As long as you're holding it from there, you know, then you'll be able to put anything in there. So I just wanted to show you that you could decoupage it and things as well.
That's a really nice idea.
Makes it really nice. You know, if you've got somebody who's maybe into fishing or different kinds of sports, then you can decorate it all that way as well.
I love it. It could be anything, couldn't it?
It could, yeah.
You've just got those really good recesses. Tip that forward. You can see they go right the way through down to the bottom there. So you've got plenty of scope with regard to that. But that price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying with regards to this one. The price is going to drop down. So that's why lots of you will consider going for multiples, not only as gifts, but also for your own use as well. And at $7.99, I think that's a brilliant price.
You could even stick it under the kitchen sink with all your cleaning supplies in it.
Yeah.
For going to clean the loos and stuff. They're lovely jobs that we have to do.
One of these when I come into the studio, because I've usually got my drink, and then I've got kind of like my little cough sweets and different bits and pieces. So yeah, your emergency kit. Could go in the boot of the car, couldn't it?
Put some chocolate supplies and things in it, and there you go, you're sorted.
What about if you're having like barbecues? You could put things like your sauces and your condiments in there.
You definitely could. Yeah, that'd be a good idea as well. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Or your mayos and barbecue sauces and things.
And all you've got to do is take advantage of that price, $7.99. Again, you might not necessarily have a project in mind. Obviously, it's designed potentially with Father's Day in mind, but it doesn't have to be Father's Day that you're using it for.
Let me just quickly show you what it looks like when you get it. So if I put my glasses on so I can actually see what I'm doing. Right.
Wonderful. Very, very busy for these. Lots of you. I'm just looking across at the screen. Bridget's gone for 4 of these, so she's got lots of ideas with these. If you're looking at going for multiples, can I suggest you get involved and check your basket out as soon as you can?
Right.
There's going to be some people missing out.
It's nice and easy to put together, so I'm just going to quickly show you how to put that together while I've got it out.
And obviously, if you're at home, you'd be gluing these in place.
So those bits just pop through.
Okay.
Just give it a wiggle so it fits through. So that bit like that. That bit goes in there.
All busier and busier.
So that all goes in. Obviously, I've not pushed it the whole way down, so it's not going to fit exactly. This is the bit that has the engraving on it. So if you decide that you don't want it to say that,
brilliant idea.
Put it on that way. And then that way, you don't see any of that at all. And it would be facing inwards.
That's a good tip.
And then you can paint over the top. Nobody's ever going to see what's inside that. If you do want it, obviously, then you just turn it around. And it flips into space. And then you've got your 2 edges. Go on like so. And then it's all falling down now because I've not glued anything.
You've not glued yet, have you? So, yeah.
And then your little handle pops in.
That is brilliant.
It's all falling apart.
Not at all. Well,
but there you go. So it is nice and easy to put together. It's not difficult at all. Just put a bit of glue on it as you're building it so it doesn't all collapse like mine just did.
And glue, what sort of adhesive do we need? Any special
Any kind
glue?
of white, clear adhesive that dries clear. Wood glue's ideal. You can get special MDF glue now. PVA glue works just as well. That's what I use in the office is PVA glue. But that is how it comes. Like we said, if you don't want it to say Dad's beer, put all these pieces inside and you would never know it was there.
Absolutely. So there you go. You like the idea of decorating yours in whatever way you so choose, whether it's your craft room you're using it for, whether you're using it to deliver half a dozen beers, it's entirely up to you.
Even a little emergency kit in the boot of your car in case you get stuck in a traffic jam and you need a drink and food and all that kind of stuff. If you've got all that in there, then it's nice and easy. Or even between the kids in the back seat, if you're going a long distance with some snacks.
You could put in pencils and all sorts in, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Colouring books and all that kind of stuff in it, little puzzles and games.
Yeah, love the idea.
All that idea.
Very, very popular item. I've just seen that ball of yarn behind you.
I was just going to say that as well. You could literally use it as like a wool caddy or a knitting or a crochet caddy as well. So the opportunities are endless.
You could go on and on, couldn't you?
Shut up now.
I'm going to move this one out the way. $7.99 is your price for that one. I'm just going to grab the other one and bring it in because it has got a different style to it. And as a result of that, it has got different item number and detail details for you. So this one here is where you've got that circle decoration. This one, I love the way you've almost got that kind of crate look. And I love that. Is it a bottle lid?
It is a bottle lid.
Oh,
it is a bottle lid.
Brilliant idea.
Again, we've got a flat pack one right next to me, and there's just one little trick I want to show you with this one that you might get, because you get, it's almost identical to building that other one, slightly different, but let's get it all out. Right, where's that little bit was in there? Did that come out? Yes, that is the little bit I want to show you. It's a little piece,
important bit.
And the reason being is that might easily just get thrown out thinking that you don't need it, but we actually are going to use that, and I'll show you in just a second what that does. So, same kind of idea. You find the base, which is probably at the bottom. So you've got your base. And then again, you've got your side. Now this one clips through and then slides. Which means it doesn't sit quite flat. And then again, you've got your cross pieces that go on the top.
Lovely.
Slide in. You get another one of those. And then we've got our two side pieces again. And this one will lift off slightly off the base, which is why it's not quite flat on the ground. So you've got those.
This one, incidentally, the price on your screen is not the price that you're going to pay. We're going to be matching the deal that we saw previously. Right, $7.99.
We can wiggle it. Right, so that one goes in, if I'm not quite there, but roughly.
It's a bit of a wiggle when you pay.
And then what you've got is these ones go on the front and slide down. Now, it's slightly not going to fit. There we go. Let's just get it in. So it pops on and then slides down. It's not going to fit exactly just because I've not quite got it all in the right position.
Enough. Yeah.
But it locks in and then pushes down. Now, the bit that I was talking about is, let me move this to the side now, and let me grab the one that you've got, Hayley, because what we've got is this side bit here. You've put your handle in, and then you've got this. I don't know whether you can zoom in
a little
and see it.
nook-in.
Yes, you've got this little extra piece, which means when you pop your handle in, if you haven't got that extra piece in, it kind of wiggles up and down.
Right.
When you've got this little extra piece, it's almost like it just kind of locks it in place. And your handle then doesn't wiggle around. So that's what that's for. You don't have to use it, because obviously if you're gluing it in place and putting a decent amount of glue on to hold it in place, you probably won't need that. But it is just like a little extra filler so that you've not got a big space.
Alex
so that's what that
is.
is.
Name.
Has he?
It's a handle jammer.
There you go, a handle jammer.
There you go.
There you go. We have 2 handle jammers, comes with each kit, one for each side. There you go. And then you've got your little bottle top that you can colour and put on the front just like this one. Again, if you don't want it to say beer,
that's a good idea. Just flip it easily,
and put whatever you want it to be. You know, mum's cleaning kit, dad's shoe polish kit, you know, whatever you want it to be.
I like that idea.
Alex's Pringle kit.
Other snacks are available. Now, if you like the idea of getting hold of yours, you're going to be in very good company, because lots of you are shopping for this one as well. And again, $7.99. Dare I say the Christmas word? I mean, this is something, it's going to be flat packed. You can tuck it well out of the way and then get it ready for Christmas time.
To be fair, I brought Christmas on last month, and it was like the first thing that sold out. And I thought I was going to be way too early to bring Christmas on, you know.
But it did. And I've seen where there've been things like advent calendars that are bottles of beer and things like that. And you could do that quite easily with this, couldn't you? If you got four
you could get those little mini bottles of wine and things as well, can't you? So other spirits and drinks are available, of course, as are soft drinks.
Exactly. Or a cooking kit or anything we can put in there.
Oh, that's another idea. You could fill. Can you imagine doing like you know how you get the jars of cookies and stuff?
Yes.
Where you get the like sugar and
mixtures. Yeah.
Imagine doing like 6 different cookie jars and then giving it. That would be a little whisk. You could do little whisk
or anything.
Things in it. Great idea.
A little picnic thing.
I'm sure we could come up with about 100 different uses for it.
Absolutely. Now, $7.99, a very affordable price for something that's incredibly useful and is going to be well appreciated for whoever takes advantage of this. So, yeah, if you're wanting to get involved, please be as quick as you can. If you're looking for multiples, we've got brand new crafters getting involved, going for multiples of these. We've got some of the names that we've seen previously, and I bet many of these are previous customers of yours, so they know the quality.
Quite often, yes.
Yeah, the quality of these as well. We've got Sandy over in Florida as well. I'll bring yours personally, I don't mind.
I used to live in Florida.
I
spent 10 years in Florida.
Fabulous.
Yes, loved Florida.
I bet you did.
In fact, I had lots of barbecues there. 2 of my boys are American, actually. So my oldest and my youngest are both American, yeah, so they've got dual citizenship. They've got UK passports for the minute, but if they decided they wanted to, they could go and apply and get their US ones.
There you go.
So there you are.
Definitely
And they were born in
barbecue.
Florida.
Definitely barbecue area of the world. isn't it?
It would definitely. We did have quite a few barbecues when we lived in Florida, I have to say.
There you go.
Didn't have quite the threat of the British rain that we have here. So
And now let's think about barbecues, because actually it kind of can become a bit of a domain, a bit of a territory.
it's
can't it,
definitely
when
my
it's-
husband's territory.
Is he the grill father?
Yeah, he's definitely the grill father in my house. Yeah.
Now, we say grill father because we have got something that is perfect for that person.
For the griller.
Takes control of the barbecue, and I know that many of us can resonate with that. This is a brilliant idea. Look at this, a plaque.
Now, do you know, I've had this plaque on the go for about 18 months.
Okay.
And I finally kept every time I would remember it, it would be a bit late for Father's Day. And I thought,
Okay.
you know what, I'm going to keep it for next year. So I've kept it for this year.
This is
So we
brilliant.
bought it. So my son actually painted this one. He painted this one out. And it comes it's nice and simple. Lots of little pieces to punch out. But it is all engraved. So again, let me pull the package out so that you can see what you get.
I'm going to bring in one of the crates as well, because I'm wondering whether you could actually attach it to the size of one
Oh
of the
yeah,
crates.
you probably could.
Yeah.
So this is all the bits that come with it. That's your engraved piece. Let me get all those little edges out the way. So that is your engraved piece, and then all these pieces here that you can see, they all
Wow,
will pop
there's
out.
a lot of detail.
There is a lot, so don't be concerned. What happens is the head will probably separate from the body.
Okay.
That's okay, because when you put it back down and glue it in place, you will not see that it has
Almost like a
separated.
3D jigsaw.
Yeah, so it literally, all these pieces will just pop out, and then, because if you can see, I don't know whether you can see against, some of the pieces are very thin.
Yeah.
Very thin. So just be a little bit gentle when you are popping it out, and just kind of go around.
To kind of give them a bit of a wiggle.
Just to kind of loosen it up before you start popping it out. And like I said, if the head falls off like it did, I wouldn't worry about it.
Don't panic.
No, it won't make any difference. Just pop all the little features and bits and pieces out, and then you can see it just fits right over the top, like so.
I love it.
So if your head breaks, if the head falls off, it's
not a phrase we hear very often.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It will all just pop out, and then when you glue it all in place, you would never know. In fact, to be honest, I don't ever think that it would stay in place, because it is such a fine,
the idea is
detailed
that you
design.
can be supporting it with the
So
plaque
if you
anyway.
get it, it's not, attached. Don't think it's broken. It's not. It's just the design so that it fits, and it's nice, delicate, fine features. Otherwise, it's going to end up with a really chunky face.
Now that price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying. The price is going to drop down. So those people who've shopped for this already, who are taking advantage of a quarter of the stock before we've even dropped the price, you're going to be very, very happy. You know how it works here at Hobby Maker. And if you are shopping for it for the first time, there you go, $6.99. A really good sized project. Can I borrow the plaque?
You
just
can.
To see, just to
There
get
we
an
go.
idea of how it works. If you are going, I mean, it would fit on there quite nicely, actually.
It would,
Yeah.
yep.
Sit it on there if you wanted to turn this into like a condiment set or a tool
Yes.
set for somebody who
That's it.
is a griller, shall we say?
Yeah.
Brilliant value. And of course, the beauty with this one is if you did want to flip it over, you have got the other side of that.
Yeah.
So you could put what? You could put my craft room.
You could
or
put anything you want
anything
on it.
like
Exactly.
couldn't you? Yeah. Yeah.
You could put anything you want on it.
Love
so-
it. There you go. But for the time being, if you fancy taking advantage of your plaque, and of course we've got one made up beautifully in those kind of colours that show it off brilliantly. You kind of got that flat black look and that kind of gold tone, which is it's iconic of a movie title, isn't it, that one? So yeah, a brilliant one to go for. So yes, if you like the idea of that, then the details are on your screen. So KG3605. Very, very busy now. Alex is getting very excited. 'Cause, we've got a series, and we saw some of these in the previous shows.
We did.
The night lights.
We had some night lights on, and some of them were getting down to very, very low stock. So we
Absolutely,
might
yeah.
manage to restock those. But we've got a different kind of night light on this one. So it's a little camping.
This is
tent.
cute.
Cute, isn't it? And this comes with the fairy lights.
Okay.
So we probably should have turned it on before we came to air, but we didn't actually
I'm
get around.
sure we can
didn't
get
think
that
of that.
sorted.
So here's all the pieces. Let's get them out. This is how it comes, like so. You've got your picture on the front to show you how it looks And then you've got little instructions down here that just shows that you've got what kind of paints to use, what kind of glue to use, that kind of thing. And also, if you need it, our website's on there. So if you need any instructions or something gets broken in the post, you can contact me through the website that way.
Okay.
So, right. So
you've even got the lights in
we've got the lights with it as well. So you've got your base.
Lovely.
And then, if I remember correctly, let's pop this together. I found it easier to put the edge pieces on. Now, I'm just going to pop through all these little bits that just haven't quite fallen
It's a bit of a bonus
through.
if you've got those.
Oh, hang on, we've got them backwards.
Oh, okay.
It's backwards. Simply because it's got engraving on that side.
Oh, okay.
So if I do it that way, you won't see it.
Right.
So let's get that back in.
It's a good way of trying it before you actually glue the pieces in place, isn't it? Do a bit of a dry run with them.
And it does take a little bit of a wiggle just to get it in. Let's see. There we go. Nearly there. Right, so that's
Perfect.
one side in. And then, again, we can do, there's another little bit just needs to pop through. Get rid of that. Make sure that you've got all your pieces lined up, like so.
Yeah.
And then it just, same again, pop on your other side that I haven't done yet.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it open just so I can see. So it's nice and easy. And then we're just sliding it into the base. There we go.
Good fit.
And then we've got our little lights.
So if you actually get the lights in,
You get the lights
included,
with that.
yeah.
And what you get this little piece of plastic or paper, pull that out.
Okay.
And then clip the button on the side so you can have it flashing.
Oh, wow.
You can have it slow flashing, or you can have it solid.
okay.
So, and there's 2 meters of LED lights. So you can kind
Wow.
of pull it all apart, stick it all together, stick it all in there. And then once you've got it all on, then you can have all your pieces, have it all painted however you want it to go. And then we can also, there's a few little stars that haven't quite popped through, so I just pop them through. And then you can see you've got your little
Oh, that little glow.
And then we've got one at the front that's already
We have,
been
I think
painted as well.
Levi's managed to turn the
Well
lights on
done,
as
Levi.
well. There you go. Oh, they're
Superstar.
so cute. Look at this.
So, and then you've got your little...
Oh, I love it.
How cute is that?
Cozy.
I know, how cute is that? And the good thing is you can paint it any colour you want. So I painted that one just like pinks and greens and purples and just used the spray paint because, to be honest, I was doing it quite quickly.
I like that ombre look.
And just kind of ombreed it, just
But
quickly
the thing
spray
is,
painted
if
it.
you've got, kids, I remember camping out in the back garden and stuff
Yes.
like that. Loads of
Yes.
fun. But just nice as a nightlight.
And the thing is, they're reasonable enough price. You could actually get one for each of the kids and let them paint it themselves.
That's a nice idea, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, and then they can, you've got little detail, I don't know whether you can see it. So down one side, you've got like trees and bushes on one side. And then on this side, you've got the tent opening.
And a little lamp.
And you've got little lamps. So that window, wherever it is, there we go. That just pops through.
Okay.
You've got little bushes down the bottom of that one. Again, you've got another tent flap and a little lantern on this side. And then you've got all the stars and the moons and all your bushes.
Beautiful. Now,
So-
the price on your screen, $14.99. That's not what you're going to be paying for this. Can you believe it? It's worth every single penny of that $14.99, but we don't want you to pay $14.99. So we've got the price dropping down. Now, Carol is shopping in multiples, so I don't know whether the idea is for gifts or, again, whether she's making or selling, but at $7.99, she's saving herself a lot of money by going for these. And again...
So cute.
Well, the thing is, sometimes we do see things come back again, but there needs to be kind of like a continuity and
Yes.
it makes sense to bring it back because that's the way that we do our shows rather than being completely random. So shop for them while you've got the opportunity. Lots of you getting involved. Again, winging their way to America again. So again, if you're shopping, whether it's locally in the UK or whether you are shopping overseas, then you can take advantage of this. And of course, the beauty
And
is...
again, if you want, you can have it flashing as
love
well.
that.
So
Looks
you
like
know.
a disco tent we've got
you
in
could
there,
also
so yeah.
paint that in kind of Halloween colours, couldn't you?
Oh,
And have
that's a
little
nice
monsters
idea.
and things inside it.
That's
so
a really good idea.
yeah, you could have
got-
monsters and
Well, the
ghosts
windows,
hanging
you
off
could
it.
put all sorts in the windows, couldn't you, if you wanted
That's
to.
quite a good. That'd be quite
Yeah.
cool for Halloween, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Having those dotted around the house.
Creativity. Isn't it? Now, we are turning our attention to decoration. Now, these were very, very popular on. Now, these are back in stock. So I am filling up the display with these because you are getting all of these fabulous colours here. We're going to learn more about them in a few moments. You've got your white, your blue, you've got your red and pink there. You've also got the black, which we'll be featuring with this one, as well as, oh no, I've knocked over the white. Let's bring that one back. Trying desperately to get the labels all in the right direction, but I'm bound to fail, aren't I? And we've got a couple to add on the end here. You're going to get all of these.
So you do, you get all of those. They are all should. Now, you might find that after you've used them, you might want to keep just a little pin handy because occasionally the little nozzle gets blocked. So fingers crossed. I was going to say, fingers crossed, I haven't tested this.
Let me move those out of the way for you.
It actually has come out nicely. So you can do little dots, you can do big dots, you can write names. It's literally whatever you want to do and then let them dry. You can write your name with it.
Oh, wow.
You can do
so does it stay three-dimensional? Well,
yes.
I suppose it does. That's why it's called 3D.
So once it dries, it will stay like that. So obviously you've got all these different colours. They're great if you want to, if you've got like a silicone mat and things, and you want to make all your little dots, and then use like a little scraper them all off, and then you've got all these little pearls that you can use for future references.
That's a brilliant. It's in lovely colours.
And it is literally just... And
fine
you can have
detail not
how
on every one of those.
teeny tiny that is.
Yeah.
Or you can have really big dots.
So we're getting, where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So $19.99. I think it's a brilliant price for those because you're getting a lot. But I know that this is not the price you're paying.
Now, this you need to be quick because they did sell out really quickly the last time and we are limited stock. So
okay. So when the stock that we've got today goes, that's going to be it for the time being?
For the moment, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Until I see if I can get any more.
We've not got huge quantities of these. So if you need them now, well, the thing is if you need them, full stop, because we might never see them again. We don't know, do we? We don't have a crystal ball.
No.
So $19.99. Now brace yourselves. We're going to get
fingers at the ready on the computers or on the phone.
Wow. I didn't expect to drop like that. I thought maybe if we're fortunate, $14.99, but not going way below a tenner.
Yeah, so we sold out on these last month and I said I would try and get some more and bring them back. So I have managed to get a few more. But again, because we're doing all 8, they come in packs of 64. So obviously I can only get 8.
Oh, you've got to divide it up. Right, okay.
Is a pack.
Ooh.
So, yes. So we've I've managed to get another couple boxes, which is what the stock we've got here. So I do not know whether I will be able to get any more.
Well, they're proving to be very popular, so much so that we've got more people shopping for these than we have stock available. So if you like the idea of getting hold of these, you need to be jolly quick. We only have 8 opportunities left for you to take advantage of these. And some of you guys are going for them in multiples, especially when you've got things like your primary colours in there, your black and your white.
They do last quite a while. So, but like I said, the only thing that occasionally might happen is that your little nozzle gets blocked. If that's the case, all you do is just unscrew that, take a pin, pop it through, give it a wash, pop it back on again. And
that's something we're familiar with the adhesives.
Yeah, I mean, you get it with
things,
glues and all
yeah.
that. I mean, we're all crafters. We're all used to doing things like that. Yeah. We can all find a pin somewhere that's useful for unblocking a glue bottle.
I love it.
So,
got some fabulous colours in there. Black and white if you wanted to take advantage of them. You've got your red, your Christmas green in there as well. And I just like the idea of being able to draw with them, I have to say.
So I can't draw to save my life. So this is as much drawing as you're going to get from me.
You can do joined up writing.
Well, just about. My kind of O went a little bit funky, but hey ho.
There we go. I love it. $8.99.
That was not practiced beforehand, I have to say. So.
I'm going to leave those with you. They are going to sell out.
I think you just said they're gone.
Did you say they're gone then, Alex? Yeah. So we need to turn our attention elsewhere.
Oh, now these. I have to find some samples to show you these because these are amazing.
Okay. Now, looking at the pots here, they're looking that they've kind of almost got like a chalky finish to them. But I know they've got the name of Interferance Mica, so I'm guessing that the results are very different.
They are extremely different. Can I get you, Haley, see down the end where the...
this pile?
Yes, so that pile there has got all a lot of the paste on it.
Okay.
So what you've got, this one is called Sea Green and Sky Blue. This one is called White and Pink. Now, you might look at it and think, what the heck? It's white. How is it pink? Where's pink? Where's pink? Can you believe when you do it onto a white card, it will go white with a tiny little hint of pink. But as we demoed this morning, that is what you get with the white when you put it onto black.
Oh my goodness, and there's that interference.
It totally changes colour depending on the way you look at it. So now there should
look at it. Which one is it that I need to show you?
That's one there.
Okay.
That's got the paste on it. Let me find, this one also has it on it.
That.
So you get let me see which way we're going. You get,
Okay.
if you can see, you get a totally different effect depending on the colours that you put on. There's also should
Now, I've got some
be-
glittery ones. I'm guessing the glittery ones are
So,
something different.
like that one there, if
Oh,
I
it's
show
got
you
some
this
that
one.
pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one here, if you can see the top of it, I know it's quite difficult to see because it's kind of white. You can see it's kind of palish pink looking there, right? So that is that wonderful white that goes pink when
Kind
you
of
put it
changes
on. I know, it's just so
personality, doesn't
strange.
it?
And I have to say, is there one, let me see, Dave had it this morning, it should be here. A dragonfly that's got that one, I think. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We've lost it. We've lost it.
You've got
Anyway,
miles all over the place.
right.
Here.
So this one, I can't find the sample of it.
I think some of these
It
might. Are
might
these
be.
more? Are these that
That's
kind of
been
tone as
done
well?
with it as well. So there was one we had this morning, and I don't know where it's gone. But this one is one that kind of it's right in front of me. Yes. Okay. It's been a long day.
Oh,
right.
bless you.
So I don't know whether you can see it, but it kind of looks silvery grey there, right?
Yeah.
At least that's what I'm seeing on camera.
Yeah. Oh, it's like
No,
a gold
it's
tone.
gold.
Oh, wow.
So this is the silver and the gold.
Goodness.
Because it looks silver when it's in the pot.
Yeah.
And if I open this up on one, so you can see there, if you zoom in on that, kind
Oh,
of,
you can see it in there,
you
yes.
can see it's kind of got a slight gold sheen to it, but then somewhere, oh, it's gone. Earlier today, there was a little dried bit on the edge and it was all gold, but it's
Well,
disappeared.
you can kind of see it
But you
there.
can see
Yeah.
how it just changes colour depending on what you use it for. So one way it's gold, and the next way it's silver. Because when we looked at the powder, the mica powder, we were like, oh yeah, it's gold, it's gold. Mixed it all up and looked at it and went, what the heck, it's silver. And then I tried it and went, no, it's gold. I was like, what's going on? So it is kind of one of those ones that just changes depending on which way you look at it.
I love it. Now, with this one, is it a three-dimensional paste?
It is very slightly three-dimensional. It's not
Okay.
as thick as the glitter paste that you'll normally see me use, but it has got just a little bit of a raised texture to it. So you can just feel it's got a bit of a texture to it. And I would also say with this one, don't heat dry it. Just let it dry naturally.
I love that purple tone.
But isn't it gorgeous how it just changes colour? And the good news is we've got about another 6 or 7 colours that we'll be bringing to you next
Oh,
month.
exciting.
So if you missed out on these ones, because we are very limited, then you will be able to get some different colours next month.
Now, they're very, very
So-
popular. We're down to a little over half a dozen opportunities now, but at $16.99, proving to be popular. But that price,
Yeah.
well, that
So-
price is dropping down. $16.99 is a brilliant price for them as they are, but $13.99.
So they sold out this morning, and I managed to get another few back. But we might have to search through the trailer to get some for these.
Yeah, most of
to
you would
fulfil your orders.
Well,
But hey,
most of you have been trying your luck with that item and in between the shows and finding that your orders have been satisfied. So much so that we only have a handful available. So the next 5 people, they've gone. They've gone. Okay, so they've gone. Knew that was going to be happening. So yeah, well done for taking advantage of those and getting hold of them. Now,
got a big. You should see the state of this trolley back here. There's just a big pile of stuff going on top of it. So I'll be going off air, and you'll hear things crashing to the ground as I'm feeling it out. So if I make a noise, I apologise in advance.
Oh, bless you. Now, have a look at these. Now, you've got a series of rhinestone elements as well as stamps.
Yes, so this is again just some clearance items that I managed to get my hands on that I thought I would bring to you guys. I thought they were just really cute. You've got a few different little stamps. You've got a birthday one, 3 merry kind of Christmassy stamps. They are quite small in size, but you know, they're just nice for a little title and things.
Well, sometimes you use them as toppers, don't you? You might have your kind of your papers and all your other bits and pieces around them.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, even if imagine doing something like, where did that one go that I had in my hand a second ago? I don't know what I did with it. Don't know what I did with it. Anyway, even like the dragonflies, and if you want to just put a stamp or something in the middle of it so that you've got a bit of detail around it, and then that. But anyway, so you've got your 4 stamps, and then you've got at the top, you've got your 2 rhinestone stickers. That will all just peel off as one piece.
Oh,
and
so you haven't got to
yeah,
place them
no.
down. Oh.
Can you imagine how long that would take? Oh my goodness. No,
Getting a bit
you
panicky.
basically, in fact, I should
I like that idea.
potentially.
They look amazing. Different sizes of rhinestones.
In amongst
as
my
well.
piles and piles of stuff that's accruing back here, I should,
bless you.
hopefully. There we go.
And the different sizes of rhinestones kind of give the shape and dimension to the character
So-
as well.
if we open it up. Right, so.
And the adhesive with these, it looks almost, well, pretty transparent.
So, yeah,
really.
it is completely transparent. So you can literally peel that whole thing off and then
Ah, look at that.
stick it wherever you want it. So
I love
obviously,
it.
we've got a bit of a crease in there. But obviously I wouldn't put it on clothing unless, I mean, if you wanted it just for the day, that's fine, but don't wash it with it on
Or
it.
it might be that you wanted to put it onto
but-
some cardstock and put a little kind of brooch
even
back on it.
A little notebook, if you're giving somebody a little notebook and a pen for Christmas, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, you could put it on anything at all. And because it is transparent, you know, you can see through it.
It could go on a glass or a
You could put
beaker,
it-
couldn't it?
Oh,
Things
yeah,
like
that'd be so
But,
cute.
obviously, don't put it through things like your
Yeah,
dishwasher.
don't put it through the dishwasher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just in case you end up with little rhinestones,
little
clogging,
rhinestones in the bottom,
clogging
yeah.
everything up. But yes, so it all just peels off and then you can just stick it down wherever you
Brilliant
want it.
idea. Now you're going to get your fabulous gingerbread person. You're also going to get your reindeer, as well as those stamps which you can reuse over and over again, obviously. And at $17.99, a proper little find. But that price is going to drop down, and it's going to drop down considerably. So now is the time for you to get yourselves ready and take advantage of these. Crafting with the kids around Christmas time, this is going to be the perfect one, especially when we're looking at that practically a pocket money price with this one. $6.99 is all that you're going to be paying, and you are forgiven for going for multiples of these, because I think these are going to make fabulous little secret Santa gifts and
Yeah,
things
so
like
I mean,
that as well.
they've just got such cute little, I mean, that Noel.
Oh, they're individually packaged.
Yeah, they're
as
all
well.
individually packaged, so you'll get them like so. So they come with your little, that
They
one's
could
got
go in
your
like little
Noel.
crackers and things like
You've
that.
got your
couldn't they?
big
Yeah.
solid Merry and Bright. You've got your Just For You for your
Yeah.
Christmas one. And then we've got a Merry Christmas with Santa flying over
That
the
is
top.
lovely.
Now, we've actually got lots of stencils similar to that as well. So there you go.
There you go.
So that's
Yes, I
the stamps that come with the set.
I love it. A very affordable price that lots of you shopping for. So yeah, take advantage of that, whether you're using them in your own crafting or you're thinking of little crafting gifts for your friends, then there you go. The details are on your screen, XY3682, and just £6.99. But get them while you can, because this is going to be one of those items that's not repeated. We regularly do see items from Leona and Glitzcrafts that are repeated, but sadly this is not
Yeah,
one of
so
them.
obviously the things that we actually manufacture, then obviously we can bring back. There's a few bits and pieces that I've come across just when I've been out doing my crafty shopping that I've been able to bring to you at a good price. So once they're gone, they're gone. So
That's it. Take advantage when you
Yes.
can. That's the main thing.
Yes.
So there you go, the details on your screen. Now, something else you need to take advantage of,
Yes.
and take advantage of it speedy quick.
Yes.
Because again, the stock is not going to be hanging around.
yes, it's very limited stock on these as well. I've had these for quite a while. They are papers that I actually had specially made for us. And we are down to like 13 and 14s of things. And I figured, you know, just to clear out some space before we get into doing Christmas, I would bring them here at a really good price.
Okay.
So there is, I've forgotten how many sheets is in each, but
Oh.
let's have a look. Does it say on the sheet, Alex?
It says 24 sheets, 12
There we go. That
designs,
one, yes, 24.
And 8
So
by 8.
they are 8 by 8 in size, and they are beautifully made. They are
Single
quite
sided,
smooth.
yeah.
Quite smooth. And they are a good weight. So you're probably talking a good 200, 220 GSM on these. And you've got lots of different kind of colour schemes with this set. This one
Nice.
is the passion fruit sorbet.
Good name.
So lots and lots of different kind of similar colours, but all very different. So this is the passion fruit one.
And it's nice because...
And then
because-
Pretty in Pink,
There we
Hayley
go.
has got in front
And
of her.
that's the one that I've got here. Do you want to go through that
Yeah.
one as well? There we
This
go.
one,
Move that out
this
the way.
one is lots of different patterned papers. So you've got your gorgeous flowers.
Beautiful.
So that's that one. Let me move that out way.
And
You've
it's
got
nice-
almost like a marble effect
And
on
it's
that
nice as well that you've got single-sided because you're not sacrificing one
Yes,
or the other,
I
are
hate
you?
that.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having paper that you
Choose
really
it.
like on both sides and
Yeah.
then you've got to pick. So that one's almost like a fabric.
Lovely.
We've got slightly kind of glittery looking one. We've got a script. And you do get multiple sheets of them. So
Okay.
you've got your sequins. Again, we've got almost kind of crinkle papery foil kind of looking one. This is Pretty in Pink, so everything's kind of shades of pink. More kind of fabric-y style ones, almost like a wallpaper type
yeah.
thing. Again, you've got kind of just a general one. Look at that one, that's gorgeous, isn't it? I'd love that on a wallpaper.
Yeah.
You've got another
Oh, it's
sequiny
got a glitzy
sheet.
feel to
You've
it.
got your
Oh, that's pretty,
gorgeous
the florals,
flowers.
yeah.
And you've got a close-up of another flowers.
Nice.
And then we've got, so these all, and you can see all the colours just kind of tie
Loads
in
of
together.
tones,
They all
yeah.
work really well together. So there's 24 sheets, it's 8 by 8.
And originally $12.99.
And it was $12.99, but it's not going to be $12.99.
Absolutely. We don't have many of these. You've been shopping for them as Leona's been taking us through those, and lots of them have been going and selling. Well, it's going to be a sellout again, I think, with regards to this. It's your last chance. Last chance to
yeah. So
with
yeah,
these.
even I don't think I've got any more in the office for these once they're gone. So.
Yeah, and therefore the last chance price of just £7.99. 8 by 8 in size. Did you say 220 GSM with those?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I haven't actually, and I ordered them quite a while ago, but they are pretty thick.
Yeah,
you know, they're not a flimsy paper, so I would say about 200, 220 maybe GSM for those.
Definitely take advantage while you can. I can see those figures coming down. We've only got 5 opportunities left, so they are going to go, especially when I can see that people are going for multiples of these as well. We have got the passion fruit option, which we saw just a few moments ago. So if you like that kind of pastel pink tone,
comes like that, and then you've actually got pictures on the front there of all your different colours. So
that is brilliant. We are matching that price that we saw with the pink, so it's almost like you can go for the two at the same time and still make a good saving with those. So this time, if you want in those gorgeous passion fruit colours, then the details are up on your screen there. $7.99. Again, you're going to get your 24 8 by 8 sheets, 2 repeats of each of those, and they are single-sided, so you're not going to miss out on a
yeah, there's nothing worse than having to cut up the bad, you know, the side that you're not using, and it's gorgeous paper. You're like, no, I don't want to use both.
Exactly.
So this way you've got them both.
And again, we've not got huge quantities, single figures with those as well. So yeah, lots of you shopping for both of those, I believe. So yeah, if you like the idea of that, then do make sure you're taking advantage. Very, very quick review. We're going to go back to, which one are we looking at? The sign. Is this the garage sign or the shed sign? In fact, they're both very similar. So
they are, yes.
Got a question for you as well. So this is from M in Berkshire, I believe. Very nice part of the world. Is it possible to do a twist on the dad's signs and do Dad's Cave?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What to do is place your order. Send me an email. I would do it tonight or tomorrow morning, because literally tomorrow morning when I get to work, I'll be starting to pack the orders and get them sent out. So if you want me to change any of the details on it to make it Dad's Cave, you know, Uncle's Cave, Grandpa's, whatever, just make sure you email me, give me your order number and your name, and I can change it to what you want it to say. It's Leona, Leona, at glitzcraft.co.uk.
And those are the signs that you can see, those arrows. Yeah, so if you fancy changing the title, either the sign for the shed or the sign for the garage, details of the garage are up on your screen, as you can see. And you can change the colours of those as well.
Yes, so that's it. You can paint it whichever colour you want it. But like I said, if you want me to change the words that's on there, that's not a problem. Just give me a bit of notice, because I will be starting to pack the orders at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Dad's Cave, yeah, there you go.
So, yeah, my husband's got a man cave.
Yeah,
so he has his man cave that's got all his computers and bits and pieces and things in it.
There you go.
And a gecko and God knows what else in there. So.
The $7.99.
Fish tank.
Oh my goodness, crammed for the sign.
Oh, we've got a snake upstairs as well.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that. Oh wow.
Thankfully, I don't have anything to do with any of those.
$7.99. Now, you may well have seen on your screen there that crate that we brought to you earlier on. We've got 2 versions of these. Now, the diamond one, is that the one that we've got on the screen? We have it.
That's that one up there.
You go.
Yep.
The diamond one now, the diamond one has got that diamond shape that's kind of etched into the MDF, but it doesn't stop you decorating it in whatever way you so choose.
Yep, and that's the one, remember I showed you that you can flip the sides to be inside, so that if you don't want the dad's beer to be showing, then you can paint it with whatever you want. So maybe it's an uncle that you want to give it to, or a brother, something like that. Then just flip the inside so that they face inside and paint over the top, and nobody would ever know.
And we did say that at the beginning of the show, which, can you believe, is an hour ago now? My goodness. Time is flying by this evening. So $7.99, comes flat packed. Brilliant idea, obviously, if you wanted to make it with the purpose of Dad's beers, but as Leona said there, you can change it to whatever you like. We did have another variation of this one, which you put in a
I don't know where it went. Oh, it's down at my feet. It's down at my feet. So there we go. This is the circle one. And again, you've got the beer bottle top on that side, but if you don't want it to be beer that's on there, you can flip it around and put whatever you want. We're all crafters. We've all got access to various different tools, stamps, die cuts, blah, blah, blah. So you can put on there whatever you want it to say, and then you can store in there anything. Literally, I think we've covered everything that's possible.
Most hobbies.
So, yeah, food, shoe polish sets, car cleaning sets,
Absolutely.
alcohol, drinks, soft
That's it.
drinks, crisps, whatever you want.
Perfect as well for your own use as well. So don't necessarily think of this as a gift for somebody else. It could be something that you're making for your own purposes, crafty purposes, in whatever way you so choose. But please be quick. $7.99. You can imagine just how popular they have been, and you can make and sell with these.
I know.
as
What
well.
was it? We called it a handle jammer.
Yeah.
My little handle jammers fell out because I haven't glued it in place, but put a bit of glue on yours.
And if you're wondering what a handle jammer is, you need to go back and watch the demo.
Hit rewind.
That's it.
So there we go. That's that one. Right.
Again, a very
Put
popular
that
item. A lot of the stock has gone of both of those different styles. So I think lots of you shopping for both at the same time. And definitely take advantage of that price. Less than £8. Oh, what you got here?
Oh, well, we sold out of these on the earlier show today at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
But we have managed to get some more added to the show. But we've got a little bit of a wait on these, just a week. And quite honestly, I don't expect it to take me that long.
Okay.
But just because we obviously hadn't planned on selling out again.
I love it.
This
Now,
is like the third or fourth time
and
these
this
have
is
sold
brilliant
out.
because you've actually got a series of 3 and they've almost
Yes.
got like a flame shape to them. They look beautiful when they're put together. Love this idea. Very contemporary.
Oh, they're stunning, honestly. They've done so well. Everybody has absolutely loved them. Unfortunately, the one that's at the top of the screen got a little bit broken on the way here, so it should have 2 longer
That's the
sections.
joy of motorway travel.
Yes, up and down the motorway in the boot of my car is probably not the best way.
It's all those handbrake turns.
This is this is how it comes to you. So there is 6 sheets of MDF in this. So it is a bit weighty,
Wow.
especially if you're ordering to go to the US.
Yeah.
It is a huge, huge, huge value if you're ordering to go to the US because it weighs probably about a kilogram, if not a bit
Wow.
more than that. So this is the set of all 3. You get all 3 in there. You've got instructions in the bottom to show you. To be fair, you can put them together however you want. You can start small to the smallest one and go up to the biggest one. You can mix and match, so you can go small, big, small, big, small, big, however you want to do it. It's up to you. All I will say is it possible, Levi, could you pass me one of them over?
We'll
one
get
of the
those
finished
over here.
samples.
Just as Levi's doing that, that detail's on your screen. That is the original price. That's the starting price with these. If you're wanting to take advantage of them,
Right,
you're going to
so
be paying the lowest price.
You can see this is the one that got a little bit broken. So it should have 2 longer pieces coming up, but unfortunately mine broke. So you've got, if I tilt it that way, you've got 4 pieces that have slightly longer pieces to insert, right? And what happens is that allows you then to sit that in there. So what I would say is if you are not going to do it the way that it's intended and kind of going round in a circle cascading upwards, if you want to alternate it, make sure that you've got 4 pieces, not all one after the other. Do you know what I mean?
Right, because otherwise
your candle holder, your candle's going to fall through.
Makes sense.
So make sure that those 4 pieces, they don't have to be exactly opposite each other, you know, kind of 90 degrees, but make sure that they're kind of roughly in that area so that when you pop your candle holder or your candle in, it doesn't just fall straight through. So that's how that goes together. Little bit of glue, paint it up, and what I would do on this one is paint the sides and then also paint the actual side because that is the nice little edge that you can see when it's there.
Brilliant project.
Just ignore the bits that are a little bit broken. I will get those fixed.
Now,
So that's that, and you do get 3.
And that is one of those projects that we did see earlier on. So you wouldn't be surprised when I tell you that it has nearly sold out.
Again.
So, again. 4 times, my goodness. Now, the details are on your screen, but again, $22.99 is only your start price. You're not paying that price. So if you have managed to take advantage of those, then please do so. £17.99 is now your price for these while we have stock available. You have got a set of 3, because obviously we've just been showing you the one. And those are the 2 smaller, if you will, but there's not a lot in it, to be fair.
They are a good size. I mean, the large size, I would say, is at least the size of my head. I mean, it's pretty big. Not that I'm saying my head's big, but the candle holder's pretty big.
So take advantage of it while you've got the chance. Lots of you are doing so. Lots of you going for multiples. Again, I'm thinking brilliant gift ideas.
Oh, amazing gifts, yeah. And the thing is, even you buy a set of 3, you could split those apart and give it to 3 different people,
That's a nice
or
idea.
sell them at a craft show, and you could easily get 16, 17 pounds per candle.
Absolutely.
You know, you put a little tea light in there, sell it as a good to go kind of item, and you'll easily get triple your money on it.
I love it.
Easily.
Now, we've got another opportunity for that. I will warn you, though, we've got 3 times as many people trying to shop for that set as we have available. So the key thing is check your basket out as soon as you've got those items in there. Emma has been taking advantage of the show, and she's asking about the beer crate. So here you go. She's got ideas.
There you go.
Could you turn it into a pen and pencil storage, watercolour, fine liners, polychromos, etc.? Brilliant idea. Thanks.
Absolutely. That's one we didn't think of. Yeah, we did say there was 100 different ones. We need a big list of them now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you could even take a water bottle, cut it in half, put your water in it, so you've got a little water pot in there as well. So yeah, possibilities are endless. We did say that.
I love it. Now, just to warn you, the set of 3 that we've just been chatting about have sold out, but you will be pleased to know we've got alternatives that are available for you. Now, we've got a lovely duo now, and these have got this kind of almost, is it all 3 together? I do apologise.
The coloured one at the end is a separate item. So the 2 straight-sided ones, which are the smaller one, the one to the 2 small ones.
The middle one and the one off to the edge.
Those ones there are the 2. I don't even know if it's the smaller and the. I think. Let's say that's the medium and the large, just to be safe.
Okay.
It may not be, but you actually do get a set.
So you get 3 with that kind of cascade again.
Yes.
Right.
So straight sides, all 3 will come to you. It's just they sold out last month, and then they've sold out again this morning, and we brought some more back just now. So again, if you want these, probably be quick.
Yes.
And they work exactly the same way, but instead of having the curved edge, they are straight-sided, and they are really nice and easy to go together. So you've got your base as a solid piece, which is down the bottom here where my finger is, and then you've got your ring. So if you see, if I turn it sideways, you can see on all these little bits, each sheet will say whether it's small, medium, or large. There should be, I believe, 2 of each.
Okay.
Oh no, there won't be, because the small one has got all of it on there. So you might not get multiple sheets. I think this one is actually, they're all in one sheet. Just because of the shape, I was able to squeeze more in. So you've got your base goes into the bottom one, and then your ring goes into the top kind of one. And all the all the slots are in the exact same space, which means it sits flat and straight.
Solid.
But then the length of all your uprights will all be different. Okay. So again, you can choose whether you want to have it going cascading upwards or downwards, whichever way you want to look at it, or you can alternate and have, you know, small, big, and just do it all kind of abstract. It's completely up to you.
I love it.
And you can paint them any colours, you can decorate them, you can add flowers, you can add ribbons, bows, gems, whatever the heck you want to it. Yeah, just paint them whichever way you want to. Again, you need maybe a little bit of glue on these ones just to hold them together, but not a massive amount. So, and again, make sure you don't get lots and lots of paint in the little slots, because otherwise you'll struggle to get them to fit together.
Brilliant idea. Love the rainbow one that we've got. You could take inspiration from that. We will show you that one in a few moments, because it's not part of the trio.
No, that's not part of the set. That is a different standalone one.
For an idea inspiration, I think it's a lovely idea with the different colours in there. So the 2 kind of circular ones that are cascading up, you're going to actually get
rotate
3
up.
of
get
those.
3. You will get a set of 3. Even though the picture on the front only shows 2, you will get a set of 3. All that happened was I actually sent one of the girls who painted it, I sent Louise only 2 out of 3. It was the only packet, would you believe, and all the ones that I made that only had 2 in it. And not 3.
Way, isn't it?
Sod's law. So she only got 2, so I only got 2 back. And I must admit, I spent about 45 minutes searching my office because I thought I'd lost one.
Oh, bless you. $22.99 being the price on that one. Of course it isn't. It's Hobby Maker. We dropped those prices down. And that's exactly what you're going to find with this one as well. So at $17.99, it's not surprising that so many of these restocked items are selling out. As we've been chatting, I've been seeing the price come, the quantities coming down. With these, we've just got to allow a little bit of cutting time with these. So we're saying dispatch from the 3rd of June, which isn't necessarily when they will be dispatched. They will be dispatched by then. So don't be surprised if they do arrive before that date. So make sure you do check your baskets out and you'll be first in the queue to take advantage of those. So yeah, there you go. I'll leave you those
Right,
details.
let me move these into my
Ooh,
ever-growing
got bags
pile.
of goodies.
My ever-growing pile. It just seems to go bigger and bigger, so I hope we can still fit them in the car on the way home. Right, so the next thing, Alex has just asked me what I would like to show you. So I want to show you the little craft kit that I put together. So in this one, it should be, that's it down in the end there.
Oh, we've got in a beautiful display, all the
Yes,
components laid out.
So we've got lots of different things in this kit. So you've got 25 gorgeous sheets of really kind of smooth and glossy. You can see how glossy it is. You can see it kind of reflecting. So you've got 5 sheets of that stripy one.
Oh, it's almost like mermaid shape.
Yeah, and it's gorgeous colours. It kind of goes from greens up to blues, purples, and then back to pinks.
Nice.
We've got a multicoloured one. So again, 5 sheets of each of these. You've got your gorgeous kind of ombre. One. And then we've got the ombre with the stars. And it is really good, thick texture. It's I would say probably about 220 GSM on those.
Lovely. Got a lovely sheen to it.
We've got 50 of the foam flowers. So quite good size as well. You can see from the size of my hand.
We don't have to construct them. They're all good to go.
They're already made. So yeah, no assembly required.
Lovely.
So we've got 5 different colours. You get blue, white, cream, pink and purple.
And I'm guessing with those you could change the colours of some of those as well.
You could if you wanted to, just colour them, yeah. We've got over 100 pieces of your rhinestones.
Lovely.
We've got a white highlight pen.
Oh, okay, that's useful.
So your white gel pen. These coloured ones are glue pens.
Okay.
So you've got 2 glue pens. So they will go on, so it will go on pink or green or blue or whichever colours that you get.
Okay.
But then dries clear. So that is my little glue
so you
bottle.
can see where you've put it.
Where I've decorated with my little, and you also then get your 6 metres of double-sided little tape runner.
Well, that's stinky. Well, that's useful to have in your pencil.
Plus, you also get 10 finger daubers as well.
Wow.
So
brilliant value for me.
There we go. So that is it all made up as a little set. So you get the whole set there.
Love it.
25 sheets of A4 card, 50 roses, 2 glue pens, a white pen, over 100 rhinestones. What else is in there? And your tape runner.
Brilliant value for me at £29.42p. If you were paying that price. But that's not your price. This is a brilliant crafty bundle. Brilliant for any crafter, whether you're a new crafter or whether you are an experienced crafter. Love the idea that those flowers are already made up for you. £21.99 is your price on that one. So if you like the idea of that one, whether it's for yourself or a gift, maybe you're going to separate it up and use different elements for yourself, or maybe you've got an idea that the grandchildren, nieces and nephews will have elements of that. It's entirely up to you how you are wanting to work with regards to those. Now, I haven't shown you these yet, have I? These stencils. Now these, you may well have seen them a few moments ago when we were showing you some finished samples, because they've been used to decorate all sorts of different projects. And I love these, got gorgeous designs on them, Leona.
So we've got the abstract down in the bottom corner, and then we've got the orchid, we've got the dragonfly flight, and it also has a happy birthday on there, which you can either use or cover up. So the good thing with stencils is that if you don't want to use the whole stencil, you don't have to. You can just use certain parts of it. And then we've got the big 6x6 dragonfly up on the top side. So 15 centimetres by 15 centimetres, and the others are all 15 centimetres by 12.5.
Brilliant, brilliant sizes as well. So whether it's a case of you're making things like your cards with those gorgeous delicate dragonflies there, showed you that geometric one just a few moments ago, like the look of that one. We saw this one earlier on, home decor piece, as you can see it with your dragonfly in that one as well. Another way of using that, different colours, gives it a totally different look.
Yes.
Totally different look.
Just using different colours of your glitter paste or different colours of the mica pastes obviously can really change it up.
Really pretty one there with the orchids. Again, that cascade, you can see if your dragonflies featuring there. Don't forget, if you did manage to get hold of those fabulous interference pastes, you could be making something as gorgeous as this, but it doesn't matter what you are using, you're going to get those brilliant results time and time again. Really pretty stencils.
I mean, the thing with the stencils is you can draw with them, you can colour them, you can paint with them, you can stencil, you can use anything you want. So my daughter, when she was in primary school, quite a while ago now, I have to say, didn't want a glittery tiger, but she wanted a tiger. She had to do a tiger on the front of her workbook for something, for school. So she drew around the stencil and then coloured it in.
Oh, that's
so
nice
just remember,
idea.
you don't always have to stick with, you know, traditional glitter paste or mica paste or anything like that. You can do your own thing.
And you don't have to use them in their entirety either.
No.
Might be you just want to use the foliage that you've got of the dragonfly there, or just use the dragonfly on its own. Almost build up your own configuration.
Absolutely, yep.
Brilliant value, $19.99. It's not your price then. So the details will stay the same. So CB3612 is indeed your item number, but £10.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of those. So all 4 of those, which for that price is brilliant value.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's
4
really good value.
stencils.
So yeah, stencils normally you pay anywhere between £4 and £5 for stencils these days.
Yeah, yeah.
So 4 stencils, you should be paying about 20 quid.
That is brilliant value. There you go. Take advantage while you've got the opportunity. We have got other stencils to share with you as well. Shall I show you those ones as well? Since we're kind of in the stencil department of the hour, shall we say. Now, this is a pretty one.
I love these ones.
Trio.
I think these
This is
ones are really
nice.
pretty. I don't know what it is about them, but I just think they're really pretty.
Gorgeous flowers. We like our florals, don't we?
The thing is, florals you can just use for anything, can't you? I mean, it doesn't have to be like a specific occasion. It's just generic.
Now, can I ask, because we sold out of pastes earlier on, what pastes are we getting with
We
this?
get the glitter paste, which I've probably pinched.
Oh, okay.
So hang on, I have them right here.
Oh, okay. So $22.99.
You get a magenta. Now, you may
Okay.
get it in the large size pot, or you may get it in that size pot. It makes no difference. It is the exact same amount that you will get.
Right, okay.
And actually, if in the coming few months, we will be possibly be changing the pots that we've got because we've got a supply issue.
Okay.
With these. So I've been doing some investigating, and we have some new kinds of storage for the pastes.
Okay.
Which also may mean that you can get them in a smaller, flatter container so that they go through the mail a little bit easier. So anyway, that's beside the point. So you get the magenta, which is this gorgeous kind of fuchsia pink colour, which is just beautiful.
So will that be that one?
So that would be similar to that one. I think that one might be a die cut.
Okay.
But that is a very similar colour.
Okay.
And then we've got the gorgeous lilac, which is one of my favourite colours. So you've got beautiful
Beautiful.
lilac. Now, it may look a little bit glittery in the pot, but believe me, when it goes onto your card, it will go even more glittery. So that's that one.
Is that one?
That's, that looks like it might be purple, which is a bit darker.
Okay. No, fair
so
enough.
similar, but yeah, similar, but just a little bit lighter.
Okay.
And then we've got your gorgeous light green. Now, I was using these earlier because I'd actually forgot to bring mine.
Well, it's a proper
So
apple
it's
green.
a beautiful light green colour. So, and the good thing about the paste is they go on just about any surface. So you can put it on paper, wood, plastic, metal, mirror, glass, leather, slate,
Oh, wow.
phone cases, tablet cases, iPads, not the screen. Please don't put it on your screen.
Oh, yes.
People have put them on bathroom tiles. You can
Oh,
put them
wow.
onto glass doors, the patio doors, so that if the kids are running through the house, they know that the door is not open.
Yeah.
What else can you put on? Pretty much anything. So pretty much anything you can think of. You can also paint with it. So if you're so inclined, not that I am, but you can dilute it with a little bit of water and then you can paint it. So if you've got, say you've got like those foam roses that we had earlier, if you want to add a little bit of glitter around the edges of those, then you can get a paintbrush and paint around the edges of those. But yes, so you get 3 of those and all your stencils and the 3 stencils in that kit.
Brilliant value. Not your price then. $22.99. If you consider everything that you are getting, all 3 of those colours. So the minute this arrives, all you need to do is get your cardstock ready and you have got a crafting project in its making. Lots of you taking advantage of this, so much so that we haven't got many of them left. So $17.99, I can't see them hanging around much longer because we love our florals and our roses especially. And I can see that lots of you are liking the look of this bundle as well. So there you go. take advantage of that while you've got the chance. Now, we're kind of going to go back into the territory of your earlier show.
Yes, my earlier show.
2 o'clock?
It was at 2 o'clock. Excuse
Okay.
me 1 second. I've got a very dry mouth, so I
Bless you.
apologise.
Now, we're going to pop the details up on the screen because one of the items that we're going to be sharing with you features some fabulous kind of deer formation. There's a stag in there, a gorgeous winter scene as well. And I am intrigued by this one because we've got a very interesting title to this one because it's kind of, well, it's got a bendy name and I don't understand what that means.
So,
Oh, okay, bendable MDF.
so you literally can bend the MDF.
Wow.
So it's got lots, and I don't know whether you can see, there's
Just
lots
about
of
see,
little
yeah.
slices that have been taken through where it bends. And it just allow, can you see all those little, you can just about see through it.
Yeah,
So, and it allows it
that is
to
clever.
bend. Now, I wouldn't go too far and bend it all the way back.
Yes, yeah.
About 90 degrees is probably about as much as you want to go, because any more than that, and you might risk just giving it a little snap.
Okay.
So, with this kit, it's like a puzzle piece. So, pop the 2 pieces together, and it makes one big long strip. So, we've now got one big long strip, and then we've got all these background pieces that go on. So, you can build it in whichever, now, hang on, I need to lean over the top so I can see what I'm doing.
Okay.
So you can build
just
it
those
in
in the little
whichever
notches.
configuration that you want to. Now don't be looking at all my grey hair when I'm leaning over in the camera because I've got the hairdresser soon. Right, so all those pieces go in, right? So you've now got the shape.
Lovely.
And then all we do is just bring this up and then ever so
Okay.
gently just kind of wiggle it around. Now obviously you've got much more ability to do this at home than I have because I can't see what
Oh,
I'm
they
doing.
kind of just lock in together.
I'm just going to hold it because I don't want to mess around and end up breaking it.
Okay.
So, and then it just, this last bit, you might just have to stretch it ever so slightly to make it
Okay.
all fit. And then it all just gets locked in place,
That
all
is so
into,
clever.
and then we've got a finished one.
We have got a
that we
finished
can
one
show
for you. And we've
So
all-
that's it. So that's how it works. You've got all your
Look at
finished
those.
edges. Obviously, I'm kind of holding it in place.
That is
at the minute.
beautiful.
And that's
now, it's saying that it's a night light, so does it come with the lights
It is.
included?
It comes with the fairy lights, just
wow.
the same as all the other night lights do.
Beautiful.
So, but the good thing is you can make it and configure it.
Put them in whichever order you like.
Yes,
Nice
whichever way you
idea,
want.
isn't it? Yeah.
So if you don't want the deer at the front, you want them hidden at the back, or
Yeah.
so on, or you want to have like the mountains at the front, and you know,
Yeah.
however you want to do it is completely up to you. Yeah, so
That's a really clever
so pop
idea.
that in, and then if we do like that one at the side, and you've also got little cutouts for your wires to go through, so
Yeah.
that if you decide, each one has got a little cutout
Yeah.
that lets your wire go through, so that you can
That's a brilliant
can do
idea.
it wherever you want it.
Might be that you've got a fancy paper that's almost like a moonlit scene that you could actually use on the background
Yeah, so
and
you-
then build it up. from
Exactly, and
there.
even with the mountain one, if say this was the one at the back, you could even put like acetate and things behind it, or vellum.
Nice, yeah.
And then if you've got the lights behind the vellum, it's going to give you that really nice kind of soft glow.
Really
So
good
that
idea.
is that one. And then, like I said, you just bring it up, and all the pieces. It's probably, to be fair, it's probably easier building it
Oh, and then almost
like that,
rolling it.
and then rolling it.
Ah, okay.
So-
That's a good tip.
Pop that all to the side. Let's just give that a try at the minute and see.
I love it. Now, when it all
So-
comes together, you've got a project that you'll be able to bring out every year, time and time again. Obviously, when we start looking at scenes that have got mountains and forests in, quite often we do think about Christmas time. So it could be something that you are creating. That's there you go.
Yeah, that's much easier. I would
Yeah.
say do that way.
That was a good
It's
tip,
it's a lot easier to do it that way rather than trying to and
Yeah.
then you can bring your other side up.
Yeah.
And then
Perfect.
and
Isn't
then
that
it all
brilliant?
just clips. Yeah, in fact it's actually all clipped right in without me
Yeah.
even doing anything now.
Perfect.
So there we go.
$14.99, brilliant price. That's not our price, Alex. Oh my goodness. Okay, I thought that was good value there.
So, there we go.
$14.99.
That's it all built. I'm just holding it now in place so that it doesn't ping off.
Pop out. So if you like the idea of taking advantage of this, we don't have many of these left. Don't forget, it's one of the items that we did bring to you earlier on during the 2 o'clock show with Leona. Yeah, it's one of those ones that, yeah, if you like the look of it, you need to grab it. Grab it, check your basket out, and then you can ensure it's on its way to you. And we've got less than 10 opportunities left now. So £10.99, a very affordable price, and lots of you are taking advantage of that. I like the idea of maybe putting a little bit of acetate in the front of it.
Yes,
and
I mean,
things
that's
like
the thing.
that.
It's your design. You can even, if you want to, so I've got it now holding together without anything on it. So it is literally just sitting there. You could even, if you wanted to, add some decorations and things around the side. So if you've got, I've got them at home, like little pine kind of branches with holly and all that on it. You could put a couple of those on there as well if you wanted to decorate it even further. The good thing is, once you've got it home and you've painted it, I would, if it was me, I'd have a couple because then I'd have them in different colours. I'd place her all around the place in different colours.
You could almost set it up for different seasons of the year, couldn't you, if you wanted to? So yeah, play around with that. More of you wanting this than we have stock available, which is lovely in a sense because you loved it, but what means is that some of you are going to miss out on it. So hopefully you are not going to be one of those people. Now, this hour is a bit of a review of some of the things that you might have missed earlier on. And night lights is very much the theme. So obviously the project we just saw has got those miniature LED lights in there to illuminate the project. And we've got others that were equally as popular. And one of which is the little koala that we're going to be sharing with you as well. And
I've lost the koala.
Oh no, we've got a koala that's missing.
Yeah, we might have to show the display one. I don't know where my individual one that I had built earlier was. But
now, is this a similar sort of idea where you've got a base and you slot the pieces
so
together?
I've actually, if I show you, I have... Oh, hang on. Have I found it? No, I found a bit of it, but not the whole thing.
Isn't it gorgeous?
So we've got the owl one here. So why don't I open up the owl?
Similar sort of concept.
Exactly the same concept.
Okay.
It's just an owl instead of the koala. So...
Oh, Dan, the king of puns, is in the building. He just said with this one, what was it that you said with this one?
Such high quality.
High quality.
Right, so you've got all these layers.
How's this one put together?
Right, so I missed that one.
Owl is put together.
Right, so you've got all these different layers, and it comes with a picture on the front. So if it's a koala, then it comes obviously with the koala pieces in it. I just don't know what I've done with mine at this point in time. And then it also will come either on the front or on the back with an assembly.
Okay, yeah.
To show you just step by step which pieces go where. Now, obviously, this is a different shaped one, but you get the idea.
Sort of concept.
So, but the thing is, you don't have to. There's 6 layers of MDF, and it's the same whether it's the cowl, I was going to say, the owl, the koala, or the dinosaur. We've got 3 different options. It's exactly the same.
Okay.
So you can build it whichever way round that you want. So you've got various different ones. So all we're doing is popping them together. Basically, these 2 kind of outline pieces are meant just as a spacer.
Okay.
And then you can put your lights kind of in dotted around there, and then you've got these bits then that go on top.
Got you.
Once you've got that, don't throw the packaging away because you've got, a
little bit.
You've got its nose.
Yeah.
And you've also got its eyes.
Perfect.
So obviously I can't really let go because it'll all kind of just
fine.
collapse. But you get the idea. So you've got the owls, we've got the nose, and then we've got some that are all made up.
That's it.
Now with the MDF, you may have noticed, you'll get a cleaner side and you'll get a slightly dirtier side. Makes no difference on these which side you use, because if you're going to paint it anyway, it doesn't matter. All that happens is the dirty side is where the laser has actually gone through. There's a bed on the laser which stops everything falling through, because otherwise I'd spend my life in the bottom of the laser pulling out all these bits, which we don't want to do. So all that happens is you get like a flashback, and that's how you get these dirty marks. If that happens and it bothers you, you can either sand it, you can wipe it with a baby wipe, or you can paint over the top. Or you can do a combination of all 3, whatever you want to do. But one side will be cleaner than the other side, and it makes no difference. So your 6 different layers, so it's nice and chunky. It will stand up on its own. I won't be able to let that go.
Idea.
And then we've got different painted ones. So you have the choice of the koala, an owl, or a dinosaur, and they all come with a set of fairy lights, which we showed you earlier. It's the same fairy lights with them all. They either will flash faster, or they will flash slower, or they will stay solid.
I think it's a lovely little project. Maybe you've got a child or a little one that goes and visits grandparents, aunties, uncles, and spends overnight. But they like their nightlight.
Yeah,
They like
the
to
koala.
have that,
I think the koala's my favourite one. I think that's the one that sold the best.
That's it. And any of those could be something that very easily goes into the overnight bag. So they've got that kind of familiar surroundings. Might be that they're going away for a bit of a party and they want to flick it over to the disco koala.
Even if you're doing things like a kid's sleepover or something, you could have a few of these dotted around the room, or give them all before they go to bed. They can paint them all, assemble them, and then have them all around the room. So they've got an activity and then they've got night lights all around the room.
Absolutely, brilliant idea. Like it. So you've got an owl, you've got the dinosaur, we've also got the koala. The owl is on your screen at the moment. So the price on this one is $11.99, but the price is dropping down. I think we've got similar sort of prices with the others as well. So whichever you're shopping for, you'll find the details on the website and you will be able to find them at $8.99. Dinosaurs, big fan as well. Like it. Very cute. Love it. Similar sort of construction with this one as well. And again, rather than paying $11.99, that price is dropping down to $8.99, and a brilliant value for money. I suppose, could you go for a couple of these? Because if you're talking about the symmetry of the design, have them facing each other if you wanted to.
You could do. So if you wanted to, you would just reverse it, and one you would have all the kind of clean side, and then the other side you'd have the kind of dirty side.
Yeah.
And that way they'd be kind of facing into each other. But as I said, it doesn't matter because you're going to sand it or paint it or, use baby wipes to get rid of it.
They make fabulous little bookends or something like
that.
Oh
yeah, I think they'd be great on a little shelf, I have to say, with a little, kid's bedroom with a few books on a bookshelf with those on it. It just would be ideal.
So there you go. That's a series of different night lights that we brought to you. Now, if you did join us at 5 o'clock, you'll know that we've had 2 hours, which we're kind of halfway through the last of those hours. And one of the items that we brought to you is a brand new item, and this is beautiful. Perfect opportunity for you to kind of present your gorgeous kind of photographs and your memory elements, all on a rotating, almost like a carousel. It's like a Ferris wheel, isn't it?
If you turn it from the side to the side, you can kind of see it. It looks exactly like a kind of carousel, and it just will rotate. So, and then you can, they are weighted somewhat. And we showed you that design earlier where the 2 pieces go together and you've got the little slot, which is, let me find one that you can actually see my fingers on. If I kind of move that one.
Oh, so it's at the bottom.
So you've got a little weighted piece here that goes through. It also will keep your frame together. And there is step-by-step instructions. So don't look at it and think, oh my gosh, I'm never going to be able to do that, because it breaks it all down nice and easy. And it literally takes you step-by-step in pictures and in
brilliant idea
instructions. So this is your step-by-step instructions that show you. So you've got all your pictures. There's loads and loads of pictures on there to show you how to assemble it, how to build it, how to put it together. It is not as difficult as it looks. Believe me.
And it's quite repetitive once you've made one of those frames.
Yeah, once you've got the frame made, because you can see it'll tell you there. I think it says, let's see, it tells you how to do it, and then it just it says at the bottom, repeat for the 4 other frames. So a lot of it is kind of the same thing over and over. So don't look at it and think, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to do that, because you will. And it is literally just taking it step by step and building it up.
Brilliant.
So you've got instructions, you've got photographs. So if you're more a visual person and you want to use just the pictures, that's fine, you can do that. If you want to follow along step by step, like your big box shop, furniture shops, then you can do that as well.
Absolutely.
And then it all just rotates. You've got little locking mechanisms. Make sure that you don't throw anything away, because as we said earlier, you've got, let me grab some bits without wrecking the place. You've got all these little pieces in here that stay, and they become, so this middle section we don't use. So we keep that bit, this one in this hand, and then this part ends up getting thrown away, but we keep all these little locks and things, because these are all the bits that allow these lock into place, like so, when you've got the 2 pieces together, and that then is what allows it to spin and rotate. So, and then
you've got that
all your
kind
little
of
bits.
area.
So you've got various little circles and things, so make sure you don't throw any of it away until it's fully built, and then you know that you've got all the pieces in place, and then you can chuck all the extra bits away. So
love it. So clever. I mean, the engineering behind these.
Yes, I can't.
amazing.
You know, I didn't design this. It was another file that we found and thought, oh, I like this.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. Such a clever concept. So there you go. If you like your own little rotating photo frame, then the details are on your screen. Pretty standard size photos with these.
Yeah, I think
sizes.
I don't know what's probably 4x6. I would imagine is probably what those ones are.
Brilliant idea. And you were talking about if you wanted to, obviously when you're adding your paint to these, just try and kind of keep that fluidity. But you gave us some really good tips about weighting.
Yeah, so if you do, if you find that it is, you know, they're not weighted enough, just add little magnets or something onto the back, scrap bits of MDF, anything like that, just to weight it down a little bit.
Lovely idea. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of yours, the details are on your screen. Somebody who's been joining us during the hour has been Dawn. Good afternoon, Dawn. Good to have your company. Good afternoon, ladies. Can I just say what an amazing company Glitzcraft is, isn't it? To deal with. Nothing is ever too much trouble.
Thank you so much, Dawn.
Isn't that lovely?
It's lovely. Actually, I've had quite a few messages. I had a lovely one the other day from Craig, and I was like, oh my God, you've made my day. Just saying how much he enjoyed watching the shows and how we could always have a giggle. And I was like, well, I hope that's not laughing at me. Which it may well be.
Not at all.
But no, I genuinely love doing the shows. This is my favourite part of coming to do the shows. It's a lot of work to get everything ready. And it's a lot of work when I go home because I've got a lot of orders to do. I know the last show we did last month, I had over 330 orders to do. And that is a lot of orders for just me. It is just me and my husband. So
amazing, amazing. Now, obviously this is a review.
Yes.
So we were here earlier on. Well, I wasn't here. Dave was here earlier on with Leona. I'm going to move this one back over to where it was.
No, we've got stuff everywhere,
side.
honestly.
Let me move that back over there because we've got people that are asking about the tall lamp.
Yes, so that is the one that's over there.
Okay.
There we go. Yes,
This is
so it's a new one that we brought to the show. It has 40 pieces that go upright into this one.
It's really pretty.
And
Thank
it
you,
is
Michael.
There we go.
Amazing. Look at this.
So, and with this one, you can either have it standing on your table like so, or I've tied it, before I put the last two pieces in, I've tied some rope. Actually, it wasn't rope, it was string that I braided. And I was telling people earlier how I did the braid, which my mum taught me when I was really little. Yes. So what I did was I had my daughter do it. So we had 3 pieces of long string. She had one end and I had the other end. I twist one way, she twisted the opposite direction. And then once it's fully twisted so that it starts to kind of get in itself, grab it in the middle, put all the ends together, and it rapidly will make a braid. Yeah. It's really, really easy to do. And it saves you sitting there, doing a plait like you would with somebody's hair, because I'm never very good at doing that. But it just makes it really, really quick. It's really fun to watch it.
This is the kind of thing that you would expect to see. You know the glossy magazines that have got all the posh flats in the areas, really high-end kind of properties, where they've got that contemporary type of interior.
Excuse me while I delve into boxes and pull out bits and pieces.
But I love the idea of the different colours that have been used with this, giving it that bright look. But again, it could be classic black or a steel grey that you're creating this with. Brilliant idea. £19.99 being your price on this one. But yeah, not today. We've got to drop the price down because we saw it earlier on. So if you did watch earlier on, you will know that we're going down to just £16.99 with this one. And we only have, less than a couple of handfuls available of this one.
So this one, there is 40 pieces, and unlike the other ones where they all went up in graduation in size, these are all the exact same size. So it doesn't matter where you start, where you finish. They'll all look the same. Okay. You've got your top ring and you've got your base. Then all we do is pop that into the little slot and just slide it all the way through.
Okay.
And then what I would probably do is do a couple so that it's a little bit more balanced. Okay. Now, what I would also say is when I start building this, it might fall apart because I've obviously not got any glue and I've not got any paint on it.
Yeah.
When I had painted these, my daughter and I actually sat and painted this at work one day, and there's 40 uprights. So I divided it by 5 and we got 8. So each one, we painted it 5 different colours. We picked out the colours beforehand. And we each painted 8. And then we flipped them over and we painted the other side. And then once they were dry, I went back with a paint marker, and did the gold pen down the outside edge. So what I did with that is I have Spectrum Noir paint pens, and these are ideal. And you literally then are just drawing it up up the side,
Yeah,
like that.
that's a good tip.
So you don't want to get too much paint down into these sections here, because what's going to happen is that is going to slot in, and if you've overloaded that with paint, it's going to make it difficult to get it in.
Right.
So what I would also say is work bit by bit. So do one piece and then do the piece next to it and so on. I wouldn't necessarily do it the way I've done it and go, you know, kind of jump and miss bits, because what tends to happen is you might miscount and it ends up kind of then all going off to the side. So what I would ideally do is do one, do the one right next to it so that it's in the right place, do your next one, and just follow through. Because what happened when I was putting mine together was I thought I had counted properly, and I was like missing every fifth one so that I could do all the yellow, and then I went and did all the pink, and then I did all the blue, and it got to the end and I had miscounted.
Oh no.
And I had glued them. So then I had to quickly try and undo it to get it to go back into the proper place. So I wouldn't do it the way that I did it. I would do it the way I'm telling you to do it. Do it the way, exactly.
Do as I say,
not the way I did it. And you just literally want to go one by one and just build it up like so. And that then is what you end up with.
Looks amazing, doesn't it, as well?
And you can paint it any colours.
I love it. Now, the lovely Dee was a lady who emailed in earlier on asking about it. And she said, thank you. Your products are new to me and totally amazing,
Oh, thank you, Dee.
Oh, Dee, thank you. You will find yourself looking out for our schedule and seeing Glitzcrafts in the schedule, because each time you bring new things, but you also revisit previous things as
so
well.
if something's done really well and people want me to bring it back, then I'm more than happy to. So if there's something that you've missed out on and you want me to bring back next month, so in fact I'm in 14th of June is my next show. I'm only in for 1 hour. At the moment I'm only in for 1 hour. We'll see. Today I was only supposed to be in for 2, but I'm here for 3. So it varies on the day. But if there's something particular that you've missed out on and you want me to bring it back, then please email me and let me know, or message through Hobby Maker and they will let me know that way as well. But, you know, I'm only here because of you guys buying my products. If you didn't buy, they wouldn't want me back.
We do want you back. We love it when you come and join us. We love it. Now, this is a bit of a review of the whole day that we spent with Leona. And one of the things that we're going to go back to is a project that we kind of said that might be perfect for Father's Day. But then we kind of talked ourselves out of it because there are so many different opportunities. So one of the crates that we showed you earlier on is being incredibly popular. Now, I haven't got it to hand.
Which one?
Here.
Which one?
Which one? Are we looking at the diamond?
Both?
Let's
Okay.
do both. Why not?
So
we've got 2 different variations. They're both similar in
There's
idea
that one.
and style. And the idea with these is that you can use them for adding in beer bottles.
Where the other one went.
I think it might be on our Cascade of Steps or there or thereabouts. Levi, can you see the other one at all with the diamond? Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Thank you, my
Right, let me move
lovely.
this one
Thank
out of
you.
the way.
So we have got 2 different options for you. So this one here is the one that you've got on the screen with your circle, because of your circle on the front. This one that we've got here, it's got the diamond shape, so it's got different item numbers. Now, both of these have been incredibly popular, so much so that we'll rapidly get into the last kind of well, single figures, to be fair, across both of those as well. So yeah, very popular. So let me move this one out of the way so as I don't confuse the issue, but we'll come back to it in a few moments.
What is really good about this one is it has got some really good height to it. So if you do want to put something in it that is quite tall, then you can do. So, you know, anything that's, you know, chunky bottles, then you can do that. So don't just think that because it says it's a beer crate that you've just got to put beer in it. Absolutely anything goes. And as you can see from the viewers have been messaging in all the different things that they want to make and put in it. So
could you use it, I mean, would it go in like a bathroom potentially? The reason being I'm thinking it's like a grooming kit that you might have all your different kind of toiletries in there.
I just thought as well of like a baby's changing kit as well.
Nice
so
idea,
beside the cot, so you've got your nappies and, you know, all that bits and pieces that, you know, our lovely children make a mess of.
They get through. And also as well, it might be you've got a guest room and you want to kind of give that little experience that somebody's on a special little kind of trip, and you could almost have it like a little
how nice would that be, wouldn't it?
So you could have like your little...
It's like you go on a cruise ship and you get a chocolate in your pillow.
You could have all sorts of little bits and pieces in there, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, they're just So many possibilities.
Basically, anything that will fit in that
Yeah.
area will be perfect for
Yeah.
this. So yeah, go for it.
So the only kind of bottles I think that kind of wouldn't fit, so your straight normal bottles would be fine, like your Baileys that are kind of more bulbous at the bottom, kind of big, those ones wouldn't fit in there, but your normal bottles will, your wine bottles, any kind of alcohol kind of tall bottles, your soft drinks, all that kind of thing will all fit in there.
Nice idea.
And then all your craft supplies and your sewing supplies, your wool, your knitting, your crochet,
Whatever you
all
choose.
that kind of stuff would also fit in there.
I love it.
And just because we've painted it in blues, you know, doesn't mean that you can't. You have to. You can paint it any colours that
Absolutely.
you want to.
And at £7.99, it's one of those projects that's definitely worth going for, even if you haven't got a specific person in mind for the project to go to. Get hold of it, get it in your crafty stash, and then when you have got that birthday that you need to put together a quick gift, then this is going to be the one for you, because you've not got that many different pieces in there to go together. And it could be you making a little hamper of the beers or
Yeah, I mean, I
crafty
quite
bits,
regularly
all
do a
sorts.
hamper for my dad for Christmas because he's one of these guys that's got most things. So I usually end up buying things like crisps and bottled wine and, you know, some, what do you call it, wine gums and
yeah.
nuts and, you know, that kind of spicy jalapeno flavoured things and all that kind of stuff. And that would be ideal for that because you could just fill it all up with all different bits and pieces, put a bow on the top, and there's your Christmas. Don't even need to wrap
Socks
it.
and pants.
Absolutely.
Socks and
Absolutely.
pants, that's a Christmas gift, isn't it?
Yes. The men all need, that's it. The men all need the socks and pants for Christmas. I know my son does, my oldest. In fact, he was going on holiday the other week and I said to him, have you got enough? And he was like, well, yeah, I think so. And I said, well, go and check. I said, because remember, you probably want 2 a day.
Yes, yeah.
I said, because it's hot and it's sweaty. I said, so probably 2. And he came back down and he went, I've ordered some more.
There you go. Bit of mum advice. I love it. So that one is the circle one, which of course we were touching on there with that gorgeous circle shape. The other one that we've got for you is this wonderful one that's got kind of like an engraved diamond on there. Although you don't have to use it with that engraved diamond.
No, we showed you earlier. Let me see if I can find in amongst my pile.
Bless you. Now, it comes with the engraving on there, which you can follow to actually get that direction. Of course, with the flat sides, you could be utilising it in other ways. This one's got a little bit of decoupage featuring on there. And again, you could be applying your own pictures all the way around. Again, you've got your 6 apertures in there for you to store whatever you so choose in there. And because of that etched detail being on one side and flat on the other, you've got loads of scope.
So there's the detail that you will get. That is the one that's on the front and that is on the side panels. So that if you wanted to make it kind of look like wood, kind of shiplap, that kind of thing, you can do. So it goes together like so, and so on and so on. If you don't want those to be seen, you want to make it something completely different, spin around, and there we go. We've got your blank sides and your blanks. Edge. So you can literally do it for anything. And then all you would need to do is just spray paint or paint over the inside.
I suppose if you're using papers, you would cover that.
Yeah,
over.
exactly.
You wouldn't even see that. So, yeah.
And that's the thing. You can paint it, you can decoupage it, you can spray paint it, you can colour it with markers. MDF is one of the most forgiving materials because you can literally do anything on it. You can paint, you can spray paint, you can colour, you can do it with crayons and papers and pens, alcohol markers, all that kind of stuff will all work on the MDF. The only thing I would say with the markers is just to test it on a little bit of scrap first, and I always tell people this because it tends to go a little bit dark.
Okay.
So if you're using a marker, say you want a bright cherry red and you start colouring it in, suddenly it's going to go kind of more like a burgundy kind of colour. So just test it on a bit of scrap first just to make sure you like it. Because you don't want to spend hours sitting colouring it and then look at it and go, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not the colour I wanted. So just test it first on a bit of scrap. Usually what happens is you get these little bits at the edge that just haven't popped through when I've taken it out of the laser. So you will find probably little teeny tiny scraps in your packaging anyway. So those are always good just to keep for testing. Or if you've got something that is multi-layered, if you need a little bit of support somewhere else, then those little bits are also quite good to use as a little kind of shove it in a space and it gives it a bit extra support.
And a bit of a recycle tip from me, because I've been there, I've done this. Soak off the beer labels from old bottles as well and use those almost in a decoupage idea and then varnish the whole thing.
It,
So nice little idea as well. So there you go. If you're wanting the beer crate with the Dad logo on there in a diamond, then the details are on your screen. They're just £7.99. If you are watching this live, then hopefully you managed to get hold of yours. If you are watching on a repeat, because I know some of you will come back and watch, It's Bank Holiday Monday, you might be out and about doing other things and coming back to see what's been going on. But the problem is a lot of the stock will have already gone. But you have the opportunity, obviously, to take advantage of this if we have that stock available. Details on your screen. Now, something that is back in stock, and we were chatting about this one earlier on. I think we've got just a few of these left now. It regularly sells out, this one.
Yes, so we had this one on last month, and I had little mini cactus plants on there, little MDF cactus plants. We came up with so many different ideas that you could use it for. So some of them were like afternoon teas, you could do cakes, you could put spices on it, you could have it with little tiny plants in your window ledge. So loads and loads of different options that you can do with it. It's super, super simple to go together. It is literally 3 shelves and then 2 side pieces. It's called an A-frame because it kind of looks like an A, and it is literally just pop the pieces in, glue them in place. You can see that one's not quite being glued properly. But it all just slots together. It will come nice flat pack, and then you can paint it and decorate it. This one you can see on the top has been stenciled with the glitter paste. So this one is one of my stencils. You've got the beautiful and the rose that actually I think come together on another stencil. But you can choose whichever stencils you've got at home, or you can even use the dragonfly and the rose stencils that we've had in the show, which are really, I love the rose ones. They're some of my favourite stencils.
They are still available, those stencils.
They
But
are.
can I make a serving suggestion for you? If you are thinking Father's Day and you've got a couple of kids that are going to get involved with the crafting, what about go for these 2 items together? Because you could almost have your beers and your snacks, couldn't you?
Yep, or your barbecue table, and
Somewhere
you've got
for
your
remote
little
control.
salads, you've got your coleslaws and your various other bits, and then your condiments in there, your mayonnaise and ketchup and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
Your tongs for serving salads and all that kind of stuff. So lots and lots of different options.
Nice idea. Do check out, obviously, the crate that we've been chatting about, but the details are on your screen for the A-frame, which has been a very popular one, especially for things like afternoon teas and stuff like that. So lots and lots of different scope. Now, if you have just joined us, you won't have seen these items, which we're very, very quickly going to review. And these are brilliant because we've kind of got 2 different options for these. They're both very similar. The only variance is the actual word that's featuring on these. So on one, you've got garage, on one, you've got shed. But you have got the ability to actually get in touch with our lovely Leona, maybe take advantages, and I can't remember the name of the lady that was asking about cave, Dad's cave.
Yes, Dad's cave. So we had, I think, can't remember, might have been Emma, or I don't know. Not sure who it was.
It's a while ago.
Somebody was asking, can we have Dad's cave? Yes, you can. All you need to do is email me. I'll give you my email address again. It's Leona, Leona, at Glitzcraft, GLITZCRAFT.co.uk. Send me an email. Pop your order number on there so that I know that you've ordered. Tell me what you want it to say, but make sure you do it as soon as the show ends.
Yes.
Because by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will be in work and I will be starting to pack and ship all the orders. So if you want me to change anything, you need to let me know as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will get it. It says Dad's Cave, Dad's Shed or Dad's Garage, depending which option you chose.
And of course, the thing is, make sure that you are including your order number with that.
Yeah.
So as Leona
So I can find
identify
you.
your order. Yeah. So there you go. But it might be that you've got stamps. Maybe you've got alphabet stamps. Maybe you're doing that personalisation yourself. Well, the beauty is you can do
Yeah,
that.
because you can always flip it around and have it on the back side and then do whatever you want. You will still have the hammer and things all there. If you've got a die cut machine and things you want to make your own letters, by all means you can do that. You can make it all your own personalised. You can have Bob or whatever on there that you want to have. It's completely up to you. Just remember, if you do want me to do something that is like a big long name, especially it's instead of like the garage or the shed, it's got to fit in that space. So if you give me something that's this long, it's going to be squished right down to that size. So just bear that in mind.
No problem at all. Well, Leona, thank you for doing that.
You are very welcome.
That's one of the things why we love working with our Leona. I mean, she's inspirational with her demonstrations, but also with the projects that she brings to us. Now, when are we next due to see you on our
14th
screens?
of June, I'm back for an hour, just 1 hour that day. And I believe it's the dreaded Christmas.
Oh, it's starting.
And then I'm back again on the 26th, and I've got 2 hours on the 26th. So I've got 3 hours next month.
Oh, we've got a special request.
And then the 26th, I'll be coming back from Lanzarote on the 25th.
Ooh.
So this could be very interesting.
I love it. Now, I don't know if you saw that pop up on the screen a few moments ago. We've got a special request from our Michelle. Hi, I want Mum's craft room.
Ah, there you go.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you for this.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for your company. I hope I can count on it for the next hour because I'm going to be working with the lovely Sharon and we're going to get all creative with Himi. See you the other side of this.
never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Hello there, and it said there Monday 4 and 7. Well, that'll be us up now. And I have the urge to say the Himi Shimmy. There's something about that name. We should be doing the Himi Shimmy in this hour. We're certainly going to be getting shimmy with those gorgeous colours, because we've got some fabulous palettes to share with you and a fabulous guest to take us through all of the different possibilities. It's the shimmering Sharon. Shimmy Sharon, there you go. It's got a ring to it.
Love it.
Now, you love working with Himis, don't you?
I do, because as a card maker, a lot of the time I'm stamping. I like to use different mediums, because from one stamp set you get so many different looks by using different things to colour with, and you get more value out of your stamps that way.
Absolutely, yeah.
So watercolours are probably my go-to most
Watercolours,
of the time.
for me personally, I find them one of the easiest paint mediums to work with.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm not an artist by any stretch of the imagination.
No, me neither.
But they give me confidence.
Yes, and I think they're very easy to use. Everyone really, from being at school, we all kind of know how watercolours work.
Yeah.
They're a very safe, easy option.
That's a good way of putting
particularly if you're a beginner and you want to do different things with your stamps. You know, when I look at a stamp set, I'll use my alcohol pens sometimes. I'll use watercolours. We had the gouache earlier, which is beautiful. Coloured pencils are usually my last thing I think of using. Generally, watercolour's my first choice.
Okay.
I think it's because I like florals a lot, and a lot of the things I buy are floral dies and stamps. And I think watercolours lend themselves really, really well for that.
Couldn't agree more. One of the hurdles, though, sometimes we have to get over is what colours do we choose? Which do we get best variety with? Which gives us the most options? Well, with Himi, you don't have to worry, because they do all that work for you. And they put them all together in the most incredible palettes. Now, we've got 2 large palettes that we are sharing with you at the moment. Now, the first of which I have not seen, but I am very excited about, because this is where you're going to get that Himi shimmy, that gorgeous shimmer of pearlescent and metallic. And these ones are the ones that have popped up on your screen already. So with regards to the two different palettes, we're looking at the yellow palette.
The yellow one, yes, which has got the fun name of Alien Friends.
I love it.
Which
Brilliant.
I love.
That's just peering through that window already. I'm getting excited.
It's a
Gorgeous
beautiful
colours.
thing, isn't it? And I think this is the thing with Himi. It all looks beautiful. The packaging is lovely. It's really fun. But the product is craft price, but artist quality.
Oh, okay. I like that.
They're very good quality paints. Now, I've done a little swatch for each of the sets. So this is the Alien Friends. You get a really nice mix in this one.
Okay.
You've got your sort of basic colours, but then you bring in pearlescence, and then you've got neons as well.
Oh, now can you give that a bit of a jiggle? Because with the cameras,
Yes,
you don't always get
pick
those
up the
different
shimmer.
Oh, look at that.
And actually, I'll open my paints themselves in a second, because they also look beautiful just when you look at the paints themselves.
Gorgeous.
You've got a vast selection there. You know, if you're someone like me that likes your florals, you can never have too many greens when you're doing foliage and
Absolutely.
things. You've got a whole row there of greens. Then you've got all your pinks and your purples, your reds, your oranges. Then you've got a good selection of neutrals for your animals and
Nice,
you know, your neutrals. But if I open up the
It's a
packaging,
brilliant all-rounder, this one, isn't it, with the colours?
it's beautiful. Even just the way it's laid out in that circle like that, like little mosaic tiles, it's just nice to look at. And you can see with these, they've all got a glossy sort of look. You've got a little well in the centre, and then you can use the lid as a palette if you want to as well.
Clever, yeah.
They do come with a little paintbrush, which you'll find it will be tucked in this little piece at the back.
Clever.
So, yeah, so they call these semi-moist. They work in the way that any watercolour does, but they do have quite a nice sort of shimmer to them, I would say.
I love it.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Now you're getting 38 colours for £24.99, which is phenomenal value for me. That sort of price, or that quantity in relation to that price, you might be thinking about kind of kids craft type quality, because quite so often that's what you would get for that sort of price, but not with Himi. You are getting that pristine, gorgeous kind of array of different colours, from your lights to your darks, your mediums in there, that gorgeous metallic tone in there, and that fabulous shimmer, all for just £24.99. At least, well, I thought that was the price, but no, I'm assured that it's not. So BV8440. Now, these have been very popular in the past. They are popular again in this hour, and if, like me, you've not seen them before, you'll definitely want to take advantage at £19.99. That's incredible, because you're getting a good quantity of paints for each one of those 38 colours.
They're good sized pans when you
Yeah.
look at them. You know, if you think traditionally watercolours come in a smaller pan than that, so you've got quite a lot there. They're also very highly pigmented, so you can water them down quite a lot and still get a
Perfect.
nice colour.
I love it. We'll see those in action in a little while. So if you want to place your order, you've got all the information that you need on the screen. Get them into your basket, but make sure you're getting your baskets checked out. We've got a fabulous little portable kind of paint set that was in that yellow tone coming up as well. So you might want to take advantage of those. But I'll show you those in closer detail in a little while. Now we've got another set in this beautiful kind of pinky peach colour way. Now again, you've got fabulous colours, loads of different variety in here, but these have got a different kind of personality to them, Sharon.
Yeah, they call these ones solid watercolours. And if I bring the swatch in to show you, you can see, let's bring the other one back to sort of compare. You can see these are more of a chalky finish.
Okay.
More of a flat finish,
Oh,
whereas
yes,
the other
yeah.
ones are a little bit shimmery.
Yeah.
So I hate to say it, but I think really you want both of them.
Well, no, that makes sense, because there'll be different reasons when you want to use one or the other, or use them both together.
Yeah, you know, if you bought this set, because this is the set that we've had a little bit longer.
Okay.
If you've already got this one, today would be a great chance to add the Alien Friends, because they're going to work really well together. You can see colour-wise, you've got really nice tones that are going to work together.
Yeah.
You're not kind of completely duplicating. You've got similar colours, but there's a lot of variety here. And again, it's just going to give you more options. I personally am a bit lazy with watercolours.
Okay.
I kind of can't be bothered to mix colours.
Right.
I'll mix in a lazy way, like I might pick a pink and think, could do with that a bit darker, I can add a bit of grey to it.
Yes.
So I'll do a bit of lighter and darker, and I'll maybe add a bit of yellow to a green or something like that. But beyond that, I don't really want to think. And I think it goes back to my aversion to anything to do with maths or working things out. And it's that whole, you've got to remember from the colour wheel which colour to mix with which.
This is the thing, it's been done for you. And also as well, you've got the reassurance that you've got that same green every time you come back to it.
Yes,
if you
exactly.
Mix it
When
yourself,
you mix yourself, you run out and then you can't remember what you used because you just did it winging
Or you're
it.
dabbling and having a
Dabbling,
go.
exactly. So I have got a whole drawer full of watercolour paints at home for that reason, because I just keep buying more, so I've always got the colour I want without mixing it.
Now again, you've got 38 pans in there, a fabulous array. It's called pink, not because of the range of colours, but because of the actual case itself. So I just mentioned that because when I first saw the name, I thought, 38 pinks, how many pinks do you need? Well, with this, you have got lots of pinks in there, but not 38. You've got loads of other colours in there. And again, it's that gorgeous kind of clamshell that you've got with all of those elements, things like your brush in there, things like your palettes in there as well, which is a brilliant idea. So there you go, if you like the idea of getting hold of those. The way that they actually display these, I mean, it makes you want to get them out and use them, doesn't it?
It does. They're also a good handy size. They're kind of portable enough. If you want to take them out and about, they're easy to grab and take with you. The fact that you've got the brush sort of on the back and then you can use this as a palette, it means if you do want to take them out and do painting while you're out, you can do that. So you can see, looking at them, they've got that lovely chalky finish. We will see them in action because, that's when you really see the beauty of them.
Well, that's the pure intensity of the colour, isn't it, before you start adding the water. But you've got kind of like a gorgeous cobalt blue, but you'll have everything from that kind of very toned down when you add in a lot of water to that bright electric blue when you're using a tiny bit. So,
the more water you add, the lighter the colour's going to be.
We'll be learning about that with Sharon in a little while. So there you go. Those are the two options that we've got with regards to your palette. But again, £24.99 is not the price you're paying with this one. I'm going to bring that one down as well to just £19.99. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, then you can do. But look at our beautiful display. This is something that Himi do so well. The additional bits and pieces that we regularly use with our watercolours, they provide as well in these fabulous travel kits and brush sets. And they're keeping the colours going with regards to that to tie everything in. I do like things that match.
I do, and I love the fact that, as you add to your Himi collection, they've got different colour sets and different packaging, and it all looks beautiful. It's just really nice. It's a bit like buying an expensive phone or something, isn't it, when you get the nice packaging?
It's gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? It gives you that illusion of expense, but with this, it's not. You've got that price there. Now, the price on your screen, £34.99. I don't know, is that the price they're going to be paying with these? Oh, it's not. It's the start price again. So before we get to that price and tell you the price that you're going to be paying, I mean, this is a lovely little set again, I have to say. So within there, what have we got, Sharon?
In the travel set,
yes,
you've got a beautiful set here.
Okay.
I love this. I've kept mine in the box just so you can see how it comes. So you're going to open up the box, and then you do get with it some watercolour cards.
Oh, just to get you started.
Just for a little, you might want to do a swatch with it or something, test out the colours.
Nice idea.
So that's nice, and it all matches. Then you're set.
Oh, okay.
This
So
lovely
everything's
little
kept
tin.
inside there.
It's all in here. I've left my water brush at home. It does come with a water brush.
Okay.
So you get a water brush, which will be tucked in here.
Right.
Now, this container is obviously great for transporting it because you've even got a little hole at the top.
Look at that, yeah.
But when you're out and about painting, now you do get a water brush with it. So if you want to just use your water brush for your water, you can. But you can also pop some water in here. So if you were going out, plein air painting and you wanted to take everything with you could bring bottled water with you, put some in here,
in there.
do your painting. And then really compact little tin, which opens both ways, which is great because, of course, if you're out and about, this is all you've got to work with.
Yes.
You've got plenty of space for mixing here.
Nice idea.
And when you look at this, when you're looking at it compared to the other sets where they look like you've got tons and tons of colours, obviously this is one set where you might want to do a bit of mixing. But I don't want you to feel that you're really limited with this.
Okay.
Because the principles of mixing really is you want your red, yellow, blue to start with.
Yeah, your primaries.
And if you were buying individual paints to start yourself off, you'd be advised to get a warm red, a cool red, warm blue, cool blue, warm yellow, cool yellow. And then from there, you can pretty much do any colour any colour you want to. Well, that's what you've got here. You've got a warm red, a cool red.
Oh, right.
Actually, I'll bring this in, which is better to show you, because I made this colour wheel.
Oh, look at this.
So from that cool red, the warm red, I've mixed it with the yellow to get all these different colours.
I see, right.
So from the cool red, the warm red, the blue, yellow, I've made this whole colour wheel. So if you think about it, you're out and about painting, you've got this lovely set, and you know, you can make variations on these colours because you've also got your neutrals there. You've got a black, a white, you've got some browns. So you absolutely can pretty much make any colour you want to. And this gives you a really good indication of the vibrancy, the high pigment, because those are lovely strong colours you can see there.
Beautiful.
Beautiful colours.
Thank you for that. What a good idea. So there you go. It might be a travel by name, but it isn't one of those kind of like almost like a half size set. You start creating with these, you can have all the colours of the spectrum that you can be able to create with. Now let's look at that price, because I did tell you that $34.99 is not the price. Well, indeed it isn't. So I'm going to drop that price down for you. It makes it a very affordable bundle because you've got everything that you need in there to start your watercolour projects, and at $29.99, a brilliant value bundle. So this might be how you're getting involved with Himi. It might be that you're not ready to go for all of those colours in the larger palette. You just fancy the idea of the transportation that you've got with that little palette. And you've got two different colour options with these. So you can see yellow again. So if you want the yellow maybe to work alongside your Alien Friends palette, then you can do, and it might be that you wanted to go down the peach route. So again, $34.99, not your price. We're dropping down to $29.99, and of course, as you can see, we have got paint brushes to match those. We will see these in action as Sharon is working with them, but if you do fancy getting hold of those at the same time, you'll be able to find them on the website. But rest assured, I will give you the details if you can't find them yourself. So I'm in the mood for a bit of painting. What you got planned?
A bit of painting, and I'll show you a bit of a mix of the.
Okay.
We'll start with the two larger sets for this one, and I've stamped out some butterflies.
Perfect.
Going across, and I thought let's do a little bit of a rainbow going across, because that's the perfect way to give you a good selection of colourways. So the first thing you're going to want to do when you get your paints out, I'm just going to move that card out of the way, give them a little spritz with water just to activate them, like so. So that's the Friends set, and then we'll bring this one in. And we'll do a bit of a mix between the two so you can see the difference between the kind of chalky finish and the more pearlescent, shiny finish.
Price on these, amazing.
They're great value for, you know, when I think of the other sets I've got with all the little sort of half pans.
Yes, yeah.
They're a great size. Now let's also bring in, I'm just going to grab from my watercolour pad, let's just grab some card.
Okay.
Because the colours quite often look quite different in the pan as they do on card.
Okay. So do you suggest that when you're starting with a new range?
Grab yourself just a scrap of watercolour card so you can just test a colour before you actually commit to it.
Good tip.
So let's go from sort of red, yellow, green, blue, purple.
Perfect.
Do a little bit of a rainbow. And I'll show you the reds. Also, I can show you the both reds. So from the Alien Friends set, I've got this lovely red.
Oh, that's a good, gorgeous,
now,
juicy
how
red.
much pigment is that?
Wow.
Straight away. And you can see how it moves beautifully on the card. That's the sign of a good watercolour. And blending as well is also the other sign of a good watercolour. So let's bring in another colour and just show you that. So if I want to blend those two together.
Oh, okay.
Look how well that just blends sort of seamlessly.
Oh, it's like a gorgeous orange tone in the middle now.
Now isn't that a lovely blend? So those are all from the Alien Friends set.
Okay.
Let's grab a red from...
And I suppose as they dry, that's when you kind of get that shimmer and that kind of tone come through as well. Yeah. Oh, I love that.
The colours are just so rich and so pretty. And you see what I mean about being lazy and not mixing. You don't need to mix these, do you?
I think that makes you a wise crafter, not a lazy crafter.
They're already a beautiful colour, so I haven't got to make the effort. So you can sort of see a little bit of, it's not so much shimmer, it's just they're more a little bit shiny looking.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's not kind of like a glittery or
no.
anything that's in your face. It's just a very subtle, a grown-up shimmer. I like that, Alex.
So I think we'll go with this red because it's a little bit paler. That one's almost magenta.
Yes, it's got a lovely
So we'll do that for our first butterfly.
Okay. Now, when you've actually stamped your image out, do you have to think about how you're stamping it out to start with?
You do have to use an ink that's waterproof.
Okay.
So we did a show actually the other week all about this, and Versafine Claire is my go-to for
That's a good ink pad,
watercolours.
yeah.
Yeah. So I've used the black, which is the
Oh,
Nocturne.
we can go back and watch that. So, can you remember
Yes.
the title of the show at all?
It
Or
was called something like The Art of Ink Pads.
Okay. Good educational out.
Yeah.
And if you do go to our YouTube channel and just put in a few words along those lines, then you should be able to find it.
Yeah, it was only a couple of weeks ago.
Perfect.
Now I've done that one red, but I think now I've done that little bit of blending there, I'm a little bit tempted to go in with a little bit of another colour.
See, that's the
Look
thing,
at
isn't
that.
it? True crafter, you start off with a plan, but you go off on a tangent.
Yeah,
don't you?
instantly I'm like, oh no, I'm not just going to do one colour. And the beauty of watercolours is you can just go over the top with another colour and it'll blend in. Because they're translucent, you're layering the colour, but you can see underneath.
So if you've got both of these, because some people might already have the original pink palette.
Yes.
And can you actually layer the colours, come back and reactivate and things like
Definitely,
that?
yes.
Okay.
And I would say if you bought the first set, because this one we have had on quite a few
Yes,
shows,
yeah.
if you've already got this is a great addition. It gives you more options, and you can see from where I'm swatching them here, the colours work beautifully
Perfect.
together.
Good advice.
And it just gives you more colours, really. So red, yellow, we'll do yellow next. So let's show you a couple of options for the yellows. Let's start with the Alien Friends.
Okay.
So that's a nice yellow.
Now, the Alien Friends is the one that we've got on your screen. So as you're looking at the screen, it's the one over on Sharon's right. So
Yes, it's this.
by her little swatch pad that she's making up. And that's the one that's got that kind of metallic feel. You've got your standard neon metallic colours in there as well. And this has been a very, very popular palette. And on the left-hand side, we will give you the details of the pink palette as the hour progresses. But they're two different palettes. I've got them in front of me here. But it's worth going for both.
It is.
A
You get
lot of
so
people
many.
shopping for both of these at the same time.
I would, and I have to say, when I'm crafting, I get both out and put them on the desk and kind of pick and choose. Now, this is the Alien Friends set, so I've got four options there for the yellow. This last one looks like it's got a bit of a shimmer to it. It's got a pearlescent to it. So that's the Alien Friends, and then in the other set, I've also got a good few options for yellow. I've got a really pale sort of lemon yellow. Now these you can kind of see do have more of a chalky finish. Bit like when we're using things like oxides and you get that chalky look.
So will they give a different look on a darker cardstock then because of that kind
They
of
do tend to
chalky
show
look?
up a little bit
Yeah.
more on darker cards, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's good.
So we've got some nice yellows. And then with that set, that we're then into orange. So it's great to just watch them, see the colours in real life. And I think to go with that one, I quite like that last one I did from this is from the first set. So we'll go with that for our butterfly.
It's kind of getting to know them, isn't it, as you're using them? So
It is, yeah. And definitely it's worth, when you get these home, get yourself a sheet of watercolour and do yourself a swatch.
I suppose you could mimic the shape of that, couldn't you, if you wanted?
Do you know,
Like
that's
the
what
colour
I
wheel
did.
That you did, yeah.
Yeah, because then you know where the colours are.
Where they're located, yeah.
Because they do quite often look very different on you know, in the pan than they do when you use them.
And one thing that I've noticed actually on the back of your palette, it does actually say the different names.
It does.
The
They've all
colours,
got
so,
names.
and Sharon's busy there, but you can see there, right in the centre of each of those colours, it kind of does give you the idea. This one is the pink one that I've got at the moment there. So again, all 38 colours there with their little names in there, which that's useful to know if you like that idea.
Now in the Alien Friends set, we've got a neon yellow as well.
See that,
Should we have a look
that
at
neon
that?
yellow and that
Now
neon green
look at that.
amazing. Yeah.
That is proper neon. Because sometimes when you get paints that say neon, they're just a very bright yellow.
Yes, yeah.
That has got the real neon look to it, hasn't it? Now that's great for highlights. So should we put a bit of that over
Oh,
the
that's
top?
a nice idea.
I'm just going to do a bit on each of the sort of centre of each butterfly like that. So that when that dries, we'll have a nice little...
Almost making a little accent.
Yeah.
Nice, I like that idea.
So now we'll look at some greens. Let's turn this round so we've got a clean bit to work with. So let's start with the Alien Friends. Now, I love a set that has a good selection of greens.
Greens, I believe, are one of the trickiest colours to blend yourselves, which is good that we've got a nice variety of them.
And because I like floral sets, I use a lot of greens. So I'm always excited. It's always the first thing I look at when I'm looking at
Foliage can vary. I mean, you can give a flower a totally different look by changing the colour of the leaves, can't you? Yeah. Well, that's a good one.
That's a nice
earthy
olive,
one, yeah.
nice dark olive. And the other thing with greens as well is they're quite easy to alter slightly if you want to, you know, you can just add a bit of yellow. I can cope with that in terms of mixing. And then we're kind of into teals.
Oh, that's a good one. I do like a good teal.
Teal's nice, isn't it? So that's from the Alien Friends. Then I've got an equally good selection with the chalky finish. Again, you can just see how strong these colours are, how much pigment there is.
Incidentally, the brushes that Sharon is using, we have got them. I noticed the one that you've got kind of like a green handle. Are they the same kind of set?
Yes, in across different sets. They these are the ones that came with the gouache, but they are the same. They just do the sets in different colours.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that one's more.
Yeah, if you want a set to match your pink palette or to match your yellow Alien Friends palette, we have got yellow brushes and pink brushes to match those as well.
I think we've got one more green. Is that a green? Yes, look at that. So what a selection.
That's amazing. Across the two, all of those different colours. Wow.
So we used that one. So let's go back and choose one from the Alien Friends. I'm kind of alternating between the two sets so we get a good look.
Okay.
And I did like, actually that first one, I think, because I'm going for quite a bright, cheerful look here. And this is more of a lime green, isn't it?
I like
so
that.
I quite like that.
Lovely zesty green, like that one, yeah.
And you can see how lovely the colour just goes down.
Oh, now you're working with the Alien Friends, and Mo has emailed in, which is lovely. So good afternoon, Mo. Hi, ladies. Can you tell me, the Alien Friend looks shiny. Are they of more of a gel consistency, or is it the studio like? That's a really good question.
Yeah,
fab.
they are. They have got not so much gel, creamy.
Yes.
It's a creamy consistency. These do feel chalky.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've got more of a creamy texture.
And when you spritzed both palettes, the one on the left, the pink one, which has kind of got that chalky finish, they did look shiny because they were wet.
Yeah.
But obviously that sinks in a little bit. But
yes.
Yeah, you can still see that kind of shimmy and that shine with the Alien Friends. So yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Mo. Hopefully we've answered that question for you.
And I've got to say, the Alien Friends set, there are watercolour paints. I won't say the brand name. They're quite expensive, and they're a Japanese brand. And they have very creamy paints. These are comparable.
Okay.
So if you've kind of worked out what I'm talking about, I won't say, you know, I don't like to.
No, but
name
again,
other
that kind of that creaminess and that quality is something that we associate with professional grades.
Yes, yes.
You don't get that, do you? I mean, I know I've bought in the past, dare I say, kind of like an economy style.
Yes.
And the reason I've done that is because I kind of think to myself, well, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do it properly. So I'm not going to spend a lot of money. I've spent probably the same as you've got on your screen, thinking that I've got a kind of brilliant value. But it's value for money, but not value for quality.
Yeah.
And then I found that I've not got the results. And then I think to myself, oh gosh, I can't do this. I'm not going to bother. And it's not what I'm doing necessarily. It's the quality of the products helping you. So it's one of those situations, isn't it? Buy quality. Wasn't it? Buy quality. You only buy once or something like that.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, because that's the thing. If you buy a cheap set, you're inevitably either going to give up completely, or you're then going to have to go out and buy a better set.
Yeah.
And I've said I'm someone that does keep buying more and more sets just to get more colours and things, because I don't want to mix. But I don't think I've yet finished a watercolour set. Had to go out and buy another, because they do last years.
It's tiniest amounts that you use because of the intensity. It's like that concentrate orange squash, isn't it? You use a tiny bit.
It is, yeah. Now we've got a lovely pearlescent. So let's pop that on there. There were some greens, actually. I'm going to pop these on here because we can come back and look at these when they're dry.
Okay.
And see the pearlescent. So I'll just.
Can you use them to kind of change the colour of different mediums that you might have? Like
yeah, you could really.
mediums?
Anything that's water-based, of course, you can mix. So yes, you absolutely could. You could definitely play around with that.
Lovely.
So that's all the blues that I've got in the Alien Friends set. But actually for this butterfly, we're going to flip to the other one because I'm alternating. So let's see what we've got in the original set. And I've got a nice selection of blues here. This is a nice sort of grey blue. So you can see what I mean about mixing. You've got a really
I like
nice,
that blue.
That's like a sort of like a Prussian blue, isn't it? So these blues are going to give you the perfect starting point if you did want to mix more colours, because you've got just the right sort of variety here that you would need.
Now, the set that you're working with, the pink set I think was the first of the sets that got launched here. And do you know what? The advantage of having products that we're revisiting means that quite often crafters just like you guys have shopped for these and you've left us some reviews. Well, these reviews are phenomenal. And these are reviews that have come from crafters just like you who've invested their hard-earned crafty pennies into products like this. And I don't know if you saw at the bottom of the screen there, we were bringing up some of the reviews. They're on the website. So if you do want to go and have a little look for the different products, I know we've got some that we brought up on the screen early on for the Alien Friends. Well, you can go and visit those and see what people have said about this. And if there aren't reviews, it's not that they're kind of like a product that isn't worth its value or it's not quality. We really do value taking the time and trouble to leave your reviews for these. So it doesn't take very long, just a few moments. But I know that when I shop for things, I like to know, and I often do look at reviews because it will help me and sometimes answer those questions that we don't get answered in the show. So for instance, the Alien Friends here, if you go onto the Alien Friends on the website, you will see there you've got your reviews of these. Now, we've not seen them on air very often, and I'm one of the worst people for leaving reviews. I always ask for reviews, but I just never seem to get round to it. But if you do, it really is useful for anybody that's considering these. So you can see there, love the Himi paints, really beautiful colours, great storage box as well. I love the way that you can kind of see all of those gorgeous colours laid out in front of you. So you've got that choice there, almost like a good menu.
It's
easy
inspiring,
to use,
isn't it? It's inspiring when you look at a lovely
it gets you
selection of
excited
colours.
to work with them.
It does. So I've painted the blue.
Lovely.
With the first set. Now I'm just looking at what purple options I've got with the Alien Friends set.
Oh, that's lovely.
And
It's like a lilac, that.
And that's got a shimmer. That's a pearly one.
And also as well, sometimes when you dilute down a colour, so it might be that you're taking the more intense purple and thinking, right, I'm going to dilute that down because I want something paler. You don't keep the intensity of the shimmer because you've added a lot of water to it.
Yes, that's true.
By having a paler version of it already, you're still keeping that shimmer content.
Yes, without having
to
add
diluted
tons of water.
down.
Yeah, that's a good point, Hayley. Now this is the original set. I am going to use the Alien Friends because I'm alternating.
Okay.
But I'm going to show you what purple options. And I think with this original set, because it's got that chalky finish, the pigment in that is so strong.
I love that. That's
They're
gorgeous.
lovely
Proper
colours,
chocolate
aren't
box
they?
Purple.
It is, isn't it? So I think I'm going to go for this one, which is the mid sort of one from the Alien Friends. And you can see the creamy consistency actually as I put that down. And what I'm doing is I'm just putting some down and then just using a wet brush to drag the colour out. Because there's so much pigment in these, you don't need to put much on.
It's a really good point.
Just put a little bit on, in the middle of the wing and then use a wet brush.
Use it where it needs to go.
So I can confidently say these paints are going to last you years.
The cardstock that you're working with as well, does that make a difference, the base that you work on?
Definitely. You definitely want a watercolour cardstock because you're adding water. If you try and do this on your sort of regular everyday card, it will end up sort of pilling up.
Okay. Oh, is that when you get that, like those little tiny balls?
Yeah, and it ruins your image completely. So yeah, a watercolour card or a mixed media card.
Yeah.
There's plenty of options for watercolours on the website. Now we need to do their little bodies.
Okay.
So this is where all the neutrals come in. So we've got a really nice mix here of neutrals. So let's just pop a couple. There's a nice creamy, that one's from the Alien Friends.
Now, very quickly, I've got a message up on my screen. I don't think I've read this one out from Jane yet, but we've got one from Moira as well. Hi, Hayley, brilliant show. Sharon and I have the ultimate collection of paints. Are the Alien Friends different? So I think, is that the gouache from earlier on? Was that the ultimate collection?
I assume so. I assume you mean the big... Yes, those are gouache and these are watercolour. You can use them together.
Okay.
That's the other thing to mention. If you bought anything from the show earlier, and you're thinking this is just something completely different, they're all water-based. So within one project, you can quite happily flip between the two products.
So if people, and do by all means go back and watch the show. Sharon was with us, was it 1 o'clock earlier on today? Or,
4 o'clock.
I do apologise. So, and I always say, it's one of those words, isn't it? You see it written down and I hear it. Gouache, gouache.
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 Like a vegetable
And when you look at videos, everyone says it differently.
Oh, that's okay. I feel better. So are they? Is that kind of like a water-based kind of acrylic type of solid colour?
Well, it's in the middle.
Oh, okay.
So you just mentioned acrylics. Watercolours, as you can see, are translucent. You can straight away see that stamped image through there.
Yes.
With the gouache, if I'd painted over that butterfly with the paint relatively thick,
yeah,
it would cover up all my lines.
Fair enough.
It's
So
quite
more
opaque.
Right, okay.
But it gives you the best of both worlds, because if you add a load of water to the gouache, you can get that translucent look.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And the difference is, with a gouache, you've got the option to go the watercolour look by adding a lot of water, but you can get the acrylic look by going in solids, because you'll then get complete opaque.
Right.
But unlike acrylic, because acrylic will give you the solid opaque look, but when it's dry, you can't move it.
Right.
I could paint something, we were looking at some things I'd painted earlier, with gouache, I can come back 3 days later and move that colour around.
Enhance it, right.
So that's the difference. So gouache is the perfect in between,
Yeah.
but you've got to water it down a lot to watercolour with it.
Got you. Yeah, so this
So
is kind of making
I
it
prefer
easier.
using watercolours for watercolouring.
Yes.
But you can do both with the gouache.
Okay, there you go. So hopefully, Moira, that has helped.
So what I'm basically saying is you need all of them.
Well, it makes sense, because there's going to be those different scenarios, and sometimes you don't know the scenario till you're experiencing it, do you? And having it there, that you can kind of tweak that project that you're making, then it is good. So there you go. I mean, it's Himi, you know it's going to be quality as well. And we did have a message. Was it Jane that popped up on the screen earlier on? Oh, I thought it said Jane up on the screen. Might have been a previous show, I don't know. I didn't read the rest of the message, so yeah, I think it's an old one.
Now, there's one last thing I'm going to do with this. There is a beautiful black in the Alien Friends, and it's got a lovely, it's a really solid black.
Okay.
And I'm going to splatter some.
Oh, the little speckles.
'Cause I like that look. Especially when I've got something going straight across. It's a bit uniform for me. So by doing some splatters, I feel it kind of breaks it up a bit.
I'm with you
and makes
on
it
that
look
one.
arty.
It does.
Makes it obvious that, you know, you've painted this.
That is, I've just noticed up on the screen how many of these have been. I've been that engrossed watching you, and I think a lot of our viewers have been doing the same, to be honest, because all of a sudden everybody's checking out the baskets at the same time.
Now we've finished the card.
Yes.
So what I would do is just matte and layer that.
That is beautiful.
Just with a, if you are matte and layering, you've already got a rainbow there, so go with something quite subtle for your colour.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to kind of, your eye's going to be trying to match it with one of the butterflies, so go for a different colour.
Fabulous. And what an affordable way of making a card. Obviously, you've got the initial investment of your paints and your brushes and your cardstock, but once you've actually got those elements, you can kind of create, make and sell. It could be a case of that you're maybe fundraising for charities as well. Or it's just you're enjoying adding the colour. We enjoy the process of card making, and not necessarily in a business sense that we want to sell them, but they're obviously things that you could give to people or maybe for charities. And I think just enjoy the process of creating that artwork. Turn yourself into an artist with Himi paints. Now we're going to come back and chat with Sharon in just a few moments, but you saw her using those paint brushes just a few moments ago. And the paint brushes can make all the difference, because you need to be able to know that you've got the quality of the brushes that will allow you to hold that colour in place in the bristles, ready for you to apply. So you don't have to keep going and picking it up and coming back and losing your flow. Now we have got two lovely sets for you. So closest to me, I've got this lovely set that we've got here. In fact, I'm going to bring it forward so you can have a little look at that. Beautifully presented. I mean, how amazing is that? And we've got a variety of different brushes in there. Now, I don't know if this one is open. Oh, look at that. It is. Perfect. So within here, you've got a good selection of brushes. Now, if I hold these up, Sharon, can you talk us around what we've got here?
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this because you've basically got everything you need there in that set, because you've got what's called filbert brushes.
Filbert brushes?
Those are the ones that...
I thought you'd given them all names.
Filbert, yeah, like Carla. Carla naming everything. Those are the ones that are a flat brush, but the top is rounded.
Oh, like this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, those are really important if you do want to do some proper paint techniques.
Okay.
They're great for petals and flowers because the flat square brushes are great for washes to doing your backgrounds, but those filbert brushes are great for sort of getting different petal shapes and things like that. They're really useful.
They look like they're professional, don't they?
They do.
When you look at those.
Straight away see. And I've been doing some online watercolour classes.
Okay.
I started last year, and that is pretty much what they advise you to go out and buy as a starter kit. They say get a couple of round brushes, filbert, and I did go to an art shop, and I've got an almost identical set to those that I paid a lot more than that for. And then you've got, is it 2 round brushes in there?
You have. Now you've got your flat brush that you've got there, as you can see, with the complete flat head. So that's going to be your backgrounds. Now this one, it's got a lovely little cover on it. I'm going to remove that though, so as you can see. And I think this is the one that you were using for your detail
That's the one,
work.
yeah. And I have to say, this is the brush that I use probably, particularly if I'm just colouring in stamped images, 90% of the time I will use a round brush with a pointed tip, because the pointed tip means you can go into the smallest of areas, which if you're colouring in a stamped image, quite often you are working with quite small images. So that is the most useful brush you can have, I think.
Now on this one, we've popped the, I'm going to ask a question because you can see it on the screen. So this one, obviously you've got the little cover on there. So I'm guessing that somebody has taken the cover off prior to me doing it. And we've got these kind of wispy bits. I'm guessing that when you actually put the water on it, they kind of go back into space. They're like those stray hairs when you've done your hair.
They are. And if you've got really, if you take good care of your brushes, you will find over time, sometimes, yeah, and particularly if you put the cap on and off. Once I get mine home, I throw those caps away.
I was going to say, I don't use
because you'll only push your bristles out by putting that on and off.
Yeah.
Over time, if you find that your brushes are losing their shape, what you can do is put a bit of glycerin or gum arabic, anything like that.
Yes, yeah.
Shape them back into shape and leave it to dry.
Right.
Then come back, and before you use it, give it a rinse with water. That will help put it back into shape.
That's a good tip.
And you'll know quite often when you buy brand new brushes, they feel crispy, they're hard,
yeah.
and you have to put them in your water before you can start. That's why, because that's kind of what they've done. So yeah, gum arabic or anything like that.
Good tip.
But when they're new like this, they're fine for ages. It's only after you've been using them a while they start to.
And also as well, you'll notice on each of those different brushes, you have got kind of a unit there. So you know when you're following classes, like you said then.
Yes, it'll tell you what number brush to use. Yes.
You've got the right brush. Love it. Brilliant value for me. I mean, they're only $12.99. They come beautifully packaged. So if you are buying them as a gift, or you just want to keep these as like you know, your special one, the special brushes. Don't use these for things like your mediums and stuff like that. Don't get them all mucked up. Don't give them to the kids either. Keep them as your special set. And if you're wanting to go for the pink version to coordinate with your pink palette, then you can do. Now, before I introduce the yellow ones to you, let's address that price on your screen. Just $12.99 is a brilliant price. But what about if we drop it below a tenner? Even more so. I know that when you go in, because my daughter Phoebe, she does a lot of painting. I've gone into art shops with her and I'm horrified at the price of some of the brushes. Honestly, it's phenomenal. You can be paying probably 3 or 4 times that price, $9.99, for just one brush.
And
very easily.
I've spent £20 on a brush before now.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes. Now, what about the yellow? Now the yellow we've got alongside. Now one thing I've noticed is the yellow. Are they different brushes?
I think are they all rounded?
They are all rounded. Because first of all, I thought they were the same, just in different colours.
No, I
but
don't have these.
Now, can I pass them to you? Because you might know better than I do what they are. So I'm going to pass them over to you. Now, details are up on the screen. So if you do like the look of these ones, they've got more of a rounded feel to them, but they are tapered off at the top as well. So £12.99 was the original price. To match the deal that we saw with the other brushes, they have dropped down to just £9.99. So there you go. If you like to take advantage of these, you can do. But Sharon, with these ones, I've put you on the spot, really.
No.
Now.
Well, you're lucky that I've been doing my watercolour classes.
Okay, fair enough then.
And actually, I've got quite a few of these at home, which again, I've paid well, one of these is the brush I was saying I paid £20 for.
Wow, okay.
So you've got number 12, which is the biggest one. Now, you might think, my goodness, what would you use such a huge brush for? But actually, if you look at the tip, it goes to the smallest of points.
Yes.
And these are fantastic. I'm actually going to wet this and use it.
Go for it.
Because these are fabulous. I'm going to show you my watercolour book, actually, because this is where I've been teaching myself. I've been doing an online class. And I did about
advice for people, actually.
Did about half of it, and then I just haven't had the time. But the first thing, they explain to you about the different shape brushes.
Okay.
And the techniques. So this is my practice book. So you'll see all these sort of C shapes. These are what you would make roses and things like that for.
Oh, okay.
And then we've got petals. So I'll show you with this brush in a second. And then from there, you can sort of refine those techniques to then start forming flower shapes.
I'm guessing because you've got that fabulous tapered head to them.
Yes.
That gives you the chance to do that. Oh, we are very busy for these. Oh, my goodness.
So
looking at the screen.
Bring you... See, these are all my practices.
Oh, I love this. It's like we're going on your watercolour journey
is.
with us, Sharon. I love it.
Having my lessons with me. Let's go. Here's all my leaves.
Okay.
And petals. So I'll show you how you would want this brush for these.
Okay.
So let's wet it.
Now, if you're liking the idea of getting hold of these brushes, then please do be quick. We've got lots of you adding them to your baskets, even more of you checking your baskets out. And they are only £9.99, but half of the stock has gone. So you might not have seen these before. If it's the first time you want them, you better be quick. That's all I can say.
So I've gone for that lovely olive green from the Alien Friends palette. Now, the huge importance of this lovely pointy tip is if I want to do a leaf, I start with the point, go along, then I squish down.
Oh, right. Oh, now I understand, right.
And you've got your leaf shape.
Yes.
And then go in and add more shading.
Oh, wow.
From there, you would do like a whole page of practicing that.
Yes, yeah.
To get the hang, and different angles. You know, you'll find what suits you. Some people like to start from the bottom and go upwards. Play around.
Do you always keep the book in the same position, or do you
No,
rotate
you can
that
move it
sometimes?
around.
Okay. Yeah.
You can fill in the colour if you want to. Then from there, let's just add a bit more paint in.
And again, you're using the Alien Friends here.
Yes, from there, you can change it up a little bit, squish down, squiggle a bit, and it will give you the look of a variated sort of leaf. You can also then start to play around with perhaps going off and doing half a leaf.
Do you know what this
and
reminds
going
me
the
of?
other way.
Kind of like that, you know, like the folk painting where you put different
It
colours.
is exactly that,
different colours on the
yes.
paintbrush.
Exactly, that's the same techniques,
Yeah.
really. So you can just play around and get different looks. But having the point is the important part of that, because it gives you the ability to get that shape just perfect. And of course, in this set, that's the largest.
So you can do that with all of those.
You can have a play around, and it depends on what you're doing. You know, if you were doing a big canvas or something, you probably would be wanting petals and leaves that size. If you're working on a note card or something, then you're going to just go down to a smaller size so you get smaller leaves.
It's like having a different set of knives, isn't it, in the kitchen?
It
you don't
is.
use the biggest knife for kind of the tiniest work, so it does make sense. Incidentally, we've only got single figures of these left now. They're literally flying out. Lots of you taking advantage of it. I love that so many of you are loving Himi like we do here. So please do keep checking your baskets out. I've got a feeling that not everybody's going to get their hands on these, so please make sure you're checking your baskets out. We've only got 10 minutes left on the show, and we've got lots of you waiting to check your baskets out on these, so please do so as we go back and look at the Alien Friends, which are in the yellow palette. Now, please forgive me, because I thought the different colours was just an aesthetic, so you got like pretty paintbrushes to match your yellow palette. But what I've learned from Himi is they've kind of got all these different colours for a reason, so that does certainly make sense. Now, when you actually look at the palettes here, you've got your two palettes at the front that we've got here. Alien Friends being the yellow one. Now, this is the one that's got the neon colours in there. They've got the gorgeous metallic shimmers in there. You've also got some standard paints in there. But I will let you know that we've not got many of these left now. We've had a very, very busy hour with both of the palettes. So we're down to less than 20 units of these available now. So you have to be quick. And lots of you have been checking your baskets out. So yeah, if you do want to check your basket out with these, please do so. And these beautiful array of colours again.
Yeah, this is the Alien Friends swatch, just to remind you. This is the one where you've got all the lovely colours. They've got that creamy texture to them, and you've got your neons and some pearlescence. I use the pearlescence and the neons quite a lot for just added accents on top of the others.
See, they're the ones that sometimes think people will be most frightened of, the neons.
Yes, the neons. I always thought that. I thought, unless you're doing something really sort of like graffiti looking or something funky like that. But actually, neons are great for highlights.
Okay.
You know, if you were painting a lemon or something, to go in with the lemon neon for your highlights.
That's a good
just
point,
really gives you that proper, like the sun shining on it.
Yes.
So don't always think about them as being like, you know, in the 80s when we had neon
I just
everything.
Think of neon lights, and the leg warmers and all that.
I used to have neon hair gel in the 80s.
I love it.
But yeah, so that's the Alien Friends. And shall I quickly remind you of the
the
chalky finish
ones?
ones?
Now, the chalky finish ones, these are the ones that come to you in the pink palette. So a different personality with these, and equally so, it shows you that with the palette colour.
Yes, you've got more of a flat finish. But when you look at the vibrant colours, you can see just how much pigment is in these. So these, they do work really well together because you can sort of, you know, use them all together to get different looks on different parts of your project.
Love it. It's one of those palettes that we have seen. We've seen these ones more often than we have seen the Alien Friends. But what I do know from the way that you guys are ordering, I mean, they're still very popular. We're still very busy for them. But equally, a lot of you are revisiting the Himi brand because you know the quality and you're coming back from the Alien Friends. We've got lots of you shopping for both palettes as well. So, yeah, welcome to the Himi world. I think you're going to love working with these.
It's really exciting. And I know from Liam,
It's talking about neons.
Yeah, neons. There's lots more coming from him.
They've got a fabulous
they've got exciting things coming out, and I just think it's a really lovely way to get into learning to paint if that's what you want to do.
I love it. Now, Sharon, we've got probably about 10 minutes or so. Was there anything else you wanted to share with us?
Shall we grab? I nicked off Nigel earlier.
Oh, Nigel was here with his crafts.
And he had these printed sheets that were on printed images on watercolour cardstock.
Right.
And these are lovely for relaxing and practicing. So you can check his show out. I think he was on at 3 o'clock.
He was indeed.
But these sheets are great for practicing, I think, because they're nice images. You've got lots of different things going on here, so you're going to get a really nice selection of colours. So I thought, let's just have a play. I mean, we're clearly not going to get this done in 5 minutes, but
if you
we
can
can
do
make a start on having a look at it.
I love it. Do go back and watch the show for these fabulous pieces of art, because like you say, this is something that if you're comfortable with adding colour, maybe you've been colouring in stamped images of your own and you fancy something that's a bit more of elaborate. I wouldn't know how to put this together as a scene, so this would be perfect for me. Nice kind of grey tone to them as well.
Yes. Looks like a pencil drawing.
Yes, yeah.
Which is great, because if you want to get that look of it, when you paint this, it will look like you've sketched them and painted it, won't it?
I'll keep that a secret.
Yeah, don't tell anyone. So I'm just going to do a little bit of a wash. I'm using one of those flat brushes.
Lovely.
To just put a wash of blue. And I'm quite watered down here. Now, he's given us the illusion of clouds there, so we can come back to that. And we can go in with either a lighter blue, or we can just sort of highlight that a little bit. I'm going over the birds because they're quite fine detail. I can get away with just going over those with a grey.
Oh, I see. Yes, I'll do that later.
Because it's a bit of a faff to sort of go round them with this brush.
Okay.
And they're so small, I don't need to worry. Also, this is a light blue, so if I paint those birds in with a grey, you won't.
Well, the nature of watercolour painting has kind of got soft edges to it, hasn't it?
It does,
so, yeah.
and you'll notice at the edges, I'm not sort of doing a straight line, I'm just going in roughly.
Wonderful. Just to give you a little bit of a time check. Oh, we've got about 5 minutes or so left, Sharon.
Perfect. We'll start at the top and work our way down.
That's fine.
See where we get to. So, and you'll notice I'm working acrosswards, just doing almost what you would call a wash.
I will warn you, is it still Alien Friends you're working with here?
Yes.
Yeah, this one, you really need to be placing your orders for this. We've actually got more people wanting them than we have stock available, and I think it's going to be another Himi sellout. So obviously you can say goodbye to us and then place your order, but there's no guarantee that you will get those goodies. What I can guarantee is you can go back and watch the demonstration at a later stage. That's the key thing. On our channel, YouTube channel, you can go back and watch the show. So please, the key thing, the priority in this hour is to get the paints. So make sure you're checking out your order, and then you can come back and see what Sharon's doing and finishing off this. Well, not finishing it off because she won't finish the whole thing. But
So I've done a light wash of blue. Now I'm going to go back to the original set because there's a nice chalky sort of white.
okay. So is this good to kind of sit on top a little
Yes,
bit?
you won't really see it as such because
Yeah.
watercolour paints are quite translucent. But the combination of having a bit of white and also having just brushing over it, it's going to brush away some of that blue.
And I have to say, I imagine that's easier to do than lifting out the colour, because I know people
Yes,
say you can lift
you
the
can
colour
go
out.
in,
but-
and that's called a thirsty brush technique.
Okay.
Where while your paint is still wet, if you feel you've put too much down, you can rinse your brush, squeeze the water out of it,
Yeah.
and then if you go back in, it soaks. You can see it's almost like a
reverse
bleaching.
painting, isn't it? Yeah.
And that's called a thirsty brush technique because the thirsty brush soaks up all the liquid. So that's the other thing about watercolours. It's quite a forgiving.
Yes, yeah.
You can get away with a lot. There are lots of ways to correct things if you're not happy with them.
That looks good. I like
So
it.
just going over with just a touch of the white. And it's it's a combination of the white and the sort of brush strokes, really. I'm just following the line of those clouds just to give a bit of a cloudy look. And then I'm just going to do a little sort of here and there, just to break it up a little bit.
Like it.
So I think that's fine for that. So I'm going to switch to one of the pointy brushes because there's quite a lot of detail here. So let's start, we'll do one of the boats. I'll stick with the bigger areas because they're easier for you to see what I'm doing. And let's go, we'll use the Alien Friends while we've still got it. And I think should we have a red boat?
Lovely. Now, as Sharon's choosing her colours for her boat, which I think is lovely, that gorgeous red, we've only got a couple of minutes left. So we are going to obviously see Sharon applying that paint, but she's certainly not going to finish this project, not in this sitting anyway. But I really do value everything that Sharon's taught us. It's been a good show, hasn't it? While she's added that colour, shall I let you know quickly what we've got coming up tomorrow, and we'll have another little look at what Sharon's achieved in a few moments. So, busy day tomorrow. Myself and Dave will be taking you through the whole day again. Dave will be kicking off at 1 o'clock with some fabulous brand new things from Hunky Dory. Then we're going to be stocking up on our art supplies. Lovely Sue Smith is going to be here. So again, another very talented artist that we're going to be learning a lot from. Rebecca will be back at 3 o'clock. And again, she's going to be here at 4 o'clock, 2 hours of her. Lovely. Looking forward to that. And then we have got 5 o'clock back with Sue Smith. So I'm going to be working with Sue. James Doodles are going to be here at 6 p.m. Not sure who will be with us on that one. It might be our Gwen, not sure. And then I am going to have bargains galore from 7 o'clock to close of play tomorrow evening. So make sure you get involved with that one as well. And Sharon, you've added the colour to your boat. Looks
I
brilliant.
have, and I've just done a light wash of red. And then what I'm going to do is just go back in with a slightly less water and add sort of my shadows as such. So
That looks amazing. Look at the intensity of colour.
it's beautiful,
brilliant.
isn't it? And then what you can do, as that dries, you can soften that out a little bit. So as that sort of shadow piece dries, if I come back in with a damp brush,
Just move it
just
around.
take away
Sharon,
that
we're going to have
harsh
to say
line.
goodbye. We've only got 10 seconds left.
Perfect.
I left it right up to the wire. Sorry, I can't make any show longer, but I will see you tomorrow. Sharon, thank you so much.
Thanks, Hayley.
See you guys tomorrow at 1. Bye.